Are you looking for the complete guide to .NET Core MVC? If so, then you are at the right course. My name is Brugan and welcome to .NET Mastery. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. That way you will never miss an update from .NET Mastery. Now this is not one of those courses where we typically have a small application and we perform CRUD operation. And with that you might be wondering, what exactly will you learn from this .NET Core MVC course? We will start from ground zero when it comes to MVC or .NET Core. We will understand the fundamentals of .NET Core and all the basic files and folder structure that comes when you create a .NET Core project. Main target for the course will be MVC, but I will also give you a basic introduction to Razor Pages and how it is different from an MVC application. Once we understand the fundamentals, we will start building a simple CRUD application using MVC and Entity Framework Core, and while we build that, we will see client-side and server-side validation. We will be using SQL Server to store our data, and to access that, we will use Entity Framework Core with repository pattern. While we build our project, we will learn some advanced concepts like ViewBag, view data, temp data, data tables in .NET Core, how to integrate Toaster and Sweet Alert notification, along with intentionally introduce bugs while programming, and then more. I show you how to debug. My main goal is not to show you the happy path of programming, because of which that will give you a real-world exposure to the common error messages and how do you debug and fix them. As you can see, this will be a lengthy course with almost 10 hours of content. There is a lot to learn and explore, and I have covered all the basics of .NET Core MVC. If you enjoy the video, make sure to like the video and leave a comment. But before moving forward, let me show you the final application that we will build. Let me show you on what we will be building in this course. We will be building a fancy application where we will display all the books for sale. On the home page, you can see all the products. We have a login and register button here. When a user clicks on register, they can populate all the information here, and we have multiple roles in our website. Right now, because we are learning on registration, we are allowing them to select the role, but in production, this will be hidden. Once you register, you can log in, and we will have two types of account. First will be a customer role, where when they log in, they will see all the products. They can navigate to the product details, and there will be an add to cart, where we will display coming soon. That is all that a user can see if it is a customer user. If we log out here, and if we log in as an admin on the other hand, we will be able to perform all the CRUD operation, and you can see based on the role, a special content management just appears in the drop-down. There a user can see all the product categories, they can create a new category, we have validations there, and they can delete a category if they want. Next, we have CRUD operations on product, and this time we have a fancy data table where user can search for something, they can sort and do all kinds of fancy stuff. They will be able to create a new product from here where we have a fancy rich text editor, and basically we will have to provide different price. We have to select category that we want for a product, and user will also have to select an image that will be uploaded. If we go back and try to edit any of the product, we can see the existing product and we can replace that if we want. On top of that, when we try to delete, we have nice notifications that you can see right here. Also, when we create a new category, let me try to create a temp category here. We have toaster notifications. That looks much better. As you can see, admin can manage all the content, and if you click on the email address here, you will notice we have a manage profile where admin can manage their profile, update their password, and do other things. So you can see there is quite a few things that is going on in the website that we will be building. But the main focus here is to understand the basic foundations of .NET Core MVC with a small CRUD application, and then take that application further by implementing authentication, authorization, and much more. Let me walk you guys through the journey of .NET Core in this video. .NET Core is probably the biggest change .NET programming language has encountered. In 2002, Microsoft introduced web forms, and that was a revolution at that time. But web forms had its own drawbacks, and there was a need to overcome all of them. Because of that, the .NET team came up with a new architecture, which was .NET MVC. Now, even though I love MVC and I have built many applications using MVC, it had its own flaws. Like it was created on top of the components of web forms. Because of that, it was tightly tied to IIS and ultimately Windows operating system. But with evolution of development, Microsoft had to keep up with the changing technology. As a result of that, in June of 2016, Microsoft released ASP.NET Core, and it was the first version of .NET that was built on top of this new .NET Core framework. This .NET Core platform has been completely rewritten, and it is a cross-platform version. Because of that, it is not tied to Windows operating system. Now, since .NET Core was rewritten, it was written with cloud architecture in mind, and because of that, it is extremely robust. Then in August of 2018, Microsoft released the next version of .NET Core, which is .NET Core 2.0, and after that the team has been very active in releasing new versions of .NET Core. Lately they have finalized that in November each year they will release the new version with new features. So in November 2022, .NET Core 7 was released, and .NET Core 8 will be released in November of 2023. Now, even though the final version of .NET 8 will be released in 2023, we can use the preview version of .NET 8 using Visual Studio Preview. So the preview version is out there, and that is what we will be using in this course. That is a small overview of the .NET framework and its evolution. Now that being said, why should you even learn .NET Core, and what are the advantages that .NET Core brings to the table when you compare the classic .NET language? The list is quite extensive. First one is that .NET Core is fast and open source. If you compare that with traditional .NET applications, there have been quite a few benchmarks, and .NET Core is very fast when you compare that to web forms or even .NET MVC. Then .NET Core is cross-platform. The classic .NET was tied to IIS and Windows, but since .NET Core is rewritten, it has removed that dependency with .NET Core. And with .NET Core, we have a built-in dependency injection. Dependency injection is super great when you will move along with the course, and by the time you finish the course, if you work with .NET Core, you cannot imagine yourself going back to the code where there is no dependency injection. It saves a lot of time, and it is extremely efficient in managing all the dependencies. With any programming language, it is critical that new updates or new versions that are released, they should be easily upgradable. And that is one of the great features with .NET Core. The updates have typically been very smooth. And because of that, you can always keep up with the new version. .NET Core is also cloud friendly. As we move along with the development, more and more companies are leaning heavily towards cloud development, and .NET Core has been built with cloud architecture in mind. So that is why it is very flexible when we have to integrate .NET Core with the cloud technologies. Lastly, when it comes to performance, .NET Core exceeds all the previous version, and even the new versions that are released in .NET Core, they supersede the previous version. Microsoft has invested a lot in .NET Core. That gives us a clear idea that Microsoft has a long-term plan with this technology. So with that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. When you will be working with the course, you will require some project resources. I have added all of the project resources in one place, which is .NETmastery.com. So there, if you navigate to courses, go to the course detail here, we have few things right here. First, I have a live preview of the final project that you will be building if you want to navigate. Next, I have GitHub code. Well, let me go back and open that in a new tab here. And there, if you notice, I have all of the commit based on the lecture name. So we have section and then the lecture name. If you go there, you can exactly see in that lecture what was modified. So if something does not work for you, you can go here and look at that exact commit to make sure that you do not have anything else. That is a great resource. Then we have course content. Make sure to download that and let me open that file. Once you open that, you will see two folders inside there. If you are taking the old course in .NET 6, there are all the resources based on the old course. But if you are taking the .NET 8 course, there are all the project resources where we have all the images that are being used. We have code snippets for lecture, and I have the final PowerPoint which you can use in your project. So make sure to download all the project resource before you move forward in the next video. Before we move forward, let me walk you through on what are my expectations before you take the course. This course has very few prerequisites. As you know, we will be learning ASP.NET Core MVC in this course. Because of that, you must have a basic understanding of the C# programming language. If you have worked with the traditional .NET applications, that is completely okay. As long as you understand the basic foundations of C#, you should be good with the course. On top of that, we will be using SQL Server for our database. So you should have some experience in writing queries for SQL Server. I do not want any fancy experience like functions and anything complex, but basic SQL like select statement, delete statements, and those basic SQL syntax, you should be familiar with them. As long as you have these two basic foundations, you will not face any issue in the course. I will be starting from ground zero when it comes to explaining .NET Core, MVC, and how everything comes together. With that, let me continue from the next video. Now, when we are programming, we will require some tools. These are the three tools that you will need for this course. First, you will have to install .NET 7 or .NET 8. When you are taking this course, if .NET 8 or latest version of .NET, if that is in preview, then make sure to download the preview version and follow along. You will require Visual Studio 2022 if you are using .NET 7 because .NET 8 is in preview right now. But if you download .NET 8, then you can download Visual Studio 2022 preview, and with that, we will be able to use .NET 8. Finally, for the database, we will require SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio. So basically you can follow along with this course using .NET 7 or .NET 8. I will also have links to everything in the description of the video. So make sure to download them and let me continue from the next video. What we have to do is create a project using Visual Studio 2022. I have opened Visual Studio 2022 here and I will select Create a New Project. On the left hand side here, I will have recent project templates, but what we want to do here is search for MVC, and with that we should get ASP.NET Core Web App. Now the project we want to work on is MVC application, so make sure to select the one with model, view and controller. There is also a web app without MVC that uses Razor Pages. We do not want that. We will give our project a name of bulky web, location wherever you want to save it, and then we need a solution name. Now solution name I will keep that as bulky because in there we will have multiple projects. With that configured, let me hit the next button. The framework that we want to use is .NET 8. We will select that. Authentication type, we will be adding authentication later on, but right now we want to keep things super simple and then we will add on to our project. So right now we will keep that as none. Configure for HTTPS, that looks good, and we will not check the do not use top level statements. It is just adding the using statements at the top and it is not that important. That is why we can just ignore that and hit the create button. With the click of that button, the magic happens and your project is created. I will explore all the files and folders that are being created by default, but before that, let me add this to source control. I have already signed in to my Git repo, so that is coming along. Repository name, let me call that bulky_MVC. I will make that a private repository for now, but once the course is launched, I will convert that to be a public repository. With that configured, let me hit create and push button. And perfect, we have two outgoing changes. Let me push them. Perfect, so we have created our project and we have committed our code to the Git repo. Our project is created here. Let me walk you through all the files that we see right here one by one. But before I even do anything with that, let me run the application by clicking the HTTPS here, and that will build the project and open that in the browser. Perfect. By default, we have a simple application. Let me zoom in here, and we have two things in the header here, home page where we see welcome here, and we have a privacy page where it displays a different page. So one thing you can see right out of the box, we have a header here, we have a footer, we have a body here, and we have navigation that is already configured by the default .NET project. That is great news. But before we take a look at any other files, the main file that I want to show you is the project file itself. To examine the project file, you have to right-click on the project. Now here there are two things. One is a project which is bulky web, and then one is a solution which is bulky. A solution can have multiple projects in .NET. Right now we only have one project which is bulky web. When we examine the project file, it belongs to a project, so we will right-click on bulky web, which is our project, and there we have something called as edit project file. Perfect. When I open that, you can see it is pretty simple right now. In the older versions of .NET Core, this was more complicated, but they are simplifying this with the newer version. Inside property group, we have something called as target framework, which says that we are using NET 8.0, which is the .NET 8 framework. Then we have something called as nullable, and that is enabled. Now what exactly this nullable will do, I will cover that in the later videos because it is too early to go into those details. And next we have implicit using statements. If you are coming from any front-end library or any other frameworks, you should be familiar with some import statements that you write to import other libraries. Now because implicit using is enabled here, the default using or import statements from the .NET libraries, we will not have to write all of that. It will automatically be included with our project. If you disable that, then basically you will have to explicitly add import statements, nothing more complicated. But it is a convenience to have implicit using enabled, and that is the setting we will keep as well. Project file basically has all the project properties which are set by .NET right here, and on top of that, when you add some of the NuGet packages or npm packages, then you have to add them in the project file. Now when we add NuGet package, I will show you how the project file here gets updated in the upcoming videos. But right now, when we have the project file, we have the .NET Target framework that is really important, and we have nullable, which has been introduced from .NET 6. I will explain that in later videos as well, and we have implicit using. Nothing that fancy right now, but when we add more things to our project, I will show you how the project file gets updated. With that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. After the project file, we have something called as connected services, but that is empty. We will ignore that. Next, we have the dependencies. When we build a .NET application, we always or most likely will be having more packages that will be added for more functionalities. Like if we have to access database, if we want some payment integration, we will be adding more packages. Right now in our dependencies, we do not have any package. Now when we have multiple projects, we might also add project as a dependency. So when we do that, this dependencies will automatically reflect that. And we will do that in future videos, so do not worry. Dependencies basically mean that this project is dependent on some packages or some other project. But we do not have any dependencies on NuGet package or any other project right now. Then we have a properties folder, and there we have launchsettings.json. Now this launchsettings.json basically defines a file which will say that when we are running or debugging the application right here, when we click on HTTPS, what should be some settings that should be used. You can see here there is IIS settings, and there it is saying that you should use the URL, which is HTTP one with the port number, but if it is an HTTPS, this will be the port number. Then if we scroll down, we have something called as profiles. These profiles resemble everything that you see here. You can see we have an HTTP profile, HTTPS profile, and IIS Express. In profile, we are saying that when we use HTTP profile, we want to run the application on this URL, and we are setting some environment variables. Environment variables will basically be like a global variable that is defined, and we can use that in application. As an example, let's say if you are setting ASP.NET Core environment to development, then inside the code you can check this variable. If that is development, you might use a different development database. If it is production, you might be using a production database. Same applies for, let's say, if you have a payment integration. If it is development, you want to use your development keys. That way you do not have to use a real credit card. But if it is production, then you want to use the production key. That way real credit card payments can be processed. So we can define all of those environment variables and profiles in launchsettings.json. If you scroll down, we have an HTTPS profile, and that is what we are using right here. You can toggle between the profiles by selecting which profile you want to run the application with. We are using HTTPS here, and here we have the application URL. Let me hide that, and that is 7169. I can update that to be 7001, and let me run this. Perfect. When we execute that, you can see the application is now running on port 7001. That way you can toggle some of the properties. We also have IIS Express here, and you can modify them as per your requirement. Now typically you do not modify the profiles that much, but I wanted to give you a quick 5 minutes overview on launch settings.json. Perfect. Whoops. Let me stop the application here. Next file that I want to show you is in the controllers. Well, in the launch settings, let me revert back the change. So here I can undo my git change, and that will bring back the original port. Now of course you can use whatever you want, but I'm not going to change that. With that we have covered launch settings and the project file. Next folder that we have is www root folder, and this is an important folder in the application. This folder will basically host all of the static content of your .NET Core or your project. Now what is static content? Static content basically means any CSS, any JavaScript, any NuGet packages or third-party libraries, or if you have any images, files, PDFs, PowerPoint, and so on. Anything that is static which does not have an HTML code goes into the www root folder. So you can see right here we have a global site.css which is already being used in the application. So if you want to add some styling here, you can always add that. Next we have the JS file which is site.js, but that is empty. We just have a basic template there. Inside the lib folder, we can see Bootstrap, jQuery, jQuery validations. All of them are included by default when you create an MVC application. In future, when we have to add images or anything else which is static, we will always add them in one place, which is www root folder. Always remember that. After that we have controllers, models and views that I will cover in the upcoming videos, but after that we have something called as appsettings.json. And then if you expand that, you can see we have appsettings.development.json. App settings will be the place where you will host all of your connection string. Now when I mean connection string, it is not just connection string, but basically any secret key that you have for your application. An example of that will be for your email you might be using SendGrid, or you might have a secret key for email. You will add that in app settings. When you have database connection, you will add those secret keys there. If you are using Azure Blob Storage or Azure Storage account, you will be storing all of those connections in one place. That way when you have to change a connection, you always know that you have to go to appsettings.json and not go through all the code trying to find out where is that connection. All of your connection or secret keys should always go inside appsettings.json. Now here you see there is appsettings.json and appsettings.development.json. If you remember, inside launchsettings.json, we have the ASP.NET Core environment. Now based on this environment, it will be configuring to use a different connection string. Like let's say in production, you will have an environment variable with the name of production. Then inside appsettings.json, well, in the project here, let me add and show you that new file. We will be adding a new item, and we will search for JSON file. We have the app settings file. I will call that appsettings.production.json. We save that here, and what will happen with .NET Core is it will dynamically use that connection. Whoops, I have a spelling mistake there. Fix that. So perfect. Now in production, if your ASP.NET Core environment name, this is production, then it will be using the connection string and all the settings from this app settings.production.json. So it is pretty smart on what connection it will use. But we will uncover that in the upcoming videos. Right now we do not want to go into that complexity. Only thing you should remember is all of your secrets or connection string will go in app settings.json file. Let me remove the production file that I added right now. We are not going to use that, but in the final section where we will be deploying the code, I will modify that and show you how things work. So perfect. With that, in the next video, let's examine program.cs, which is a critical file. Now I want to cover a main file, which is program.cs. In the older versions of .NET Core, we used to have two files. We had program.cs and we had startup.cs. But with the newer version, the .NET team has combined both of those files in one file, which is the program.cs file. Now here, let me zoom out, and when we have to configure a .NET application, there are two things that you should remember. First, we have to add some services to our container, and next we have to configure the request pipeline. In the program.cs, those are the two things that are being handled. First, you can see there is builder.webApplication that creates a builder. On that builder, we are adding some services. Right now, we are using MVC for our architecture, and that is why on builder.services, it has added something called as add controllers with views. That way it knows that okay, our application will be using controllers and those are already defined in the .NET project, so I know how to handle that service. In future, we will be adding many more services inside program.cs file. Like if we have to inject something using dependency injection, which is a very critical aspect in .NET Core, we will inject all of them inside the services right here. And the next thing that we have is we have to configure the request pipeline. Pipeline basically means that when a request comes to an application, how do you want to process that? Now one thing that you see on line 9 here is we have app.environment.isDevelopment. This is the same environment variable that we saw in launch settings.json. IsDevelopment is a built-in helper, and you can see we also have isProduction, isStaging. But if you have some custom environment name, you can use isEnvironment and pass it there as well. That's too technical for now, but I just wanted to give you some overview on how the environment variables are being used. Here we are saying that if the environment is not development, then we want to use an exception handler and we want to redirect to home error page. But if it is development, then we want to see that exception. That is why we have this if condition. After that, in our pipeline, we have added HTTPS redirect and app.use static files. When we add the use static files, it will configure the www root path and all the static files in there will be accessible in our application. After that, we are adding routing to the request pipeline and we have authorization. Now ignore this authorization right now. We will cover that when we have authentication and authorization in our project. But by default in the request pipeline, just have that authorization is added. If you even forget that, that's okay. Next, we have something that is important. Now, when we have an application, we are telling it how the routing should work. And for that, we have app.mapControllerRoute. It basically has a default pattern that if nothing is defined in the route, you should go to something called as a home controller, Inside there you should go to index action, and ID here can be defined or not. A question mark in .NET basically means that ID can be defined or it can be null. So we are defining the default route that it should follow. And finally we have app.run that will basically run the project. Now it might be confusing on what is going on here. Why do I need program.cs file? What is all this middleware, pipeline? Very strange words. Do not worry. When we progress with the course, everything will start making much sense. The reason I spent 5 minutes on this file right now is you have a rough idea that there is one file where if I have to add a service to the container or I have to configure the middleware, I have to go to program.cs file. That is all that I want you to digest from this 5 minutes and have a rough idea of what I talked about. If nothing here makes sense, that's okay. You should only remember that when you have to configure something in the pipeline, program.cs is the place you have to go. With that understanding, let me continue from the next video. If I go to Solution Explorer and open the program.cs file, you can see in the routing we have something called as controller and action. Remember these keywords for now. If you open the Solution Explorer again, you will notice we have a folder with the name of controllers, we have models, and we have views. That basically defines the MVC keyword. MVC stands for models, views, and controllers. But how do all three of them come together? Let me show you a brief overview about that. In the MVC architecture, as I said, first letter stands for model. Model represents the shape of the data. So if you have any tables or if you have any classes, model will have all of that. And what I mean by class is, let's say you are building an e-commerce application where you have products, you will have orders, you will have order details, shopping cart, and much more. Models will basically have all of those class files. Next, we have something called as view, which stands for the user interface. So whatever you see on the screen, that is the view part of the MVC application. So model represents the data, and what you see on the screen is the user interface, like if you have a form or if you have a fancy chart that you see on the browser, all of that is represented by the view. View will control the HTML element of your web project. Now you have the view where you have the fancy HTML that you see on the screen. But when you have the data, you will have to process or even fetch that data, because data might be inside database. So you need something to fetch that data and display that in a table on your HTML view that you have. That missing piece or heart of the MVC application is the controller, which is the last piece of the missing block here. Controller will basically handle the user request, and it will act as an interface between model and view. What happens is when a user clicks on one of the button or opens the website, the request will first go to the controller. Controller will then determine what model it has to fetch. It will retrieve all the data that is needed using the models, and then it will pass all the data that is required to be displayed to the view component. What view will do is it will add all the data in its HTML formatting and pass that data back to the controller, and then controller will send that response back, and the data or website will be displayed on your screen. So one thing that you should always remember is in an MVC architecture, controller is heart of your application. And it might sound like I'm repeating this over and over again, but MVC architecture can be tricky to understand if you are getting started. So let's walk through that again. When a user opens a website, it goes to a controller. Controller will then fetch data from the models or wherever it has to do, process that data, like there might be some conversion or anything that it has to do, and once the data is in good shape, it will pass that data to the view. On that static HTML, it will add the data that controller has passed. Like in view, we might have defined that there is a table, but what data that table needs, we will pass that from controller to the view. Then view will add that data in the HTML, and final content, it will return back to the controller, which will ultimately be passed on to the user screen, and user can see the complete website. This, my friends, is the basic architecture of an MVC application. Now, a controller can have many action methods. Action method basically define the endpoints in a controller, and we will uncover that in the next video. But there is something called as action methods there as well. If I go back to the website here, you can see where we have the default route. We are saying that if nothing is defined, you should go to the home controller, and there you have index action and something called as ID. Let's ignore that. Right now, you know the basic MVC architecture, and let's cover this routing in the next video. Now we want to understand routing in an MVC application. Routing basically defines that in the URL, when you type something, where it should send that request to. We have configured a default route here, but when it comes to an MVC application, we have a certain pattern. And before I show you that in the application, let me walk you through a presentation here to give you a rough idea. You can see the URL pattern for routing is considered after the domain name. Localhost and port number is the domain name. This localhost can be google.com, can be .netmastery.com, or whatever you want. When we have to consider routing, we remove that piece, and anything after that is considered the routing pattern. In an MVC application, the typical route that we have is a controller and then action. Those are the two words that you should always remember and write it down. There is a controller, and inside controller, there are action methods. Let me show you that with an example here. In this first URL you see, we have the domain name, which is localhost, and then we have something called as /category /index, and then a number 3. So the first thing that you see after the domain is the controller name, and next thing with a / will be an action name. After that, if there is anything there, that will be the ID. ID is an optional field that we already saw right here. You can see that is question mark. So if we go back, what is the first thing after the domain name? That is the category. After that we have index, and then if there is anything present, that will be populated in the ID. That is the default pattern that has been defined in the .NET project. Now of course we can modify some things here, and we will do that in the later videos, but this is the default pattern. We have controllers, and inside there we have action. Based on that, I have an example here, and I want you to find out that based on the URL, what will be the category and what will be the action, and if there is an ID or not. The first example here, category is the controller and index is the action. We do not have any ID, so ID will be null. After that, we only have something called as category. If there is no action defined, then by default the action will be index action. We do not have any action defined in the second example, so controller will be category, action will be index, and ID will be null. In the third example here, we have controller name as category, action name as edit, and then we have some ID with the value of 3. And the final example here, we have a controller with the name of product, we have an action with the name of details, and ID with a value of 3. Now you might be wondering, what is the importance of this assignment? Well, it is really important. From now onwards, if you look at a URL that is using MVC architecture, you can tell what is the controller name and what is the action name. Now if I go back here, we are saying that the default controller is home and action is index. That basically means that if nothing is defined after the domain name, it is telling the application that you should go to home controller and index action method. That is the default route that .NET team has configured in program.cs. If you want, you can change that default route, but that is the default route, and you know how that will be converted to a URL if you want. Now enough talking. Let me show you routing in action in the next video. Now you have a rough idea of what is a controller and what is an action based on the URL. So basically, if you have a URL, from that you can tell me what is the controller, what is the action, and what is ID. With that rough idea, let me go back to the project here, and I will open Solution Explorer. You can see there are 3 folders here that we have not covered yet. There is a view folder, there is a model folder, and there is a controller folder. In controller, you can see we have something called as home controller. When we are naming any controller, one thing that is important is the controller keyword. So if you have a home controller, you should have the name followed by the controller keyword, and that must be placed inside the controllers folder. If you place it somewhere else, it will not work. These are the rules that are defined for the MVC architecture. So in controllers, we have home controller. In models, we just have one model, which is error view model. It is a basic class file and it has 2 properties, nothing fancy, and we don't want to go into those details right now. Another thing that I want to point out is when a request comes to controller, it is not always required that a model is needed. Sometimes it can render a view which can be a static view and no model is needed in that case. But I want you to keep that in mind, that model is not always needed. Perfect. So now we have a home controller here and all the views related to that controller will be placed inside the views folder with the exact same name as controller. And this will be home and not home controller. Controller is a keyword here, so actual name of the controller is home, and that will be the name of folder inside views folder. That is the architecture for MVC. We have controllers and all the views that corresponds to that controller must be placed inside the views folder with a subfolder of the exact name as the controller name. So perfect. We can see in home controller we have an index view and we have a privacy view. If I run the application here, and right there you can see we have a home page and a privacy page. Right now we only have one controller in our application, so both of the view belongs to the same controller. When we load the page, you can see the URL. We do not have any controller name or action name. We just have this welcome text. Let's see where that text is. Inside home view, we have the index view. If I open that, that is the exact text that we see right here. We have the welcome, we have learn about, and we have an anchor tag with building web apps with ASP.NET Core. So what we see on the home page here basically is displayed from this index view inside the home folder. When we click on privacy here, we have the privacy policy. And if I open the privacy.cshtml file, that is the data that is being displayed right here. Ignore this view data for now, but you can see the paragraph tag is exactly what we have. Now something interesting that you should notice here is when we are going to the privacy page, the URL here is something that we have seen before with routing. Based on this URL, can you tell me what is the controller name and what is the action name? The controller name is home controller and action name is privacy. Now how does that come together? I will show you that, but before that, let me change this to be index. So home controller, index action, press enter, and perfect. We get back to the home page. How did that happen? When we click on home page, it does not define anything in the route, and that is because the default route that we have here, we are saying that if nothing is defined, go to home controller and index action. So that means that even if you define home controller and index action, it will take you to basically the same page. So I hope you can see how things are coming together. But the main question, how does it know where it has to load this particular view that we see? Let me show that. We have home controller and index action. For that, let me go to the home controller here, and we have few things right here. You can see there is something here, but ignore that. What I want to show you is in home controller, what we have down here, these are called the action method. On line 11, we basically have a constructor for our class, and I will explain you that in later videos. But other than that, we have 3 action methods here, and they are returning something called as iActionResult. I was telling you before that there are 2 things, controller and action. What we have defined in the URL, we are telling go to the home controller and get the index action. So at that point, it will go to the home controller and it will execute this index action. In index action, we do not have any code. We are only saying return view. What does this mean? Well, it basically says that we have to return some view inside the views folder. But what view does it have to return? And that is where the naming that we have given to folder comes into picture. If we have not defined a name inside this round bracket, it will use the same name as the action name. So it will return an index view. But where will it get that view from? It will get that view from the home controller. So it will go to the home folder inside views, and there it will get the index.cs HTML. And if we type home/privacy, it will execute the privacy action method, and the view that it will return will be the privacy view because that is the name of the action method. Now ignore the error action method that we have here, but you can see how index and privacy are executed. Now with Visual Studio, we have great debugging functionality. For that, what you have to do is right here, when you hover, you can see a circle dot. If you click there, that means you have added a debugger. Let me add that in both the lines here. And if I go back here, and if I execute home, index and press enter, you can see the breakpoint is being hit here. That means that this statement is being executed right now. So that proves that it is going to the index action method. We will have to hit continue here, and then it will navigate or continue execution and bring back the website. When we click on privacy, it will go to the privacy action method, and we continue here, and perfect. So with that, I hope you have a rough idea of how routing works. But let me show you something before I end the video. When we are returning back to the view, actually, let me go to program here, and rather than home controller index action, let me set the default to home and privacy, and let me run that. Now when the application loads, we do not have any URL defined, so on the home page, it will invoke the privacy action method and that view will be returned. Perfect. Let me roll back that change and I will go back here to controller. There, when I am returning the view, as I said before, if nothing is defined here, it will look for the same view with the name of the action method in the folder of that controller name. Now rather than that, I am saying that when the index is being called, I want you to return a view with the name of privacy. In that case, it will go to the home folder and look for a view with the name of privacy, and views have an extension of .cs HTML. Let me run this. Now the default page, it again loads the privacy page, but to prove you that, if I go to home and index, privacy view is being loaded. So you can always override what view will be returned, but this is the default that we have if nothing is present. I will also roll back that change to keep things simple for now. But I hope with that you have a rough idea of how routing works. And again, in controller, we will have action methods that will define what view needs to be returned back. Now MVC is tricky to understand, as I have said before, so I do not expect you to understand 100% of the things that I'm explaining right now. But even if you are understanding 50 to 70% so far, that is a great progress. And when you actually start implementing this in the upcoming section, everything will start making much more sense and you will understand why this pattern is so powerful. With that overview, let me continue from the next video. Now that we have seen routing, we know how the views are being displayed based on the URL. But if I run the application again, that is not the only thing that is being displayed on the page. Because if I open the index.cs HTML, you can see there is a welcome text and a learn about that we see right here. But what about this header that we have on the top, and we also have a footer? How is that getting loaded? And for that, we have to go to solution. In views folder, we have seen what is there in the home view, but we have something called as shared, and we have something called as underscore view imports and underscore view start. If you have worked with older .NET application, you might remember something called as a master page and a child page. Underscore layout is the master page of your complete application. If I open underscore layout here, you can see we have doc type HTML, we have a head here with some styling, we have a body, and there we have the header. In header, you can see we have the home and privacy links here, and we scroll down, we have something called as render body. This render body is a built-in helper in the MVC, and that will display anything that we want in the body. Now what that body will be, that will be determined by what is returned from the controller. If we return the index view, it will display that view right here. After the render body, we have a footer here where we are displaying the bulky web. If we go back to the application, that is what we have right here. So underscore layout will be the master page of your application or the main page of your application. Always remember that. And in underscore layout, we will add all the JavaScript, all the CSS that we want to use globally in the application. With that, we have something in the anchor tags like ASP controller, ASP action. These are called tag helpers, but ignore them. When the time is right, I will explain you why we need them. Right now, underscore layout is the master page of your application, and whatever view we return from the controller, that will be displayed in the render body content of underscore layout. After that, let's go back and we have something called as validation scripts partial. There we have basically included two JavaScript. Now when we progress with the course, we want to add client-side validation, and for that we will be using this JavaScript. Because of that, on all pages, validations are not needed. So what the .NET team has done is it has added some of the basic JavaScript here, and then on the pages where validations are needed, it has separated that out in a different file, and we can use them in our file only if needed. We will see that in action down the road, but here we have something called as validation script partial. Now one thing that you notice here is in validation scripts partial we have an underscore. This underscore is not required in layout or validation scripts partial. But typically if that is a page or component that is used throughout the application, then we typically like to add an underscore. That way when we look at the name, we can know that okay, this view will be used throughout the application. And there is also a special name for that, which is partial view. Partial view basically means that they cannot be displayed on the page by itself. They will be incorporated as a part of some main view. But that is a little too technical or little too early for now. But just keep that terminology in mind that there is something called as view and there are partial views. By the name, partial views are basically the views that you do not use by themselves. They will be consumed inside the main view. Then next we have a view for error.cshtml. This is the view where we display the error message if anything is encountered, and we can ignore that for now. Now one main question that I had when I was learning MVC was how does the application know that this underscore layout is the master page of the application? That is simple. We define that inside the file which is viewstart.cshtml. There we are telling that the layout of the application is underscore layout. If I change this to be layout here, let me stop that and run it, things will not work. We have an exception here, the layout cannot be located. And you can see where it is actually looking for the layout. To fix that, what we can do is I can rename this to be layout, and then it will start working again. Perfect. So you can see that is how the application is configured to know what is the default layout or master page of your application. Let me revert back the change here. I will keep it underscore layout. That is the name you should be familiar with and not layout. Perfect. Let me run the application and it should work the same. Great. So view start will define what is the master page or what is layout of your web application. Then we also have something called as view imports. Here we have defined bulky web and bulky web.models. We have added using statements here. If you are working with .NET, you know the using statements are used rather than typing that every time. If not, do not worry, when the time comes I will show you why using statements are needed. But on top of that, it has added something called as tag helpers. That also we will cover in upcoming videos, but view import, you can think about that as a global import file. Rather than importing or writing the using statement in all file, you can add that here and that will automatically be available in all the views. Now again, the view import or the using statements that we have added here will only be available in the views and not in controllers or models. When the time is right in the future videos, I will show you the importance of view imports, and we will also be adding more imports in the file. Let me close all the tabs here, and with that I believe we have covered all the files in the views. We have a model, controller, and perfect. Now with the overview that we have covered with all the files and folder, it is the perfect time to get our hands dirty from the next video. Now there is one teeny tiny thing that I want to tell you right now. When we go to controller, we have a controller and we have an action method there. It is returning something called as a view. If you are coming here from traditional .NET or some other programming language, you will be smacking your head. What is this view? What is this action result? Why is this return type? Typically, we have a return type of, let's say, an object or maybe a string or something like a list or IEnumerable. IActionResult is one of the custom classes or rather interface that is implemented in the .NET framework, and that basically implements all of the possible result type for an action method. So even if things are looking like it's magic right now, it is not, and when you progress with the course, you will see how everything comes together. So right now, do not, and I'm saying that, do not try to smack your head or be too hard on yourself on trying to understand every small piece that you see on the screen. By the end of this course, I will cover all of them to make sure that no stone is left unturned. But when I say that just assume this is the syntax right now, just assume that for now, because I know when I will be moving forward with the course, you will understand all the basic foundation. Nothing is magic, everything is programming, and you will learn all of that by the end of this course. So right now, don't be too hard on yourself, and let me continue from the next video. When we are working with any website, typically we have a database, and inside there we have multiple tables, and based on that table, we perform some operation and display some data. Before we get into all the complexities here, when we are working with Entity Framework Core and MVC application, we do not create tables directly in the database. Rather, we create a model in our project and we tell Entity Framework that, hey, based on the model that I have created here, I want you to figure out and create table inside database and do that automatically. Now that might seem magical right now, but it is the power of Entity Framework Core that will allow us to do all of that. Before we do anything like that in our models, we have to create a model. So in the bulky web here, we have the models folder, right click there, and we will add a new class. Now it does not have to be inside the models folder. There are no rules about that. It is one of those things that models, we typically add them in the models folder. You can rename that folder if you want, but I wanted to point out that models is not something that is required. Like we have the controllers and views folder, those names cannot be updated. They have to be exactly the same name, but models you can change it if you want. The first model that I want to work on is the category model, so I will write category.cs and press the enter button. Perfect, it creates a class here, and inside this class of category, we will be creating multiple properties. Now all the properties that we will create in the category class, they will basically be all the columns that we want in category table. How that mapping works, do not worry right now. I can write prop here and press tab. It is a code snippet. We have to press tab twice and it automatically creates a property. I will call that as ID. I have defined ID as the integer property, and this will basically be the primary key of the table. Next thing, we have another property which will be string, and let me call that name, which will be the category name. And last property that I want right now is display order. If we have multiple categories, which category should be displayed first on the page, that will define the display order. So perfect, we have created a category class here. In there we have added 3 properties. Next item that I want to focus on is I already said that ID will be the primary key of the table. But how can we explicitly define that in our model? For that we have to use something called as data annotation. Let me walk you through them in the next video. Now I have said before that ID in the category table will be the primary key. But how do we define, or rather say that this ID must be the primary key? Because sometimes, let's say if the name is category underscore underscore and then we have the ID. If the variable name is something like this, then how can Entity Framework Core know that this particular property that you have will be the primary key of the table? For that we have something called as data annotation. So right here in square bracket, if I write key, you can see it is inside system.componentModel.dataAnnotation. When I press enter here, key data annotation is added here, and that way Entity Framework Core will know that this property will be the primary key for the category table. So that sounds good. But by default, if the name is purely ID, it will automatically, or rather Entity Framework Core will automatically think that this is the primary key, and because of that the key data annotation will not be required. Also, if the name is exactly same like the model that we have, which is category followed by an ID like this, then also it will automatically treat that particular property as the primary key. But with all of that defined, if you explicitly define the key data annotation, that way looking at the key data annotation you can tell that ID is the primary key for category table. Along with that we also have another data annotation which is required. Once you add required to any of the property here, when SQL script will be generated to create this particular table in database, you will see that string will have a not null setting. That is why we have the required data annotation. Now there are more data annotations, but we will uncover them as we proceed with the course. Right now we have talked so much about creating database, creating models, having tables and adding multiple columns in there. How do we define a primary key in that table? But how do we actually create the table? For that we have to define connection string in our project to the SQL Server, and we have to configure our application to use Entity Framework Core and SQL Server. That configuration is a little bit lengthy, so stick with me and we will continue on that from the next video. We have the connection string in appsettings.json file. What we want to do next is basically create database in SQL Server. But the database that we want to create using code that we have in the application using Entity Framework Core. Entity Framework Core is the framework that will let us do all the things related to database directly from the code right here. Now back in the old days of .NET 2.2, Entity Framework Core was already included in the main package of .NET application. But as the .NET framework has enhanced, the basic application comes with the packages that are needed and everything else have to be added manually to the project. In order to add a NuGet package to our project, we will go to Bulky Web here, right click, and we will select Manage NuGet Packages. The first package that we need is Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. It is already supported based on IntelliSense, but if not, you can search that as well. Now the version that you see here is 7.0.3, but we are using the .NET 8 in preview, so we have to enable this checkbox include pre-release. If .NET 8 was released, then if you do not have this checkbox on, you will see the latest version. We want the preview version, so select that, and we will select Microsoft.Entity Framework Core NuGet package. Let me install that package here, accept the license, and perfect, that looks good. We will be using Entity Framework Core, but for the database we will be using SQL Server, so that is also displayed right here. We need the package Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. We have the version here. Let me install that. One thing that I will always remind you is if you install one preview version or even with any .NET version, make sure all the Microsoft packages are of the same version. Like if you install Entity Framework Core with .NET 8 and then if you install other package with 7, things will not work. So make sure that every package that you install is of the same release. Let's say in middle of the course if Preview 2 or Preview 9 of .NET 8 is released, when you are installing here, you can always install the version that you want and you do not always have to install the latest one. So make sure to remember that. But after the two packages that we installed, we also have to install Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.Tools. This package will enable the commands that we will use for migration. Now what is migration? Do not panic. When the time is right, I will explain everything to you. But right now, make sure to install Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.Tools to the project. And perfect. Now we have installed 3 packages. If you go to the Installed tab here, you can see all of the packages. Again, if let's say new version is released, you can go to Update here and update all of the packages rather than updating a single package. But right now, everything looks good. Now because we add these packages inside the Manage NuGet package, they are also added in the project file. So if I click Edit here, you can see in the package reference, it has added all 3 packages right here. This is the actual location that is very important. Anytime you add a NuGet package, an entry will be added inside the project file of that project. And that way project knows which are all the packages that are being used and it will load all of them. With that, we have added the NuGet packages. Let me continue from the next video. In this video, we want to add connection string to our project. Now when we are adding a connection string, we actually need a SQL Server. So I hope you have installed SQL Server as well as SQL Server Management Studio. With that in place, if you hit the connect icon here, it will ask you for a server name. Now I have multiple servers that are installed on my local machine. If I type localhost and connect, I'm able to connect there. Next, I have localDB /MSSQL localDB. If I press that, I am able to connect to that as well. And I also have a local server with just a dot here. When I do that, I am able to connect successfully. So I have 3 different servers on my local machine based on what server you have, and you are able to connect in the SQL Server Management Studio. You can use that in the connection string. Right here, if I expand database, you can see I have an MVC test and a Red Mango API database. We will be creating a new database. But for that, we need to define connection string inside our project. Defining that is super simple, but where do we define that? You can always hardcode that in program.cs, where we will be setting up the entity framework. But all the connection and secrets will always go inside appsettings.json. It is a basic JSON file where we have a key and we have value. So if you have to define something with connection string, you can say connection here, but when you start typing, IntelliSense will show you that there is something called as connection strings. Now you can ignore that and define your own custom key here, but connection strings is what we will use to get started. That is one of the helper methods that have been provided with the app settings. So if I double click, or you can just type it here, it will be connection strings. That will be the key name. So make sure there is no spelling mistake here and it is exactly the same. Inside the double brackets here, next we have to define a key value pair where we have to define the value. What we have defined here, that is the section name, and inside there we have the key value pairing. We can call that anything we want. I will name that default connection, and then we have to define connection string in the double quotes right here. First thing that we have to define is what is the server. If I go back to SQL Server, I am using a dot here. If it was something else, make sure to copy that and I will paste it right here. I have a dot, so that works. We will add a semicolon, and next property we have to define what will be the database name. I will call that as bulky. Let me add that and semicolon. Let me hide this here, and after this I want to define two properties. First one is trusted underscore connection is equal to true and trust server certificate to be true. If you do not define them, sometimes when you have installed the SQL Server, it requires a trust certificate. If you do not set that, then the connection will not work. So perfect. These two properties you have to define as is and make sure there is no spelling mistake. In the trusted connection there is an underscore, but when we write the trust server certificate, there is no underscore or space. So with that we have defined a connection string in our project. In the app settings we have added a block with the name of connection strings, and I told you to use that exact name. Reason, I will explain that in the upcoming videos when we see everything come together. But in that connection strings block here, we have a key with the name of default connection, and there we have defined the connection string for our local SQL server. So perfect. We have defined our connection string in appsettings.json file. Now how will we use the connection string to connect to the database and actually create a table? Let me continue for that in the next video. We have added the NuGet packages that are needed. Now we will be adding something to establish the connection between our database and entity framework. We will create a new file, but in the main project we will right-click, add a new folder with the name of data, and inside there I will create a class which will be application dbcontext.cs. Now you can call that anything you want. I am calling that application dbcontext because that is what I have been using. But before we write any code in this particular class file, make sure you remember one thing. Whatever we will do next is basic configuration that is needed for entity framework. So think about it like that. If you have to set up some other package in an application in any programming language, there are some things that you have to do. It is the basic syntax or basic classes that has to be configured in this way in order to use Entity Framework Core. And it just has to be like that. I will try to explain everything that I do here, but remember, whatever we will be programming in the next two videos is basic configuration for Entity Framework. First thing that we have to do is any class that you have here that must implement the dbContext class. That dbContext class is basically the root class of Entity Framework Core using which we will be accessing Entity Framework. If you press Ctrl dot here, you can see we have using Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. Perfect. So our application DB context now basically implements or inherits from the DB context class, which is a built-in class inside the Entity Framework Core NuGet package. Next thing that we have to do is in the DB context class in the constructor, we have to pass the connection string. Now how will we pass the connection string that we have inside appsettings.json to our DB context? Well, basically what we will do is when we will inject this application DB context, or rather configure the application DB context, we will get that connection string as a parameter in constructor as DB context option. And that we will be passing on to the base class. So right here, let me add a constructor by typing CTOR, which is a snippet. And if I press tab twice, we have the constructor. Here we will be configuring something called as DB context options. And that will be on the class, which is application DB context. I will call that as options. Now again, this is something that we will be configuring. It has not been configured, and do not panic on what it will be or how I will configure that. Just remember that when we register application DB context, we will be adding some configuration. Whatever configuration that we add here, we want to pass that to the DB context class. So if we have to pass that in C#, we will write base here and we will pass the options like that. That way what will happen is whatever options we configure here will be passed on to the base class of DB context. That is great. But now where will we register this application DB context? Whenever we have to register something, we will do that in program.cs. Always remember that. So right here you can see we are adding services to the container. In that block, before we have this line of builder.build, we will be adding all the services that we want. And what we want to add is we want to tell our application that, hey, we want to use Entity Framework Core. So for that, we will be adding builder.services, and there we have to add the DB context. This is the DB context that is there in Entity Framework Core. So when we say that we want to add DB context, we are basically telling that, hey, we want to add Entity Framework Core to the project. So where we have the add DB context here, we have to tell that which class has the implementation of DB context. We added that inside the application DB context right here. So I can copy this name, go back here and paste it there. If we add a semicolon there, perfect. We have added DB context to our container. But there is one thing that is missing here. We also want to configure some option. If we go back here in C# or in .NET Core, when we have to configure options, we can call it anything we want. We can say O goes to and configure that O object, or to be explicit, I can say options goes to, which is the arrow syntax, and then we want to define what are the options we want to configure. So we will write options here, and you can see there are quite a few things that we can configure on this options object. What we want to configure is we want to tell that DB context will be using SQL Server. For that, if you write use SQL Server, it is inside Microsoft.Entity Framework Core NuGet package. That way we are telling that the DB context that we have in our project will be using SQL Server. And again, these are the basic steps that are needed to configure DB context and Entity Framework Core. Now the one last thing that is missing here is when we are using SQL Server, we have to define the connection string right here. Now where is that connection string? If you said appsettings.json file, you are correct. But how will we retrieve this connection string from app settings and pass it in the parameter right here? Let me break this in different line. And perfect. Now right now we are using a section with the name of connection strings, which is a built-in section. And there you can see it says get connection strings with the iConfiguration.getConnectionString extension method. So if I go back here, builder.configuration, and there we have a built-in helper method which is getConnectionString. You can see it is a shorthand for getting a section with the name of connection strings. That is the exact name that we have inside the appsettings.json file, and because of that it will retrieve that connection string. But inside that section we have the key value pair. Key name is default connection, so we will copy that and I will paste that right here. I will add the closing bracket here and perfect. That way it will retrieve the connection string and pass it inside the use SQL server. Before we take a look at this and see how everything comes together, let me introduce an error here by saying default connection 1. In app settings, right here we have default connection, but I have intentionally added an incorrect key name right here. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now that we have application DB context that is being configured in our project, how do we actually create a database? And I have said before, all the setup that is needed for Entity Framework Core is complete. So basically it was not that much. If you see, we had to add couple of lines in program.cs, and we basically had to create a class file that will implement the default DB context that comes in Entity Framework Core. That is all that we have to do, and Entity Framework Core is configured and ready to be consumed. But how will we use that? First thing that we will do is we will actually create a database based on the connection string. I want to create a database of name bulky. Let me switch back to SQL Server here and connect to my server, which is a dot here, and examine the database. We do not have it right here. Let me go back to Visual Studio and we will go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager. We have Package Manager console. Right here we have to write few commands to work with Entity Framework Core, and because of that, if you remember, we installed a NuGet package as well. Now when we change something, like if we add a model and if we want to create a table of that model, we have to do something called as add migration. But right now we do not want to do anything. We want to create the simple database that we have. And for that, all we have to do is write the command update database and press enter. When we press enter, you will notice we run into an error message. And perfect, it says the connection string property has not been initialized. And that is correct, because in program.cs, we have default connection 1. It should be default connection. That is what we have in appsettings.json. So with that configured, if I open Package Manager console and run that same command once again, it will display another error message. And perfect, this time it says keyword not supported, which is server. I have introduced an error message in connection string as well. That way, if something does not work, you know that either it is not able to read the connection or something in connection string is not valid. Rather than colon here, this will be equal to. If you save that, and then if you run it once again, now it will create the database successfully. Perfect, you can see done here, and it says something that no migrations were applied, database is already up to date. What does it mean by that? Do not worry. Let me go back to SQL Server and refresh the database. We have a new database with the name of bulky, and inside tables we will have one table. That table is dbo.ef migrations history. Now what is migrations history? What is migration? Do not worry right now. For this video, I want you to remember what we did. Based on the connection string that we have, we used the command update database to create a database. That is all that we did right now. Now the next task that we want to do is, if you examine Solution Explorer, we have the category model. I want to create a table for category, and that table will have these three columns. Let me show you how to do that in the next video. Now is the time to see some magic. Well, it is not magic, it is basically the power of Entity Framework Core that we will see in this video. We want to create a category table and we want to add these three columns. Before I do that, rather than ID here, let me call that category 21ID and remove the key data annotation that we added, because I want to show you an error message before we continue on with the video. Now I have said before, if you use key data annotation, that is how Entity Framework Core will know that this column will be the primary key of the table. But right now it is not defined, and the column name, if it was category ID, which is basically the model name, followed by ID, or if it was only ID, then also it will automatically default that to be the primary key. But intentionally I am calling that category 21ID. With that configured, we want to create this table in our database. Now where is our database? If we have to find that in our files, where do you think it is? Anything that we have to do with our database is inside application DB context, because that is where we have DB context, which uses Entity Framework Core. When we have to create a table here, we have to create something called as DB set inside application DB context. So I will write prop here, press tab, and the type here will be DB set, and there we have to define the entity, which is a class. So what is the entity of this DB set? We want to create a category table, so I will add category here, and then my property will basically be the table name that you want for that table. Inside SQL Server, if you want to call that categories, then you can write categories here, and that will be the table that will be created in database. This simple one line will automatically create table, and that is the power of Entity Framework Core. In order to create table, we have to do something called as a migration. To add that, we have to go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and Package Manager console. Here we will have to write a new command, which is add migration, and then we have to give our migration a meaningful name. In this migration, we know what we are doing is we are adding category table. We will give our migration the name of add category table to DB, and we will press enter. Now when you press enter, right now you will see an error message because we do not have a primary key. And perfect. You can see if we expand this here, the entity type category requires a primary key to be defined. We do not have that defined here. Because of that, we saw that error message. If I write key here and then run the migration, it will create a command to create table with this particular primary key. I do not want that. I want to call it an ID. So I will change that to be an ID, and then we will run that same command once again, which is add migration. Perfect. This time something just happened. We can see build started, build succeeded, and we have to undo this action, use remove migration. But what exactly just happened? And in the backend here, a new file has been created. If we go to Solution Explorer here, let me pin this for a second here and show you what happened. If you examine, there is a new folder that has automatically been created with the name of migrations. And there we have some random entity here, which is basically date timestamp, and then name of the migration, which is add category table to DB. That is the file that is open right here. Now what exactly is this file? Well, if you examine here, Entity Framework Core has written some code in its own language to create our category table. You can see there is something called as migration builder, and on there is a command create table. It is creating a table with the name of categories, and then in columns it is creating 3 columns: ID, name, and display order. In the constraints here, we have something like table primary key will be the ID column that you can see right here. And another thing is we have something called as up and we have something called as down. So if everything is successful, we want to create this table, but if something does not go right, in the down method here it says drop the table that you were trying to create. So down is basically rolling back whatever we were doing inside the up function right here. Now again, you might be thinking that okay, we have something with migration builder, but how will this table be created? We do not have a SQL statement of create table, and we do not have anything to define the identity column. There is just something called as SQL Server.identity. That is where Entity Framework Core again comes to picture. Now that we have added the migration here, in the package manager console, if we run the command update database, what Entity Framework Core will do is it will check, hey, are there any migrations that have not been applied to the database? The answer will be yes, the new migration that we added has not been applied to the database yet, because if we go back to the database, we do not have that table. Now, even though this is related more on the Entity Framework side, I want to spend a couple of minutes to explain how it will figure out which migrations have not been applied. If you see in the table, it created EF migrations history table. If I do select top 1000 here, I did the edit by mistake, but if I do select top 1000, that is empty. It means no migrations have been applied on the database. Because of that, when we apply the command update database here, it will check in that database that what was the last migration that was applied. Since nothing was applied, it will go to the migrations folder, and whatever migrations are there, it will apply that on the database. So it will take this code here, convert that to the equivalent SQL code, and it will create that table. Let me see that in action. So we go back and we will press enter here, and it does something perfect. We have done here. Once it is done, if I go back to the server and if I refresh here, now you can see in the EF migrations history, it is tracking that this particular migration add category table to DB has been applied. If I refresh the table here, you will see the new table of categories has been created, and there are the 3 columns. Table name is categories, and that is what we have as the dbset property name. Right now, if you are confused and if you think that some magic just happened and it created the table, do not worry. You are just getting started with Entity Framework Core, and it is the power of Entity Framework Core that you can accomplish using migrations. As we proceed with the course, you will see this in much more detail, and you will fall in love with migrations. That way you do not have to deal with writing the SQL commands or working directly with the database. You will be doing one thing that you love, which is writing code, and that code will automatically do all the heavy lifting for your database. But before I end the video, let me summarize what we have to do when we have to create a table. We first have to create a model. Inside there we will have view properties. Next, in the application DB context, we have to create a DB set for that. Then in the package manager console, we have to add a migration. Once we add migration, then we have to run the command update database, and that will push the migrations to your database. And with that, we have created our categories table in our database. Let me continue from the next video. We want to perform CRUD operations on category. That basically means we want to create a category, get all categories, delete a category, and update a category. And for that we will be requiring a controller, because right now when we run the application, we only have the home controller. You can see we have the home and privacy here. Similarly, we want a category controller where we can manage all the categories. So let me stop the application here, and where we have home controller, in the controllers folder, right click, add, we have a controller. Now you can use the other templates that are there, but we want to start fresh, so I will use MVC, empty controller, and we have to give it a name. Let me call that category controller. Now remember, when you add a controller, you must have the controller keyword at the end. That is how the code will know that this particular class file is a controller. Let me hit the add button here, and perfect, it adds a controller. Inside there it has one action method, which is index action method. Now how will this endpoint be triggered? Let me add a debugging point here, and let me run the application. In the application, if we want to go to category controller, how will we access that? For that, we will write category here, and next, what is the action method? And next, what is the action method? The default action method that got added, it is index. So we can say index here and press enter. Perfect. It hits our debugging point here, and if we continue, we will see an error message. An unhandled exception occurred while processing the request. The view index was not found. Because here you see when the action method is called, it returns back a view. Typically when we were working with home controller, we had views in the home folder. But when we are working with category controller, we added that controller, but we have not added any view. If you go back, it also displays which were all the locations that were searched. It will first look for a category folder and try to find index.html. If it does not find that, it will also look into shared folder, which is a shared location for all the partial views. What we have to do is we have to create a folder with the name of category and add the view inside that folder. Let me do that. We will close it here. In views, we will create a folder. It must match the name of category, and inside there we will be adding a view. Now when you are working in the view, if you right click and go to the add button, it automatically displays that, hey, default thing that users typically add is a view. So that is what it displays at the top there. Let me select that, and we will be adding the empty view. Now you can select the razor view here or the empty view. We will go with the empty view. Name index.cshtml. That looks good. Let me add that. We do not care about anything here. Let me remove that, and I will just add an h1 here, and I will say category. list right here. With that, let me run the application once again. Perfect. Let me navigate to category controller. We have the index action. We will press continue and perfect. It takes us back to the view and it displays the category list that we added. So great. We have added our first controller in the application and we have also added the corresponding view, and on this page we will be displaying all the categories that we have in our database. We want to display all the categories on category list page that we added. But every time when we run the application, we do not want to go here and type this in the URL. Rather, I want to add something like category here. When we click there, it will take us to this URL. Now, where do we have this header that you see on the screen? If you said _layout, you are correct. Let me stop the application. If we go to the shared folder, we have _layout there, and there we have UL and li elements, where we have the li with the anchor tag. Now this anchor tag might seem a little different, because in this anchor tag we have something called as ASP areas. You can just delete that for now, we don't care about them, but we have something called as ASP controller and ASP action. These are tag helpers and they are useful when you are working with the .NET application. You can think of them as helper function or helper entities that are available to you. When we have the anchor tag, rather than having an href here and saying that okay, take me to /home and then index, we have the helper tags here where we can say on the anchor tag, take me to the controller, which is home controller, and in there, take me to index action. And if you look at that, it is more explicit that which controller, what action is being invoked when we click on this anchor tag. Let me copy this and paste it one more time. Next thing that we want to go is category controller and action is index action. What we want to call here is category, and perfect, that looks good. These are just the bootstrap classes, so we will ignore them, but basically we added another element right here. With that configured, let me run the application and see if that works. Perfect, we have category, and when we click there, it will hit our debugging point. Let me remove and continue. And perfect. In order to remove, you just have to click that once again and it will remove that debugging point. So perfect. Now we can go to category and navigate between pages pretty easily. On the category list page, we want to display all the categories. But if you go to database, we do not have any categories right now. Now if you want, you can do edit top 200 and basically add some categories right here. But rather than that, Entity Framework Core provides you with some helper functionality on if you have to seed some entities in your database. For that, we will have to go to Application DB Context. Let me open that. Inside the Application DB Context, after we have the DB set, we will override the default function which is on model creating, and that expects a model builder. Now this is a default function that is already there in DB context, and we want to override the default behavior, so we have to use the override keyword for that. It expects a model builder, and if you examine any of the migration, we were using something called as migration builder there. And here we are getting a parameter of type model builder. Using this model builder, we can see data. Now again, do not think about why exactly we have model builder or why on model creating. It is the default thing that Entity Framework has implemented, and we are just using that to seed data. And in order to seed data, we will be using model builder. There we have entity and what entity we want to create or work on. That is the category right here. So we will say category and then what we want to do. We want to add some data. So on there we have a method which has data, and inside there you can see in the params here, it expects a category array. And if you examine the comments here, it says adds seed data to this entity type. We want to create a new object here. So in has data, we will say new category. And there we will have to populate ID. We will give that one name. Let me call that action. And display order is 1. Using that, it will create this particular entity. But if you want to create more categories, you can add a comma and paste it multiple times here. Let's say you want action, then you have sci-fi, and you have history. We will change the display order as well, and we will keep them the same as ID. Perfect. Now we are telling Entity Framework Core that, hey, on category we want to create these 3 records. And again, to do that, we will have to add migration. Whenever anything has to be updated with database, we have to add a migration. Always, always, always remember that. So we will say add migration, and I will call this seed category table. Perfect, that works. If you examine the migration, it is calling something called as insert data, and it is inserting 3 records. All of them looks perfect. So what do we do to apply these changes? We run the command update database, and that will seed our data. Perfect. With that, if I go back here and refresh, great. We have 3 records in our category table. In the next video, let me show you how we can easily retrieve the 3 records that we have in our categories table. Now that we have 3 records in the categories table, how can we retrieve and display them in the index view for our category? In order to pass that to the view, we have to retrieve that in our controller, because whatever we pass to the view here, that is what it will use and display in the UI. So first we have to work on the controller here. For that, let me close everything else here, and when we have to work like retrieve data, add data or update data, we will be working with one thing, that is application DB context. Now if this was not a .NET Core application, what we used to do is we will have an application DB context here. We will create a new object of that. Let me call that something like DB here. And then on that DB, we will have to open connection, close connection, and all of that. But we are not working with legacy .NET application. We are working with .NET Core. What happens with .NET Core is when you add something to the services container right here, that way you are adding that to dependency injection. Right here you have told the .NET application that, hey, whenever someone asks an implementation of application DB context, this is the configuration that you have to do, and based on that you have to create an object and provide that. Because of that, we no longer have to work with creating those objects. What we can do here is we can directly tell the application that, hey, give me an implementation of application DB context. I know you have that because I registered that inside the services. We will get that inside constructor. So I will write CTOR and press tab here, and inside the parameter here, we can tell that what object or what implementation we want. We want an implementation of application DB context. Let me call that as DB. Then right here, let me create a private read-only field, which is application DB context. Call that underscore DB. And whatever implementation we get inside the constructor here, we will assign that to our local variable. That way we will be able to use this inside any other action method. Next, what we want to do is in the index here, we want to retrieve all the categories. You do not have to write any SQL for that. Using Entity Framework Core, you can retrieve all of that. So here, let me call this as var, and I will call that obj category list is equal to, we will use underscore DB. IntelliSense here is displaying the complete command that is needed, but let me type that. On this underscore DB, we can access all of the DB sets that we added. The DB set that we want to retrieve this time is categories. So if we type categories, we retrieve that, and on there we have a method .toList that will convert that to a list and assign it right here. Because of that, we can also call this as list of category. I personally do not like using var, so you can be explicit that a list of categories will be retrieved using this command. You can see how simple it is with Entity Framework Core. You have to write only 3 words here. It will go to the database, run the command select star from categories, retrieve that, and assign it to the object right here. Let me add a debugging point here and see that in action. We will click category here. And perfect, we hit our breakpoint. If I press F10, it will go to the next line here. And if we examine the category list here, great, it has 3 objects. We have action, sci-fi, and history. So you can see how easy it was to retrieve everything from database using Entity Framework Core for the category table. But when we go back to the view, we do not display that. What we have to do is we have to pass this object to the view, and then in the view, we have to fetch that and extract and display all the categories. Let me do that in the next video. Now we have the list of categories right here in the obj category list. But how do we pass that to the view? Which is, if we go to view, category, we have the index view. If I switch back to the browser here, you can see we are displaying category list. Rather than that, we want to display a table. So first, let me create a table right here. I will add a table, give it some bootstrap classes of table, table bordered, and table striped. In an HTML table element, we have tr, and inside there we have th for heading. So first we have a row, in there we have columns, but first we need to display the headings here. So let me display category name and followed that by the display order. With .NET 7 we have something called as hot reload. So if we save the change, let me keep them side by side, and if I save the changes, it should automatically refresh the UI, and that will only work if views are updated. If you change something in the controller, you will have to rebuild the project, but if you update something in the views, which is HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, it should automatically reflect those changes. That way you do not have to reload the application every time. But right now you can see that is not working. The reason behind that is you see the icon here for hot reload. If you click on the arrow next to that, the hot reload on file save must be enabled. Once you do that, then restart the application. And if we go to category here, we hit our breakpoint. Let me remove them. But perfect, we display the table. Let me change something here and save it. And perfect. You can see it automatically refreshed and we do not have to restart the application anymore. So that is the power of hot reload, and with .NET 7 it comes built in. That way we do not have to restart the application when we are modifying some things in the view side of the application. With that we have the table header here, but we want to display the details. Let me do that in the next video. Hot reload is now working in our project, but what we actually have to do is from the controller here, we need to retrieve the category list and we have to display that in our view. By now you should be familiar with the terms when I'm using controller, actions, views and models. To repeat again, we have the controller here. Inside there we will have action methods that will be invoked, and we will have corresponding views related to that inside the views folder with the same name as the controller. So perfect, we have all the categories right here. How do we pass them to the view? Pretty simple. We copy that and paste it in the round bracket. That way it will automatically pass this object to the view, and then we have to capture that or retrieve that in the view. So here we do that using the model keyword. When we write that, we have to write @model and make sure everything is lowercase this time. Because when we have to access model, it will be different, but when we are retrieving or defining the model at top here, everything will be lowercase. And then we have to define what will be the type of this model. If we go to controller, it is a list of category that is being passed. So we can copy that and we can paste that right here. That way we are defining that our view will get a model which will be list of category. Once we define that, then we can use this model inside our HTML code. When we are working with MVC application, we have the view here, and inside there we have something special. We can write C# code. If you are coming from .NET background, this was not possible. But here we can have C# code like if condition, for loops, and much more. To write any C# code inside the view, we have to use the @ sign. And let me add that inside the T head, and we will have a T body. This is basic HTML and nothing to do with .NET Core. But now when we have the T body, we will have a TR here, and I will add a TD tag where we want to display the category name. We will add another TD where we want to display the display order. Name and display order will be inside list of category. So we will have to iterate through them and display all of them. Basically, we need a for loop for this TR element. To add a for loop, we have the @ sign, we have the for each statement, and you can see we can easily write C# code inside the UI component, which is our view. So for each, we will say variable obj in model. Now here, in order to access the model that we have defined on the top here, we cannot write model in lowercase, but we have to rather write that in Pascal case, so M will be capital. And that way it will iterate through the model that we have defined on the page, and that will be list of all the categories. So perfect, we are iterating through them. We will have the curly bracket, and I will close the curly bracket after TR like that. Perfect. If I save all here, and if I go back to the view, because of hot reload, you can see it is displaying the name and display order 3 times. That is because we have 3 categories in the database. But in order to display the value inside OBJ, Again, we have to use the @ sign. We can access obj. If we write dot, similar to the C# code, we can access all the properties. So we have name and we have obj.displayOrder. Save that, go back, and perfect. With that, everything is working as expected. We are displaying the name as well as display order. One thing that you can do here is where we have the model, we can do C# code because we are in the @ statement. So we can order that by, and here we can define the property, which will be u goes to u.displayOrder. If I save that, perfect. Now we have the ascending display order. You can see how powerful views are, where we can incorporate C# code within our views, and we can do some complex calculation, which was not possible in the older .NET frameworks. So perfect, we have made great progress. Let me continue from the next video. Everyone loves a pretty application, but when you are working with backend programming, designing is not something that typically developers are comfortable with. Thankfully, we have Bootstrap, and on top of that, we have something else to make Bootstrap look even better. And for that, we will go to bootswatch.com. Bootswatch basically provides free themes for Bootstrap. So it takes the Bootstrap CSS and modifies them to give you different styling. You can scroll down here and we have multiple themes that are available right here. I will be using Lux theme for the project. We can click the download here and we can download the bootstrap.css. Let me open that. I will copy this. Let me switch back to the code here and stop the code for a second. If we examine the underscore layout, that is where we have the Bootstrap CSS right here. What we can do is we can directly modify that. Inside www root, we have the lib folder, bootstrap, CSS, and we have bootstrap.css as well as the minified file. Let me modify the bootstrap.css. I will remove what we have here and paste the new code that we copied with our new style. Then in the underscore layout here, we will not be using the minified file. We will be using bootstrap.css. With that configured, let me run the project and see if we are able to notice some difference. And perfect, you can see right away this looks different than what we had. That looks much better. On top of that, I want to make the header and footer here a little dark. So we can go to underscore layout here, and where we have navbar light, we will write the class navbar dark and bg dark. Let me switch back here, and we have a gray color. I wanted the black one, so let me go into the theme here, and we open that. We have navbar dark and bg primary. We will go back here, bg will be primary. And perfect, that looks better. We need to modify the color. Let me go back. We no longer need the text dark. I will remove that. And let's see, perfect. That looks much better. We will make the footer dark as well, so let me go back. We have the footer here. We will say bg primary. And let's take a look at that. And perfect, that looks better. The footer here, we will keep that bulky web. Perfect. Now we also require icons. We will go to icons.getbootstrap.com and we will go to the install tab, which is at the very end. We have the CDN for that. Copy that CDN and we will add that inside the underscore layout. We will paste it in the CSS at the top here, and that looks good. With that configured, let me go back to the website here and let me search for an icon. We scroll up. I will look for a heart icon. And we have the heart fill. Copy that. We will modify our footer once again. And I will paste it, made with heart by .NET Mastery. Save that. And perfect. Looks much better. Let me do text center here. And great. Our header and footer are now looking great, but we have added bootstrap icons as well as we are using the boot swatch theme. Let me continue from the next video. Now in our category page, we are displaying all the categories. But what if a user wants to create a category? For that we need a button here that will take us to a new page which will be dedicated to creating a category. So let me add that button and add some styling. Rather than plain simple h1 here, let me remove that. I will add a div, give it a class of container, and we will close that div at the very end, right there. Then we will add div, give it a class of row, and padding top of 4. These are just bootstrap classes that we are using. We are defining a container, and inside there we have a row. In Bootstrap, row is divided into 12 columns in a page. So one row will basically have 12 columns. What we want to do is inside that div class of row, we will be using 6 columns. That means we are left with other 6 columns. We will add those other 6 columns right here. So the 6 columns on the left side, which is left hand side of the page, we want to display the heading. We will use h2 here, and we will give it a bootstrap classes of text primary, which is black color. There we will display category list. Let me save that, and perfect, looks good. On the right side here, we want to add the button to add a new category, and that button will be on the right side. So with column 6, we will add something like text end that will make sure it floats to the right side. Inside there we want an anchor tag, and that will take us to some controller, and inside there it will invoke some action. What it is we have not defined that, but we will do that in the upcoming videos. We will give it the bootstrap classes of btn, btn primary, and let me say create new category. Along with that, let me add a bootstrap icon as well. So I will search for a plus icon, and we have the plus circle. Let me use that, paste it right here, and let's go back. Perfect. We have create new category. Along with padding top 4, let me do padding bottom, and I think 3 will be good. Perfect. That looks much better for our category list page. Now what should happen when we click the button of create new category? Let me do that in the next video. Now we want to work on creating a new category. For that it will be a new page. But when we work with creating a new page, we do not go by directly creating a view. We first have to create an action method that will be invoked, and that will call the view. That action method we will be adding inside the category controller. Creating a new action method is super simple. We will say public, return type will be iActionResult, and let me call that as create. All that we'll do right now is return back the view. Next step will be to create the view itself. We can navigate to the views folder and create a view in category, or we have a shortcut. On the action method, we have add view. If we right click there, we can select that And we can add an empty razor view right there. Change the name to be create. That name must match the action method name that we have. With that, let's hit the add button and remove everything that we have in there. I will just add an H1 and I will say create category. Save that and let me run the application. When we modify something in the controller, we have to restart the application. So if we go to category here, we will not be able to navigate to the create page. Because right now, if we click here, it takes us back to the home page. And if I go back to the code here, inside the index view, we have not defined what controller or action method should be invoked. If you think about that, the controller is same in index, it is the category controller. Because of that, if you want, you can skip the ASP controller and only define that, hey, when this button is clicked, I want you to go to the create action method. It will look in the same controller and try to find that action method. With that change, if we go back to category, create new, perfect. It takes us to the create category, and that is exactly what we want. But I like to be explicit. Even though we are in the same controller, I like to define the ASP controller name, which will be category controller. Now the reason behind that is when you have multiple files and folder, it is much easier to know which controller and which action method is invoked rather than trying to find out the default controller. And another point I will tell you is always try to write the controller name before the action name. Because when you have to find out or you identify some action method, it is always inside a controller. So that is why I try to write the controller name before the action name, but even if you switch that, that is fine. It is something that I prefer and it is easier to read. Because of that, I always write controller and then the action in that controller. But with that, if we save everything here and go back, category, create category, that is working. Inside create category, we need a form where user can input name of the category and display order, and we need a submit button. So let me create that. We will switch back to the code here and we will be working with create view right here. Now typically when we are working with the view, first thing that I always answer is what is model of that view. So think about what will happen or what will be displayed on the page. We will ask user for name of the category and display order, and we will have a create button. So basically we are working with category model. So here our model will be the category itself. We will be adding that category when user hits the submit button. Now you might be thinking, if we have model here, we will also have to pass that when we are creating. Well, if you want, you can pass new category here, but that is not required. If nothing is passed here and if we are defining the category, it will create a new object for that, and by default all the values will be empty, and that is exactly what we want in this case. So even if you do not pass anything in the view here and you have a model category here, it will think of it as a new category object with the default values. So with that, we need a form and we will be creating the category. So we will have the method of post. Next, we will have some bootstrap classes for div with class of border, padding 3, margin top of 4, and inside there we will add a div, give it a class of row, and padding bottom of 2. Simple bootstrap classes, nothing fancy. We will have the h2 with the class of text primary, and we will say create category followed by a horizontal line. That is what we will have in the first row. After that, we will create a new div give it a class of margin bottom 3, and inside there we want a label. Now label, we know we want to display the name, so we can do that here, or rather we can also say category name, and we have something for input field. Let's add that and give it a type of text. We will also add a bootstrap class here for form control to give it the full width here. Copy this, paste it one more time. Next thing that we want is display order. Let me save that and go back to the application. Perfect. We have category name and we have display order. After that div, we will add a button which will be of type submit, and we will add some bootstrap classes of btn, btn primary, and let me give it some width. So style width of 150 pixels. That looks good. This will be the create button. Let's add that. After that, I want a button to go back to the previous page, which was category list. So that will be a link. So we will have anchor tag. We will define what controller we want to go to. It will be category, and what action method in that category should be invoked. That will be index action. We will give it some classes, btn, btn secondary, and we will give it the same width of 150 pixels. The anchor tag here we will display back to list. Save that. And perfect, we have the button to go back to the list, and that is working as expected. Now let me work on designing of this button a little bit. So right here, we can create a div, give it a class of row, and inside that row we will add a div, give it a class of column 6. And the other one will be the same column 6. Bootstrap divides it into 12 columns. First one will have the button to create. Next one will have the link to go back. We will remove the style element here for the width, and the class, let me add form control to give it full width here. Perfect. Let's go back, and we have both the buttons. Now rather than secondary here, let me change that to be btn outline secondary, and that looks much better. And with btn secondary, let me also give it a little bit of border, and perfect. That looks much better. Now when we are working, it is always good to make it responsive as well. Because of that, right here also, let me make this row. That way it will be responsive. Now if I press F12 here, and perfect, if I make it responsive, you can see everything is changing. But when we are on the lock screen, we do not want the big buttons. What we can do for that is we can define if the screen is medium or large. You can take 3 columns. Change that and paste it here. That basically means if it is smaller than medium, it will take 6 columns, else it will take 3 columns. Perfect. You can see it is working good here, and if we minimize this, then it takes the 6 column. And last thing that we will do is you can see there is some space before the category name. To fix that, we can add a class of padding 0. Copy that for display order as well. And here we can give padding 1. That should be good. Let's see. Great. That looks much better. With that, our UI is looking great and it is responsive. Let me continue from the next video. Now we have the form to create a category. But with .NET Core, we have tag helpers that we can use to make this input fields more dynamic. Because basically we have to bind somewhere that this input field is for category name and the next one here is for display order. In older versions of .NET, we used to bind them with name property. When we post the form, we used to retrieve and assign them, but .NET Core has made everything super simple. We have the model that we have defined here. So with input, we have tag helpers, which is ASP-for. Inside there, we have to define what this input field will be responsible for, and that is for name. Now, if you think how name is working here, that is because we have category model, and that has a property with the value of name. If you write name1 here, it will not work. You can see category does not contain a definition for name. So it will only have those properties which are defined in your model. And the best part is if you have ASP-for, then you do not have to define type as well. It will automatically find out the type based on the property name. So the next one here, we will say ASP-for. That will be for display order. We type that and IntelliSense already displays that. Same thing we have for the label name as well. So if we use ASP-for, we do not have to define display order here. It will automatically add that. And let me show that. We will remove the category name here, save them, and let's go back. Great. You can see name and display order. But then we have another issue. The property names that we have does not have a space. What if we want to add a space in display order? For that, we have data annotations that we have to add on our model. Where is that? We have the category model. Let me stop the application here. We have seen the data annotations that were required for Entity Framework Core, but we can also add data annotations that are useful for client-side UI or client-side validation. We have something called as display name, and there we have to write the name that we want. So when it is being displayed, we want display order with a space, and where we have the name, let's say we want a display name of category name. With that configured, let me run the application again. So let me go to category again and create new category. Perfect. Now we have the category name and display order. The text box here looks off. Let me go back here. Whoops. Sometimes you will have to stop and restart for the UI changes as well, but that should be okay. Let's go back here and perfect. Now best thing when we are using ASP-for and the property name are the same for label and input, if you click on the label, it will automatically highlight the input field. So that is also done with the help of tag helper. You can see display order, it automatically knows it's an integer value and it defines that right here. So that is the beauty of working with tag helpers. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now we have the form and we have the create button. If we examine the code, we have the form and we have method of post. So basically when the button is triggered, it will hit the same endpoint with the post request. For that we have to create another action method inside category controller, which will be of the same name. So copy and paste it here, but that will be of the type HTTP post. So whenever something is being posted, this endpoint will be invoked, and there we have to add the category. Also, when we are posting something, here we will be getting the category object. Because if we examine the create here, we have that model, and in form, we have those properties. So when it is posted, it will provide that form in the category controller. Let me call that obj. Once we have that object, that will have the value of category that needs to be added. Let me add a debugging point and show that. We go to category, create new category. Let me type something here and hit the create button. If you examine the obj here, perfect. It has the display order and name. ID will be 0, and that is okay because right now we want to create, so ID must be 0. Then how can we use Entity Framework Core to create a category? We have seen how to retrieve that right here, but creating is also super simple. We have _db that is already available as db context. On there we have the db set of categories, and there we have a method provided by Entity Framework Core, which is add, and there we have to pass the object which will be of type category. So we can pass the obj that we retrieve in the parameter here, and that is the only line that you have to add category. You do not need any insert statements or anything else. But on line 27, we are telling Entity Framework Core that, hey, you have to add this category object to the category table. But on line 27, we are only telling what you have to do. We are not telling it that, okay, you are good, you can go ahead and do that. If you are ready to execute that statements, then you have to say _db.save changes. So on line 27, it keeps a track of what are all the changes that I have to do in the database, because in future there will be more changes and you do not want to go to database every time. It is possible you want to combine 5 changes together and do all of them in one single database call. So on line 27, it is keeping track of what it has to add, and on line 28, it will actually go to the database and create that category. Before we see that in action, once the category is added, we want to redirect to the category index view where they can see all the categories. Now we cannot go back to the view, but we can go to the index action. There it will reload the categories, because when a category is added, we have to reload and pass that to the view. So rather than returning view, we also have something called as redirect to action. If you are in the same controller, you can only write the action name here, which is index, and that will work. But if you have to go to a different controller, you can write the controller name here as well. So if you want, you can be explicit and say go to category controller, but since we are in the same controller, we can skip that right here. With that configured, let me actually add the debugging point back here and run the application. We will go to category and try to create a test category. Give it a display order of 5 maybe. We hit our breakpoint. Perfect. Add statement is executed. And we can go to SQL Server, execute. It has not been added yet. Once we execute the save changes here, then if we go back, perfect. It added that category. Let me continue. And great. We see the new category has been added. So you can see how simple it was to add a category using Entity Framework Core. We do not have to open connection, close connection, write any SQL statements to insert data. Everything is handled by Entity Framework. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now when we are creating a new category, we want validation. One validation could be display order cannot be less than 1 and category name is required. We can also add some validation that category name must be less than, let's say, 20 characters. Typically in .NET, when we had to use validation, we had to use JavaScript and we had to write all the code. But with .NET Core, we have those validations built in, and the support for jQuery is already added in the project. Let's see how we can use that and add validation. We will go back to the project here, and first we will be working with server-side validation, which is in the controller. When we are adding a category, we want some validation. Inside the category model, we added some data annotation like name is required. But next, for display order, we want a range validation, and we have that data annotation as well. So with range, we can provide the minimum value. It has to be 1. And for maximum, we will add 100. That means we will have 1 to 100 for the display order. After that, for the name here, we will add the max length data annotation, and we can say max length will be, let's say, 30 characters. With that configured, we have added the validations that are needed in category. But how will these validations be implemented on the create page? .NET Core has built-in tag helpers for that. Where we have the input here, let's say if there are some error message with the name, then we want to display that right here. But even before we display, let me go to the category controller. Here we will add an if condition, and there is something called as model state dot is valid. This basically will check if the model state that we have, which is the category object here, if that object is valid, that means it will go to category and examine all the validation. If it is required, then whatever is being populated here in the name must be populated. If it is not, then the model state is not valid and it will not go to the database and save the category. Let me run this and see what happens. We go to category, create, and if we hit create now, it takes us back to the page but does not add a category. If I have display order here, does not work. Similarly, if I have name here, but if display order is 0, it will not work because we have the range validation. If we add a debugging point here, you will also notice the model state value. Let's hit the create here. The is valid is false. If you examine model state here, you will notice in the result view, it will display what exactly is it checking. Name is valid, but display order is invalid. If you expand that further, it will display the exact error message as well. So perfect, our validations are working in the project. But right now, if something is not valid, it is redirecting to the index page and we are not able to see those error message. For that, what we will do is stop the application. If everything is valid, create and return back to the index, else we want to return back to the view itself. With that, let me run the application, and this time it will stay on the page here, but we will not see any validation or any error message. We already saw in model state we have the exact error message. Displaying that is super simple, and we should be thankful to tag helper for that. To display error message inside tag helpers, we have something called as ASP validation for, and it will evaluate everything against the current model. So ASP validation for, this is the validation for name model. We can give it a bootstrap classes of text danger for the red color. Copy that. We will have to add one more span for display order. So now if there are any errors with name, it will be displayed here. If there are any errors with display order, it will automatically be displayed here. And that is the power of tag helpers. Once you save that, we will have to restart the application. Let's go to category here and create a category. Perfect. If we try empty here, it displays the validation. And if we have the range one, perfect. That looks great. Now we have server-side validation. But what if we want to change the message that is being displayed here? Super simple as well. With data annotation, we go here, and with range, we have a custom error message field, and we can provide the custom error message here. Here we had the and, we are replacing that with hyphen. Let me restart and see if that works. We go to category here, create, and perfect. We have the custom error message. So perfect. With that we have seen tag helpers and server-side validation. Now these are the built-in validations that we have with data annotation. But what if you want some custom validation? Like let's say for some reason you want a validation that name and display order cannot be same. In order to implement that, let me go back to the controller, and where we have the create, we have to do some check. We can check if obj.name.toLower is equal to obj.displayOrder.toString. Well, we do not need toLower because it will be number, that's okay. If that is the case, then on the model state that we have, we want to add a custom error message. And for that on model state, we have a method addModelError. There we can add a model error. We have key and error message. Now what is this key? This key is basically if we go to category, create here, we have the name. If we want to assign it to the name field here, then that is the exact key that we should use here. So let me use that key, and I will add a custom error message. The display order cannot exactly match the name. Once we do that, if I run the application, let's see what happens. We go to category here, create, and if we create, perfect. We see that error message, and that is being displayed under the field where we have category name. That is exactly what we did when we added this key name. But we have something else here as well, not here in the create page where we have the span. Right here, well, let me do that after the heading here. We can add a div, and we have ASP validation summary. For individual ones, we have the ASP validation OR, but we have the ASP validation summary. For that field, if I make it as all and I close that, let me save this and go back, refresh here. Well, I think for validations, we will have to restart and go to category, create. Perfect. Now you can see with validation summary, it displays the summary at the top along with the individual ones right here. And if we have the custom error message, you can see that is also being displayed. So if you want to list all of the error messages at one place rather than individual ones, you can use the ASP validation summary tag helper. Last video, we added validation summary all. Because of that, along with the individual validation that we have, it also displays all the validation in the summary right here. But on top of that, for our custom validation, if we make both the values same and press create, we see that in the validation summary as well. That is great. But now if we go to category controller, I added that custom error under the name or under the key value of name. Let me add one more validation here and not restart. I want to stop the website. And in the controller, copy and paste it one more time. This time if the value of name is equal to test, in that case I want to display another validation or an error message, but that will not be under any key name, it will be empty. And I will display test is an invalid value. And I can convert this to be lower here. Perfect. So with that configured, let me run this and try that. We go to category here and we have the category name. We put that as test, display order as 0, and perfect. It displays both of the validation. But you can see, because we did not validate or because we did not have the name here inside the key, it did not bind that to the category name, but it displays that validation in the global summary that we have. And that is because in ASP validation summary, we have that as all. Now let's see what is different if I change that to be model only. So rather than all, if this is model only, and if I restart the application, when we say model only, it will only display the values that have error in model, but not any properties. So let me try test here and 0, and it will only display the error that test is invalid value. You can see it does not display property related validations in the validation summary. So when it says model only, it will not display any error messages related to a property like name or display order. The other error that we have is not related to any properties. Because of that, we are able to see test is an invalid value. And the final option that we have is none here, and that is self-explanatory. It will not display any error message in the validation summary. Let me show that. We have an exception here because that is not set. I can just add obj.name is not null, and perfect. Let's try that. We go to category here, create, and try that, and perfect. With none, it does not display any error message. So perfect. With that, you can see the difference between all, model only, and none. Now one real-time use case is on the login page. What you can do is username and password both will be required fields. So in that case, if they do not input that, you can display them right here. But if they input that and something is not valid, then you can add a custom error message and display that using model only in the ASP validation summary. But for now, we will go back to the application and let me remove this custom. I only added because I wanted to show the model only difference. And in the create here, we can make this as model only. Perfect. Save that. Or rather, I do not need the validation summary for now. I can just comment that out. We have the individual validation, and that should be sufficient. I can comment out the custom validation as well. With that, if I restart the application, we still have the basic property validations that are being displayed. So with that in place, let me continue from the next video. Now the validations that we have right now are server side. And what I mean by that is you will notice when we hit the create button, it hits our debugging point in the controller and then it returns back the error message. You will notice the page also reloads. There we go, you can see the spinner at the top. That means it is going to the server. But what if we want to implement client-side validation? Using JavaScript, we can easily do validations in the browser itself to make sure this field is populated or not. .NET Core has already provided some of those things built in. If we take a look at validation scripts partial, it has the validation jQuery. Using that, we can do client-side validation. And for that, we do not have to write much code. Inside the create view where we have the validation for, we have to include reference to this partial view. So basically we have to add this partial view, which is a shared view, inside the main create view, and that way whatever code is inside the shared will also be added to the create view that we have. Now how can we add or consume a partial view? That is pretty simple. Since this partial view is only having the scripts, we will have to add that in a new section here for scripts. And I have some space, let me remove that. Inside there, we will have the razor syntax, and when we have to consume any partial view, we can do that with the partial tag, and there we have to provide name. Make sure to copy the name. It must exactly match the name that we have in validation scripts partial. It should be the exact file name. If that is not same, it will not work. And with that, it has added that partial view in the script section for the view page. Now because this partial view was script related, we added that in the script. But if this was not a script related, you can directly add that right here when we have to consume some partial view in a master page. But that is not the case for now, so we will add that inside the script section that we have. But here you have noticed how we can consume a partial view with the partial tag helper that we have in the .NET framework. And where we have the name here, by default it will go and look into the shared folder because that is the default location for any partial view. Because of that, it will automatically find that and it will add the JavaScript that are needed for client-side validation. Simple as that. With that, let me restart the application, and now the validation will be first done on client side, and for custom validation, it will go to the server side. So in order to test that actually, let me go back and uncomment these lines here because they are custom validation, and let me run the project. So if we go to category here, and if we create a new category, this time when we hit create, let me also add a debugging point. You will notice it will not go to the server, there will not be any spinner. We see the error message, and you can see it is not hitting our breakpoint as well. If I enter the category name test here, create, we have the other validation. Once we fulfill that, if it is more than 100, you can see when I am typing, it automatically displays the validation. But the custom validation that we have is category name and display order cannot be same, is on server side, and client side validation is not aware of that. So when we hit create button, this time it will hit our breakpoint and it goes to the server and displays the server side validation. With that, we have seen how easy it is to add client-side validation in our views in the .NET project. We just have to add the scripts that are provided by default on the page where we want client-side validation. Next item that we want to work on is in category. We have list and create new category, but we want to work on editing an existing category. For that, on the index page, we need buttons to edit or delete any category. Let me open the Bootstrap icons for that and look for an icon for edit, which will be a pencil icon. Perfect, this looks good. Copy that, and we will add that in the index page. So index view of category. Right here, we will also add one more th, and I will add a td element where we will have the edit and delete button. In the DD here, let me create a div, give it bootstrap classes of W75 for the width and BTN group, and give that a role of group as well. Now within this div, we want two links. So we will have two anchor tag and what controller it will go to. We will be working with the same category controller, so we will write category and what action should we invoke. When we edit a category, we will invoke the edit action, and along with that, let me give it some bootstrap classes of BTN, BTN primary, and margin X of 2. In the anchor tag here, we will paste the icon and I will write edit, save that. Let me see how the UI looks like. Perfect, looks good. Let me copy this, paste it one more time. Next action will be delete. Now right now we do not have any of these actions. We will be adding them in the upcoming videos. That will be BTN delete here, and I need a new icon for delete. Let me search for a trash icon and trash fill. That looks good. Copy that, paste it right here. And we forgot the text will be delete. And perfect, we need danger, not BTN delete. Great. So our buttons for edit and delete are looking great. Let me continue from the next video. Now I want you to think on what will be there on the edit page. Basically, edit page will be exactly same as the create page, but the category name and display order will be populated based on whatever category the user wants to edit. On top of that, when we create a category, we do not care about what category ID is, but when we edit a category, we need to know which category the user wants to edit. Based on that, we will retrieve that category in the getAction method and pass that to our view to display that. But first, let me design an empty view where on the edit, it will basically display the same view that we have for create. We will go back to our code here, stop the project. First, we need to add that action method inside the category controller. Let me close everything else, and we will have both get and post action method. When we do not define anything here, by default it is a get action method. So we can copy both get and post action method for create and paste it one more time. Rename that to be edit here. And we have the edit post as well. Now when we are working with edit, like I said before, we need the ID that user wants to edit. So that we will retrieve in the parameter ID right here. We can make that nullable here, and then we can add a validation that if ID is null or if ID is equal to 0, that means it is not a valid ID, so we can directly return back not found. What you can also do is you can have an error page and you can return back to that view, which will be an error view displaying that something is not valid. But I will keep things super simple right now. Then if the ID is valid, we need to retrieve that category from database. Now when we were retrieving all the categories, we were doing that by using _db.categories. Similar to that, if we have to retrieve one category, Entity Framework Core has helper methods for that. Now we have multiple ways of doing that, so let me spend some time and show you the multiple ways. It will be a category object, and I will call that category. from DB is equal to underscore DB dot categories dot. We have a method which is find. Find will basically work on primary key of that model. We know ID is the primary key of categories, so if I pass the ID here, it will automatically find that and assign that to category from DB. We have a warning here that it can be null, and that's okay. Because after we find that, we will check here if category from DB is null. In that case, we will again return not found. But if it finds the category, then we will pass that to our view and display that. So perfect, that is one way of retrieving the category. Let me see if that works. We will worry about the post action later on, but before that, in order for this to work, we need to pass the ID when we are calling the edit action method. If I go to the index action of category, where we are invoking edit, we are not passing an ID. How can we pass an ID when we are calling a link here? Because if we were using something like an href here, we can say we want to go to category / edit, and then we can pass the ID that user selects here. But when we have tag helpers, we have something called as ASP route ID. With ASP route, we can pass any property right here. We can pass something called as category ID is equal to, and that will be the ID in obj, so we have to use the @ obj.id. You can call this anything you want. I will call that ID because if we examine the category controller, I have ID right here. That way it will automatically map that. Perfect. With that configured, let me see that in action. We go to category here and we will edit the sci-fi. We have the ID that is 2. When we press F10 here, perfect, it retrieves that category. So find is working as expected. Now, as I said before, there are multiple ways to retrieve a record. Let me also show you the other ways. I will copy this, paste it about 2 more times here, and I'll call this 1 and 2 for different variable name. The next method, we have something called as first or default. What that will do is it will use a link operation, and we have to say u.id is equal to the ID that is being passed right here. You can make this a nullable field and the warnings will go away. There we go. But first or default will basically try to find out on whether there is any record. If not, it will return a null object and that will be assigned right here. First or default will work even if the ID is not primary. So if you want to search on name, you can say where name is equal to, or you can also do .contains. So you can be fancy with first or default. But when you are working with find, it only works on the primary key, so you cannot do any modifications in there. So that is the other route. And finally, on categories, we have a where condition, where similar to first or default, we can use the link operation and say u.id is equal to ID. And once we retrieve that, on that we can add first or default. Now typically I like the first or default approach unless some situation is there where you have to do quite a few calculations or filtering and then get first or default. Only then I will use the last approach here. But if we add a debugging point and if we run the application, we will see all 3 of them works exactly the same. I will do edit for the test here. It hits our breakpoint and populated, DB1 populated, DB2 populated. Perfect. So with that, we have seen multiple ways to retrieve one of the category from database. I will comment out the later two here, and that looks good. Now that we are passing categories to the view, we can work on the view and display all the category properties. Let me do that in the next video. We are passing the category that we retrieved to our view. We need to create this view, so we can right-click here, add view, empty view. We will have to rename this to be edit here. And we will remove everything right here. Now let me also show you one thing different. Let me delete this view and let me add that once again. We also have something called as razor view. Let's add that and see what is different. Now when we add this, there are quite a few properties that needs to be scaffolded. First we have the view name, which is edit. Now I have changed the default font of Visual Studio. Because of that, it is enlarged and difficult to read. But here we have the view name of edit. And with the razor view, we can have different template for create, details, edit, and much more. We will go with the empty one here. And if you go with create or something else, you have more configuration, which we will see in the upcoming videos. Now this is not a partial view, so we will skip that. And you can also skip the underscore layout page because it already gets added by default. When you add that, it will scaffold few things, and sometimes I have seen this scaffolding is corrupted and it does not work and gives you random error message. Now because we selected the underscore layout as null, you can see it rendered like a new HTML page. That is not what we want, so let me delete that again. And let's try that once again. Add view, razor view, and we will say use layout page. When we use the default layout page, you can see that is more close to what we have and it got added in the right place. Now of course we will remove everything. We will leave the edit here, but actually what we can do is copy everything that we have in create and paste it for edit because it will look exactly the same. Rather than create category, it will be edit category. With that configured, let me change this from create to update. And let me run the project. We will come back and modify this edit page, but let me see how the application looks right now. Perfect. To your surprise, when you hit edit category, it automatically populates the name and display order. The reason behind that is the category model that is being passed from the edit already has those populated, and in the edit we are using tag helpers. So if name has some value, it will automatically be displayed. And same applies for display order. So that is great news. We have validations that were already added. So if you try to remove display order, we have the client-side validation. So with that configured, our edit category view is looking good right now. We will have to change one thing, but I will show you that in the next video. But what we have to focus on is the post action method in category, where we will retrieve an object and we have to update the category. We have seen how to create a new category using Entity Framework Core. But now how do we update that category? We will remove this validation that is not needed. When we are updating, we will do the client-side validation. That looks good. On top of that, rather than add, EF Core has a method for update, and there we have to pass the OBJ and it will update that category. Now how will that update? Based on the ID that is populated in the object here, it will automatically update all the other properties that are there for that category in the database. It is super simple, but you can see how Entity Framework Core has reduced all the heavy lifting that we have to do when we were updating a record. With that, let me continue from the next video. Now that we have added the code for update category, let me run the application and see that in action. When we go to category here, we will try to edit action here, and let me update that to action 111 and display order to be 5. Right now it will work. Perfect. You can see it got updated. If we update that back to what it was, that should also work. And perfect. So with that, the edit functionality is working as expected. But there is one thing that I will tell you right now. When you add a debugging point here, and if you try to update this to let's say 7, you will notice in OBJ, ID is populated. Now the reason ID is populated is if we go to our edit here, you can see we do not have that in the field. Typically, we require that in an input field like this, where we will say ASP4 is ID, and it will be a hidden field. But only because the variable name is ID, this line or input variable is not required. If for some reason your ID was category ID or anything else, then you will have to add the hidden property. Else what will happen is rather than editing an existing record, it will keep that record and it will add a new record on top of that with the new name that you edited. I will show that in the upcoming videos when we work with different model as well. But that is something that I want you to remember. When you try to edit, if you see a new record is being added, add a debugging point here, and I can guarantee you that the ID here is 0. Because of that, if you pass an ID with 0 to update statement in Entity Framework Core, it will think that okay, since the ID is 0, you want me to create a new record because there will be no record with the ID of 0. That is the default behavior. So once again, if you ever try to update a record and it is creating a new record, make sure the ID is populated here. If that does not work, then you have to add the hidden property like I have shown on line 4. We will see that in action in the later videos, but I wanted to give you some idea on that right now. But perfect. With that, we are able to edit our categories, and the last functionality that we have is deleting a category. Finally, we will work on deleting a category. When we delete a category, we want to display everything that we do in edit, but everything will be disabled. So let me copy what we have for edit get and post action method and paste it one more time here. We will rename that to be delete. Now in the delete post, you can get the complete category object, or you can just get the ID that user wants to delete. In that case, we cannot use the same name for the action method because then the parameters are also same for get and post. So we will have to rename this to be delete post, and we have to explicitly tell here that name is delete for this endpoint. Because in the form when we are posting, it will look for the same delete action method. In order to do that with HTTP post, we can explicitly say that this endpoint's action name is delete, even though we have a different name right here. The get action method looks good. We want to retrieve that category, but how do we delete that category? Now when we have to delete, we first have to find that category from database. So we will say category obj is equal to _db.categories.find based on the ID. And then if obj is null, we will return not found. If obj is not null on _db, we have categories, and there we have remove method, which expects the category object. So we can pass the obj that we retrieved from the database and pass that. Finally, we will have to save the changes and return back to the index action. And perfect, that looks good. With that, we have the get and post action methods for delete. Let me continue from the next video. We have the delete get and delete post action method. Let me remove the comments here. And now we want to work on adding the view. So right click on delete, add view, empty view. Make sure to change the name to be delete.cshtml. And perfect. Now the view will look exactly same as we have for edit here. So let me copy that and paste it for our delete. Few things we have to update is when we delete, we will not have any validation. So let me remove them, and the fields here will be disabled. User cannot edit anything here, and this will be delete category. Also the button color will be danger, and it will be delete record. That looks good. Inside the index, when we are calling delete here, we will have to pass the route ID. That way we will know which category user wants to delete. We will call that ID because in the controller, that is what we have right here. Now when we post, we already saw we do not need the ID in the hidden property, but I always like to add that. That way there is nothing magic going on. We know that we have ID in the hidden property, and when we submit, that will be populated. We can also do the same thing in edit, even though for ID it is not required, but for other properties it will be, so it does not harm to add this particular line in edit and in delete. With that, I believe everything here looks good. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to category here. We have action, which is 7 display order. Let me try to delete test here. Perfect, everything is disabled. Hit the delete button and great. That has been deleted. If I switch back to SQL Server and examine the categories table, we do not have that test anymore. So great, all the CRUD operations are working for our category. Let me continue from the next video. We have the CRUD functionality that is working, but whenever we create, edit or delete a category, what if we want to display a notification here that record was created, updated or deleted successfully? For that we have something special in .NET Core, which is temp data. If you assign a value in temp data, it is only available for the next render. So basically, let's say on the create button we say if everything was successful, we can add a message to temp data, then it will only be available to the next page that is rendered. When we create, we redirect them to the category list, so it will only be available on this render. If you refresh that page, then temp data goes away. Temp data has been created in the .NET framework with that sole purpose, that if you have to display a notification on the next page, then you add some value in temp data. Let me show you on how that will work. Let me switch back to the code here, stop the application, and we have the index page. Before we do that in the controller, we will assign something on post. Once it is successful, before we redirect here, we can add something to temp data, and there we have to give that a key name. Let me call that as success message. In there we will add a message, category created successfully. That is the key name that we have given to something in temp data. And based on that key name, we can access its value. Let me copy that and do that in edit post. Before we redirect, we will say category updated successfully. And when we delete, before we redirect, we will say category deleted successfully. Now we have added the message in our temp data with the key name of success, but where do we display that? We will display that on the index page at the very top here. What I can do is add an if condition and check if temp data with the key name of success. If that is not null, then we want to display that, let's say in an H2 for now. To display that, we will again use the razor syntax @, and we can access the success. Simple as that. I have an extra S here, remove that, and let's run that. We go to category here. Let me try to create a category, test category 4, and perfect, we have category created successfully. Now if you refresh here, that goes away. So temp data only stays there for one request and then it goes away. If you try to edit this to, let's say 44, we have category updated, and if you refresh here, that goes away. So with that, we have seen temp data in action, and that is a great feature when you have to display notification. We have used temp data to display the success notification. But what if we had more than one page? Let's say in our website we have category, we have something called as cover type, products, and we want to perform CRUD operations on all of them. Then rather than adding the same logic or same code that we have in one page, we will be reusing that on multiple pages. And right now it is success. You might also have temp data for error and display a corresponding error message. Rather than adding the same code in all the places, it is best to use partial views. We have already seen one of the partial view, which was validation scripts partial. But this time we want to move our temp data logic in its own partial view. How can we do that? Well, doing that is super simple again. In the solution here, where we have the shared folder, we will right click, add a new view. We will go with the empty view, and the name for partial view, I typically like to write underscore. That way, looking at that, I can tell that this will be a partial view. I will call this underscore notification.cshtml. We go to our index. Let me cut the if condition, paste it right here. Then let me copy this, paste it once again, and we will display error here. So if temp data of error is not null, then we display that error as well. We do not have this error right now, but I just added that code. Now how do we consume this partial view inside our index? That is simple. We have the partial tag here, and we need to give that a name. And for the name, make sure there is no spelling mistake, else it will not work. Perfect. So that way we have added or consumed the partial view that we just created. With that in place, let me run the project. It should work the same. Let me try to edit here. And perfect, we have category updated successfully. So with that very small example, we have seen how to create a partial view, and then on any page where we have to consume it, we can do that by adding just one line of code. On top of that, if we have to change the implementation of notification, we do that directly in the partial view, and all the views that are consuming this partial view will get that update. If it was not the case, then we will have to update it individually in all the places. So for all the reusable components in your page, you should be using partial views. With that basic idea, let me continue from the next video. When the update, create or delete is successful, rather than displaying this plain h2 tag here, it is best if we use something fancy. And for that we will be using Toaster. If you search for that, we have the first link here, and let me go to the demo page. We will click Show Toaster, and perfect. These notifications are much better than what we have. We have success, we have warning toaster, and we have error toaster as well. So let's see how we can add them in our project. It is a JavaScript library here, and we have the CDNs. Let me copy the CDN for CSS here, and where will we add our styling? We always do all the global stylings in underscore layout, so let me add that here. Link rel is equal to style sheet, and href, let me paste the CDN here. Perfect. Next, we need the JS as well. Now for JavaScript, we will have to add that inside the individual notification here. So when we are displaying that, we have to add that notification. So here I can add the script tag here, and src is equal to, paste that. And let me see, we need the closing tag as well. Perfect. The error should go away. That looks good. When we are using Toaster here, we also need jQuery. We already have that inside the lib here. So lib jQuery dist, and we have the minified version. We can use that. And let me add the closing tag as well. Perfect. That looks good. We will copy this, paste it for the error as well, and rather than using the .js here, let me use the minified version. That way when we move to production, we do not have to update anything, and we are using the minified ones. We will do the same for CSS as well, and perfect. Now finally, inside the underscore notification, we do not want a boarding h2. Rather, we have to see how to use that. If we scroll down, we have 3 easy steps. We added the CSS and JS, and then we have toaster.info and the text right here. Pretty simple. Let me copy this, go back to our code, and where we have the temp data, before that, we will add toaster.success, and we need the success message right there. We will add a semicolon here, and we need to enclose this in a double quotes. Also, the toast here will be inside script. Type is equal to text / JavaScript. And perfect, that looks good. Let me copy this and paste it right here. This time it will be error here. Save that and run the application. We go to category here, try to edit the display order to 88 or rather 99, and perfect. We have the fancy notification. Now while we are here, I want to make one change. Right now the partial view is inside index.cshtml. But let's say this is a functionality that will be there across hundreds of pages. So rather than adding on all of them, we can also add that in underscore layout. So cut it from here. And where we have underscore layout, before the render body here, I can add the partial view. That way on all of the pages, this functionality will be available. We will have to rebuild and apply the changes here, and everything will still work the same. But now, wherever we need toaster notification, it will be available and we will not have to add the partial view for notification. Let's try delete here, and perfect. Everything is working as expected. With that, we have incorporated toaster notification in our project. Now think about this. If you did not have partial view on all the pages where you needed toaster notification, you would have to add this particular code on top of all the pages. And if in future when you wanted to change from toaster to something else, you will have to update that on all the pages where this code was present, which is not a good idea. And that is why you should be using partial views. So with that in place, let me continue from the next video. Now we have the bulky project, and there we are able to perform all the CRUD operations on categories. And right now what we are working on is an MVC project. But when it comes to .NET programming language, there is also another way you can write the same code, and that is using Razor pages rather than using models, views, and controllers. And the approach to Razor pages is somewhat similar to what we have been working in older .NET days, where we have a backend and a front-end page. So let me spend some time and try to replicate the same project that we have built using MVC, using Razor pages. That way within a short time, you will have a brief idea of how Razor pages actually work. So in our existing solution here, we can have multiple projects. One project that we have is bulky web. Let me add a new project here, and that will be of the type Razor pages. If you type Razor here, you can see we have the ASP.NET Core web app, and this is not the one with model, view, or controller. It is using the Razor pages content. So we will select that, hit the next button, project name, let me call that bulky web razor underscore temp, and select the next button. Again, authentication will be none here, and everything stays the same. We will hit the create button, and that will add one more project in our solution, which will be bulky web razor. Now if I set this as a startup project, it will run this particular website rather than the other one, and let me try to run that. When you run the project, you will see the default page looks exactly the same like we had for an MVC project. But this time you will notice some things are different. If you notice, the URL here is directly privacy. Previously it was home, which was the controller, and then privacy, which was the action method. But when we use Razor pages, we do not have any controllers. In the next video, let me first show you what is the differences between both the project type. Before anything else, we want to see what are some things that are similar between both the project. So let me expand the project here, and perfect. You will notice in the Razor project we have app settings.json. This is exactly same like we have in the MVC project, and all the connection or settings, we will place them in the app-settings.json file. After that, the program.cs is also exactly same. Well, the functionality is same, but the files will be different. You can see in the MVC one, it added controllers with view, but in the Razor pages, it added builder.services.razor pages to the container. That way the application will know that it will be using Razor pages as compared to MVC, which is controllers and views. If you scroll down, the default route also, we had controller and action in an MVC application. But when it comes to Razor pages, the routing is straightforward and we have map Razor pages. Now the way routing works in a Razor page application is whatever is inside the pages folder, that will be the route. So if in pages folder there is an index page, you directly type index and that will be the default page. If you type privacy, we have the privacy page right here. So basically, whatever the folder structure is there in the pages folder, that will be the exact routing that we will follow in the URL. And we will of course see that pretty shortly in the upcoming video. But we will come back to the pages folder in a second. Other than app settings and program.cs, we have www root, which is also exactly same as the MVC application. And then the property stays the same, dependencies stays the same. The only thing that is majorly different is we do not have controllers, models or views. We only have one thing, which are pages. And these pages are different than what we had for controllers or views. Here we have the index page, which is index.cshtml. If you double click that, it still has that Razor syntax where you can use the @ sign and use C# code, but on top of that there is something called as @page directive. This @page directive is used for the Razor pages, and if you expand the arrow here, we have the .cs file. This .cs file is not the code behind file that we had in traditional .NET application. It is a complete rewrite and it is basically a page model for the Razor page that we have. You can see it extends from the page model, which is inside the .NET Core package. Page model will have all the get and post endpoints that we typically had in the controller that we saw in the first project. So you can see on get is the default handler for get action method. The naming here must match, so basically on is required, and then if it is a get, it will be get. If it is post, we will have the on post handler. Now I will not go crazy deep into Razor pages because it has its own course and it can be lengthy, but I will give you a brief idea on how to perform CRUD operation in Razor pages. That way you are comfortable with Razor pages. Now inside pages you will see something common. In shared we have the underscore layout and validation scripts partial, exactly the same as MVC. We have view imports and view start, exactly the same, and we have an error page to display error message. But before we do anything else here, like working on the Razor pages or anything, I want to configure Entity Framework Core in this project. Configuring that will be exactly the same. So for that, what I will do is right click here, add a new folder, which will be for models. And I will actually copy the model that we have for category. Let me copy this, close that. In the models, add a new class. Do not copy the class and paste it here because then the namespace will be copied over. Rather, we will paste that here and perfect. So with that, we have added the category model in the Razor project. What your assignment is to configure Entity Framework Core in this project It will require the exact packages that we did in MVC project, and you will have to create an application DB context class that you will do inside the data folder. So configure all the steps, configure program.cs, make sure to seed the category as well. Last thing that I will do before I end this video is in app settings, let me copy this connection string from MVC, paste it right here, and I will change the database name from bulky to bulky_razor. Perfect. So you have the connection string in the Razor project. You need to configure Entity Framework Core, create the database, seed the category table with 3 categories, just like we did with the MVC project. That will give you a hands-on practice on setting up Entity Framework Core in a project. So complete all the steps, but do not update the database or add the migration. Do everything for the configuration, and when you are at the step of adding a migration, follow along with me in the next video. That way I want to show you one thing that you have to be careful about. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Now when we have to use SQL Server, first thing that we need here are the NuGet packages. And we can do that in multiple ways. We already have those NuGet packages in the bulky web project, which is MVC. So if I right click on the solution here and select Manage NuGet Packages for Solution, well, you can notice here that .NET 8 Preview 2 has been released, but we will continue with the first preview that we have. That's okay. But what I want to tell you here is on the right side, you can see on bulky web, the version is installed. If you select the other project as well, then it will install the same version inside the Razor project as well. So if I install that, accept this, perfect. That package is installed inside the Razor project as well now. You can see that right here. The other packages here are not installed in the Razor project. So we can install them using the same method, but we can do something better. We know that we want the same packages that are in the web project, so we can right click, edit the project file, and I can copy all of the NuGet packages. We have the version here as well. Close that, and I will open the project file for Razor page. Inside there we only have one. We will remove that and paste everything that we copied from the MVC project. What that will do is it will automatically install all of the NuGet packages. Let me show that right here. So you can see everything is done automatically and we do not have to do much things. This is another way of working with NuGet packages, because if you directly add in the project file, that is the ultimate location where a NuGet package is added, and from there it will be installed and available in your project. Our packages are installed now. We need to work on adding the application DB context here. So let me add that. And then we can go to the data, application DB context, copy everything, and paste it right here. Now I hope you did not copy and paste everything and you manually typed that, because you have to learn on how to seed the data, how to override the on model creating, how to add DB set, and so on. When we add the using statement, do not add reference to bulky web. We need from the current project, which is bulky web Razor. Perfect. DB context looks good. Next we need program.cs. There we have to add the connection string. Copy this line, close that, go to program.cs here, and we will add that. We will add the using statement as well. And perfect. That looks good. Finally, the last thing that we have to do is add migration and create the tables. For that, we will go to Tools, Package Manager Console, and here you have to be careful about one thing. Previously, we only had one project, so the default project was Bulky Web. But now we want to add migrations and everything on the Razor project, so you have to select that, and you will say Add Migration, Add Category to DB. Perfect. If you take a look at the migration, it is adding category and it is inserting data. Looks good. Let me update the database. Perfect. That is done as well. If we go back to SQL Server, we should have a new database, which is Bulky Razor, and we should have the categories table with 3 categories. So Entity Framework Core has been set up in our project, and you can see how fast it is to get started with EF Core in .NET application. Now we want to work on the same functionalities that we have in the MVC project with category. In the web project or the MVC project, we had controller, but that is not something that we have when we work with Razor pages. There we have the pages, and in there we have to organize things. So what we will do is create a new folder for category, and inside there, for a list of all the categories, I will create a new Razor page. We don't have view here, we have Razor pages. When we say Razor page, we have the empty Razor page. We will get started with that. The index page, we can call that for categories where we are listing all the categories. But I have one small suggestion, so let me close this. And where we have the category, if you know in model we have the same name. If you want to use the same name, you can go ahead and do that, but then you will have to add the complete using statements many times. In order to avoid that, I will rename this to be categories. That way, we do not have to be explicit. Then in categories, we will add the Razor page. Empty one, we want to start fresh, and let me call that index.cshtml. Now in this page, you notice something different than when we added a view in MVC. So again, in MVC, I use the term view. In Razor pages, we have the Razor page, and the CS file will be page model. That will be the terminology that I will be using. So in Razor page, we have @model that is already being defined. And if you examine the path, that is the exact file that we have in the CS file. If you think about that, in the MVC, we had to define that. In Razor pages, it already creates that CS file and adds that in the add statement. And before that, we have the add page that defines that this will be a Razor page. We do not need this. Here we can just have an H1 and we can say category list like that. With that one line, let me run the Razor project. We will have the startup project as Razor throughout this section. So do that and we will run the project. And perfect. Now how will we route to the new page that we added? That is inside categories, so routing is pretty straightforward. Whatever is the location inside the pages folder, that will be the route. So categories and then index, and we have the category list. Now index is always optional, so if you remove that, it will load the same page. But with Razor pages, we do not have the complex routing of adding controller, action method, and then the route parameters. Razor pages has very straightforward routing. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now we have the category list here, but we need to load all the categories from database and display them. How will we do that? When we are working with controller, let me move back to the old application here. We used to get application DB context using dependency injection. And then we were easily able to retrieve all the categories. It will be same when we are working with the Razor project as well. In the Razor project, in the CS file, which is page model, here we will have the constructor. First, we will have a private read-only application DB context. Let me call that _DB and CTOR tab for the constructor here. And we will get application DB context, assign that to the local variable. After that, let me create a property which will be list of category, and that will hold all the categories. I will call that category list here, and we need to populate this using Entity Framework Core. So category list is equal to _db.categories.toList. That is exactly what we were doing in the controller, but now we have to do that in the onGet handler. Now when we have the onGet and post handler, we do not have to write return view. You can see the return type is void here because whatever we are setting here in the model, it is easily accessible because that is the model that we have. So when we return back, we do not have to write anything else. It will automatically bind everything. So now all we have to do is on the index Razor page here, directly access that model and display all the categories. View, we can copy that from views. We have the category index, copy that and make sure to close this file because the names are same, so you might get confused and end up working on a different file. So if you have to copy that, minimize it and close the file. I will paste all the code that we copied right here, and we do not need the model anymore. Let's remove that. Then we have to worry about the tag helpers. Previously we had the tag helpers for controller and action. But with Razor pages, we have ASP page. Using ASP page, we can define the route where we have to go when we create a category that will be inside categories / we will create Razor page with the name of create. We do not have action there. We have to give the complete route like this. Now if you are not case sensitive, that's okay here. So let me add that. We scroll down, we have the table here, but where we have the model, we do not have the category list. We have that inside model, there will be a property with the name of category list. So if I go back, rather than model directly, in there we will have category list. Because model is the complete index model, inside there we have category list, and that can be easily accessed like here. We need to change the route here. This will be ASP page and it will be category / edit, remove the action, and where we have to pass the ID, ASP route is still valid if you are working with Razor pages. So when we edit, if we have to pass the ID, we can pass ASP route ID and that will work. So copy this ASP page and paste that for delete. This will be delete. We will still pass the ID that needs to be edited and deleted. Everything else stays the same. With that configured, let me run the project and see if that works. We forgot one thing here. Let me go back while it is running. Inside the underscore layout, we have to add categories. So copy this li here. You can see we have the ASP page here. That will go to categories / index, and we display category here. Let me see how that looks here. We have category, click that, and perfect. Right now we are not using any Bootswatch theme, so these are the default classes, but you can see everything is working with Razor pages, and we have our index page that is functional. If you want to add the bootstrap icons here, you can do that, but I think this looks good for the category list right now. Before I end the video, if I go back and in the CS.html, rather than on get here, if this was only get, you will notice things will not work because that on is required. If I click on category, you can see things are not working. So when we have a get action method inside Razor pages, it must match the exact name on get or else it will not work. We are able to display all the categories. If I run the application again, and if I go to categories there, if I click the create new category, you can see it is not able to route to that page. If it was an MVC application, you will see an error message, page not found. But in Razor pages, if it does not found, I have noticed it does not even redirect. So next we have to create these categories and the create page. We will open the Solution Explorer. Inside categories, I will add a new Razor page, which will be empty, and we will call that as create. Perfect. We have the corresponding page model. Now the UI will be exactly same. So we can go to views, category create, copy, close that, and also minimize this, paste it right here, go to the top. We do not have a model for category, but we will have to create that in page model. So when we go to create CS.html.cs in the Razor project, here we will have to create that. On top of that, we need application DB context. So let me copy these lines, paste it here. We will have to change the constructor name to create model. Let me add the using statement here, and we do not have list of category. When we are creating, we will be working with one category. Add the using statement, and perfect. If we go to the Razor page here, we do not have name, but we have category.name. We will have to replace that in all the places. So let me do that. And perfect. We do not have controller, we have ASP page. That will be categories / index. And that looks good. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to category here, create, and it is not working. In index, we need a / here. And perfect, that works. It loads the empty category. When we hit create, we have the validation as well, because in create here, we have validation scripts partial, and that is also present by default in Razor pages. So you can see everything is the same. When we hit back to list, that doesn't work. We need a / there. And let me modify in index right here. This will be categories. Yep, that looks good. Perfect. So we can go back now, edit and delete. We have not added those pages, so that will not work. But create new category is working. If you type something and hit create, nothing happens. Because what we have right now in the page model is only the get handler, and that is not even doing anything. Because when we create a category, we want to load the empty page and display the text box, so that is okay. But how do we add a post endpoint here? So when we hit the submit button, we want to create that category. Let me show you that in the next video. Now we need to add a post endpoint here, and how will we do that? Well, adding that is super simple. We will say public, return type will not be void here, because when we create a category, we want to redirect to some Razor page, like let's say the index page for category. So return type will be the same action result that we saw in MVC application. Then what will be the name? On will be required, but if we have to post something, then we have to write post keyword. And that is how we create post handlers in Razor pages. Now when we post, we will get the category object here. So we will get that. And let me call that obj here. Next, what we want to do is on db.categories, we want to add the object and underscore db.savechanges. After that, we want to redirect, so return. Previously, we have redirect to action, but in Razor pages, we have redirect to page, and we have to give it a name. We will call that the index page because we are in the same folder. That will work. With that configured, if we restart the application, things will not exactly work like we intend. Let me add a debugging point on the post here, and let me wait for the application to come up again. And let me go to category. Create a new category, populate something there, hit the create button. You will notice the obj here is null. Why is that? In category, we have the post here. It should populate at least category.name. That category is right here, but if you examine, that is also not populated. When we are working with Razor pages, if we want this property to be available when we are posting that, we have to add an attribute here, which is bind property. That will make sure that it binds this property, and when we post that, it will automatically be binded and available in the post handler. Once we do that, we no longer require anything in the parameter. Here we can directly access the category because that will be populated. Now let me run this and show that as well. We go to category here, create, type something here, and we examine the category. Perfect. We have display order as well as name, and we continue here. Great. That category has been added successfully. So when we work with Razor pages, we have to explicitly bind properties that we want to access on the post of the form. If you have more than one property, you can bind them individually, or what you can do is at the page model level here, we have something called as bind properties, and it will bind all the properties that you define in the page model. With that, if you run the application, it will work the same way. Let me try that as well. We will have test2, and we examine category. Perfect. That is populated. So those are the two ways to bind properties when we are working with Razor pages. Now with that brief overview, you know how to create the get handlers and post handlers. With that knowledge that you have, I want you to work on edit and delete functionalities as an assignment. So good luck with that assignment, and I will see you guys in the next video. We want to work on edit and delete functionality, so let me create those Razor pages in categories, add a Razor page, empty, and I will call that edit here. Next one that I want to create, right here, add a Razor page, and that will be delete.cshtml. First, let me pin this here, and where we have the create, let me copy everything, and we will paste it in edit right here. We will also have to bind the properties because we will be posting some data. I will change the constructor name to be edit model and add the using statement for category as well. Perfect. Now when we are editing, we have to retrieve the category that a user wants to edit, and right here we will get the ID. Based on the ID that we receive here, we can check if ID is not null and if ID is not 0. In that case, we can populate the categories here, and let me make this nullable, that's okay. So we will load the category, else we do not want to do anything. So we will load category on the get handler, and on the post here we have to update. If I go to the web project here, category controller, on the post, we were checking model state. We can do everything exactly the same. Well, we are in create. Let me copy the one that we have for edit here and paste it right here. So if model state is valid, we want to update, we have bind property. So we will have that category here, and perfect, that looks good. Let me comment out the temp data for now. We will redirect to the page, and perfect, that looks good. In the else part here, we can just return back to the page if the model state is not valid. So our edit logic is looking good. Let me work on the edit UI. So let me copy what we have for view, close this and the controller, minimize the web project, go to edit here and paste that, remove the model here, and everything will be inside category.id. Let me modify all of them. Now we have all the warnings here. I can fix that real quick, but we need the page here. ASP page will be categories and then index. Perfect, that looks good. If we go to edit page model, I can remove this, and then we will have only one warning if that is not found, but that's okay. We can fix that, but it is a warning and we know ID will be correct. If not, we can show a not found. But with that configured, let me run this and see if edit is functional. We will try to edit test with test 33, and great, that is working. We should also have validation here. That looks good. I think in the UI, I have a mistake here. I will have to stop and restart. Category, edit, perfect. Let me see if I have that same mistake in the MVC project. We do not have that here, so that's okay. But everything is working. We have too many files open. Close all of them, and let me work on delete. Copy the view from the MVC project here, where we have the Razor project, open delete, paste it right there. Before we work on anything else here, let me stop this and I will work on page model. I can copy what I have for the edit model. If you do copy and paste, make sure to change the class name to be delete model. It must exactly match, or else things will not work because the binding will not work. Here it is looking for that delete model. So we have that, add the using statement and the constructor name. delete model. When we are deleting, we will have to find that, but on the post here, we first have to retrieve that category and then delete. So let me copy that from the controller rather than typing it all over right here. Copy that and I will paste it right here. Perfect, that looks good. Let me validate. The ID, we will get that from category.id here. If that is null, we return not found, else we remove and save the changes. Perfect, we have redirect to page. That also looks good. Let me save that. And now we will fix the delete UI. Let me minimize the web project. Perfect. Everything will be inside category.id. So category dot, I will append that. And we need the ASP page here, which will be categories / index. Great. With that, let me see if everything is functional. Category. Let me try edit again. 333. Let me try delete here. That works. So our CRUD functionalities are working. Now for the next assignment, I want you guys to complete the toaster notification and implement the partial view. So good luck with that, and we will complete that in the next video. Finally, we have to add toaster in our project. That will be straightforward to what we did with MVC as well. So we go here, we have the partial view, copy that, and we will create the same partial view inside Razor project, shared, add Razor page, and we will call that underscore notification. Right here you see it added the page and model, but that is not needed with partial view. We can delete the .cs file and remove all the code, paste what we copied from the MVC project. We need to add this to our underscore layout, so let me do that before render body here. That looks good. In underscore layout, we also need to add toaster URL, so let me copy that from here. We will close the MVC project and add that here. Perfect. So toaster is added. Now we need to configure, or rather set, temp data on the post handlers. For that, let me make sure we are in the Razor project. In the create, before we redirect, we will set temp data of success, category created successfully, delete, category deleted successfully, edit will be category updated successfully, and that looks good. Let me run and see if that works. Go to category here, try to edit history, and perfect. We see the notification. Let me update that back here. And if we delete test2, perfect. All the toaster notification and everything is working as expected. Now with this, we have quickly learned CRUD operations on both MVC and Razor pages. The reason I introduced you Razor pages is moving forward when we add identity using the .NET Identity class library that is built on top of Razor pages. So when you have to edit the page, you know that Razor page will have a page model where you will have get and post handler. With the practice that you have in this section with Razor pages, you should be able to update everything with the identity pages that we will cover in the later sections of the course. Now the Razor project that we implemented was only for learning purpose. We do not want that in our main project for bulky. So let me remove that project here. And perfect. It is no longer there. And in the bulky, let me create more project. Typically, when we are working with a real world project, we do not like to cluster everything together. Like right now, you can see we have the data here, we have all the models here. If we have any constants, we will add them here. But in a real world application, it is best to keep everything separate in its own project. So we will be creating class projects in solution, select a new project, and we will search for class library. First one that we want to create will be bulky.dataAccess. This project will have everything related to database. Like we have the DB context, we will move that in the data access along with the migrations. So let me select that with the .NET framework. Perfect. Next one, let me create the same class library here, and that one will be bulky. Let me make sure the name, yep, it will be bulky dot, and then we will move all the models in its own project. Select that and create. Finally, I want to add one more project, which will be bulky.utility. For all the utilities that we will add in our project, like email functionality or maybe constants for our application, we will have all of them in the utility project. Let me create that project as well, and I will remove all the class files. We will be creating new class files when needed, but perfect. Now back to the MVC project, we have the bulky web, bulky utility, bulky models, and bulky data access. In the next video, let me remove all the logic that is bundled in the bulky web to the individual class libraries. Before we work on anything else, I want to modify the basic designs that we have or the Bootstrap theme that is being used in the course. We are using Bootswatch for our project, and if we take a look at the themes, that are multiple themes that are available, what I want to do is switch from the Lux theme to the Sandstone here, and doing that is super simple. We can download the Bootstrap file here, and let me open that. We will copy everything here. Let's go back to our project here, and www.root CSS, well, we updated that directly in the CSS here. We have the Lux theme. Let me remove that and paste the new theme right here, which is Sandstone. With that, if I run the application, you will see the new theme in action. But on top of that, I want to change the button colors that we have by default. Now, rather than typing all of that HTML and CSS, what I have done is I have provided all the snippets, and you can download them from .NETmastery.com. There, if you go to course detail, you can get all the snippets. So make sure to download all of them, and in the attachments, we are in section 4, we have site.css inside there. If you open that, there is quite a few CSS right here, but mainly what I'm doing is changing the BTN outline, the BG success, and main Bootstrap classes that we are using, like BTN primary and BTN success. So copy all of that here. We will go to our solution. We have a site.css inside our CSS folder. Delete everything that is there and paste all the classes. Now I am not introducing custom classes. I am basically overwriting the classes that are there in Bootstrap. So that way we will not be using new classes. We will be using the old classes, and it is like a Bootswatch theme. And perfect. With that, you can see new design is in effect and we have a nice color palette right here. I like this color palette more than what we had before, and I also want to change some designing with the create category and all the other pages. Let me do that real quick. So we will go to create category, we will go to views, category, create. Right here, let me start fresh. We will add a div, give it a class of card and shadow. Along with that, we will say border 0 and margin top of 4. Inside the main card here, we will add another div which will be for card header, and let me add the closing div. Perfect, that looks good. Then we will add the header here. Inside the class of row, we will set div class column 12 text center, and in the h2 we have create category. Let me cut that, paste it here, and give it the class of text white and padding y of 2. After that, when the card header ends here, we will add another div for the card body. So bootstrap classes card body here and padding 4. Perfect. Let me cut the form and paste it right here. Inside the form, let me give it a bootstrap class of row and see how the UI looks right now. I do not see the site.css coming into picture, so let me see underscore layout. We have site.css after the bootstrap, so that should work. But let me move it at the very end here and let me restart the project. Let's go to category and create new category. Perfect. This looks much better. Exactly what I want. Let me go back again, and I do not want the HR here. Remove the first row as well, and I do not need the margin top 4 as well. Where we have the class margin bottom 3 and row, we already are inside row in form. So what I can do is add a class of form floating, padding y2 and column 12. Where we have the input element, I will modify the class from padding 0 to form control, border 0 and shadow. And where we have the input element, I will say ms2. That looks good. Let me copy the classes and apply them for display order as well. Again, all of them are bootstrap classes, nothing fancy. Rather than btn secondary, let me do btn outline primary. Let me save that and let's see the difference now. The hot reload for some reason is not working. You can see it is not checked again for some reason. So let me restart. Perfect, it is checked now. Category, and let me go to create category. And great, the category name looks good here, but something is off. Let me go back. When we use the form floating here, the input will come first, and that will have all of these classes. So let me switch that around. I added them to label by mistake, and perfect. We can copy and paste it here, modify the ASP4 to be display order. We will have to rebuild. Let me do that. Category, create, and perfect. Category name looks good. Let me see, something is off with the display order. We do not have the form floating. Add that here and it will refresh. And perfect. That looks good. So with the row here, let me add padding top 2. And that looks much better for the create category. Let me apply all of these changes to the other pages in the next video. Now that we have the create page that is looking great, let me apply the same style on the other pages. It is pretty simple. Where we have the form here, let me delete that for a second, and this will be kind of a template that we want. So copy that and then bring back the form by pressing Ctrl Z or undo the changes here. Create is back to what it was. Let's work on delete. We will paste what we copied here and we will cut the form, paste it right here. Do the same for edit as well, but I think I copied the wrong div, so I'll have to copy this again. Go to edit, copy this, paste it again, and let me zoom in, cut this, and we will paste it within the card body. Perfect. Let me run the application and see. We also have to make them floating, so I can copy this div here, go to delete, paste it right here. Whoops, what happened? It pasted the wrong thing. Let me copy and delete, paste it here. We do not need validation, and this will be disabled. Let me copy this and paste it again for display order. Perfect, that looks good. Go to create, copy that once again, and modify the edit here. Paste that 2 times. Name and display order. Let me switch back to the project. It's already running and we have hot reload. So let's go to create. Well, create is done. Let me try edit. That looks much better. I need some margin here. Margin top 3. In delete as well. And let's see. Perfect. Looks good. We do not need the edit category. Let's remove that. Well, let me change it first and remove that row. Edit as well. And perfect. Let's wait for the hot reload. Great. Delete. That also looks perfect. Finally, let me modify the category list here. Let me switch back here where we have the index here. Go to my notepad, copy the template, paste it right here. And I do not think I need the container here, but let me cut everything else here and paste it in the card body. Let's go back and see. Looks much better. We do not need the category list anymore. Remove that. No padding here. And let's see. Well, I'll take the padding bottom here. And let me see. Perfect. That looks much better. The heading here will be category list. And that looks good. We have multiple projects in our solution, but right now everything is bundled inside bulky web project. We want to move that from bulky web to the individual projects, so let me do that. We will move the data folder to data access. That project will be responsible for all the data related operation. Once we move that, make sure to delete the data folder here. Then we have models that we will move inside the models project, and we will delete the models folder from bulky web. Finally, in the utility here, let me add a new class, and I will call that SD for static details. This will be a public static class, and there we will have all the constants for our website. Perfect. And when we are working with data here, we have migrations. That also we will move inside the data access, and we will delete migrations from bulky web. Because we moved quite a few things in the data access project, we need the NuGet packages related to Entity Framework Core inside data access. If you open application DB context, you can see we have all the errors here. If you press Ctrl dot here, typically it does show you the package that needs to be installed, but it is not displaying that. So I can right click, manage NuGet package here. And right now when you click on the project, it will display that project, but you can click on the solution here. And if you click manage NuGet package, it will display all the packages for the solution. So Entity Framework Core, we can install that in data access. Next, we need the tools package as well. And I believe that should be sufficient. Let's go back. And perfect, the errors went away. If we examine the dependencies, packages, we have those two. That looks good. Let me examine if migrations have any error. Nope, that looks good. We need the SQL Server here as well. So let me add that. Manage packages for solution and SQL Server. Perfect, that looks good. Now we have more errors with the models because the namespace have been updated. Well, technically they have not been updated, but I will update them. If I open application DB context, you can see it is inside bulky web. That is not true. Now it should be bulky.data access, and then we have the data. So let me copy that here, and I will modify the migrations as well. Let's do that. And perfect, that looks good. This bulky web will be data access as well. And great, I believe that looks good here. Let me save everything. And the models here will be different as well. That will be bulky.models. But bulky.models is not accessible here. So we will have to right click here, add project reference, and we want to add models and utility project. With that, if you press Ctrl dot here, perfect. We now have the bulky web.models, and let me try to build only the data access right now. And let's see if that works. And we have few errors right here. Migration could not be found. Let me press Ctrl dot here, and we have to install the NuGet package. Let's do that. We do not have the data here. We need the updated statement, and that looks good. Let me try to build that once again. Perfect. We have the same issue here. Add the using statement. And let me try that once again. There are few errors with the seed category table, but let me worry about that later on. Let me close everything right now, and we have to change the namespace in the models project as well. This will be bulky.models.models, but rather than that, let me move it directly in the models here. And that way, it will be directly bulky.models. And perfect. Both of them looks good here. Save that. If I build this, it should work. Perfect. Utility project is also fine. Now let's try the data access, rebuild that one. And we have the models error here. Fix that with the using statement. And then finally, we'll get back to the elephant in the room, which are these two error messages. Now I want you to pause the video and try to find out on what is going on here. If you Google, you will not find that, but you need to focus something with the files that are open right here. I hope you were able to figure that out. Basically, when you see migration, they have the designer file and the .cs file. Namespace, we updated that in the .cs file, but not in the designer file. That is why we have these issues. So here we have to change that to be bulky.dataaccess.migration, and then the error goes away. We will have to do that in both the places here. That way it will link the CS file and the designer file. And now if we build the data access, that works. So perfect. Our data access, models and utility are working. Let me close all here. So now for the bulky web, let me run the project here and it will automatically display all the error message. There we go. Let me handle them one by one. We need to remove the old namespace, press Ctrl-, and we will have to add reference to the other project, data access, and models. Perfect, that worked. Let's see the other one. Next, we have the category. The other errors are inside the views, so we will fix that later. We have one in program.cs. I can handle that one. And we need to go to views to fix the other errors. Perfect. So view, we have the error, and here we have the error view model. Now rather than writing everywhere here like bulky.models.errorViewModel, what we can do is we can add this bulky.models in the global using statement for the bulky web project. That we will do inside the view imports file. So here we can say using, we have the bulky.models, and once we save that, this using statement will be available for all the views right here. So then we no longer have to add this particular line, and you can see error view model is being readable. Let me build it once again. We should see fewer errors because we added the global model statement, and great, all the errors have been resolved. So even though it was a lengthy video, I did not want to implement the entire architecture from the beginning. It would have been simpler for sure. But many times what happens is you start simple and then as the complexity grows, you separate things out. Everything that we did in this video will give you some practice on how to separate things out if it is needed in your project. With that configured, let me run the project and see if everything is working as expected. Perfect. We have the create, edit, and all the pages are loading as expected. But now our application is much cleaner. We have multiple projects in our solution. When you are working with Entity Framework Core and you are just getting started, it is very common that you might run into some issues with a migration and some things might not work based on what you expect, and migrations are something that are very easy to be corrupted if you do not pay attention. You can always roll back a migration, you can make more changes, create a model, add new migration, but for some reason if everything is corrupt and you want to start fresh while learning, how do you do that? Doing that is pretty simple. So let me show you how to do that in this video. First thing, we will go to SQL Server here and everything is corrupt, so we will delete the database which is bulky right here. Let's delete that. Next, we will go back here. Inside the data access, we have migrations. Now our migrations are corrupt and we want to start fresh. You can delete the migrations altogether. Perfect. Now there are no migrations, there is no database. To start fresh, you can go to Tools, Package Manager, Console, and add a new migration. We know right now we are only adding the category model, so we can say add category to DB, and we are also seeding the category table. So we will say add category to DB and seed table. Now when you execute this, you will see an error message. And there you go. The target project is Bulky Web. Now we have moved our data to a data access project, so the default project must be updated to data access. So default project will be data access and the default startup project is Bulky Web. With that configured, if I run this, it will add migration. Now right now there were no previous migration, so what it will do is it will identify all the changes that it has to push to a new database. It has to create categories table, it has to insert data, and that is all we have right now. With that configured, we can hit the command update database and our database will be populated. Perfect. If we go back and refresh the database here, we have bulky, tables, and we should have categories populated. Great. So the only disadvantage this time is if you have added some new categories, those will not be available because we are starting fresh. But basically anytime in the video, if your migrations are corrupt and you don't know how to reset your database, this is the video that you should look for. In this short video, we will see the different service lifetimes when it comes to dependency injection in .NET Core. Now you do not have to program this along with me. I just want you guys to watch the next 10 minutes and understand what are the different service lifetimes in dependency injection. Before we take a look at any example, let me quickly give you a rough idea on what each lifetime is responsible for. Transient lifetime is the simplest one among all of them, and it is also one of the safest one. Transient basically means that whenever we want any implementation, create a new object and give that new object. You never have to reuse an existing object. Every time a service is requested, a new implementation is created. After that, we have the scoped, where it depends on the HTTP request. So whenever an HTTP request is sent to the server, that time for that scope, one lifetime will be created. And then the same object or same service is used wherever in that request the service is requested. So let's say for one single page load, we are calling a service 10 times. It will only create that object one time and it will use that same object 10 times in that one request. But then if a next request comes in, then a new implementation is created. And finally, we have singleton, where one implementation is created for the lifetime of the application. So once the application starts, we create an object of that service or an implementation, and that is used for all the upcoming requests unless you restart the application. So to give you a rough idea again, transient, new service is created every single time. For scoped, new service will be created once per request, and for singleton, new service will be created once per application lifetime. Now scoped is one of the most recommended approach for web application. Because of that, a service will be created on each request. But even with all of these overview, things might be a little complicated. So let me explain that little more with a real world example. Let me switch to Visual Studio and we will be creating an MVC application. I will give it a name of TI Service Lifetime, and let me create that. In the project here, let me create a new folder for services. In there, let me create 3 interfaces for the 3 services that we have. So the first one will be scoped. Let me add a new one here. That will be singleton. And finally, we will be adding the transient. These are just the interface name. We have not added any functionality. In there, let me add a method, getGuid, which will return a random GUID. So the return type will be string. Perfect. I will add that in all the 3 interfaces that we added. Now we need to add implementation of these 3 interfaces. Implementation will be pretty simple. Let me add a class here for the singleton GUID service. That will implement the singleton GUID service, implement the interface. Here let me create a private read-only GUID with the name of ID, and in the constructor ID we will say GUID.newGUID. In the function here we just want to return ID.toString. That looks good. Let me create the same implementation for the other 2 interfaces that we have. Let me add a class which will be scoped GUID service, and that will implement the scoped GUID service. I can copy everything here, paste it, and we will change the constructor name. Looks good. Let me add the last one, which is transient GUID service. Let me copy and paste it in here. And this will implement the transient GUID service. So now we have 3 interfaces and their corresponding 3 implementation. That looks good. But when we register these services to program.cs, we have to write the lifecycle to which we want to register. So in the add service here, we will say builder.services.add, and then we have to write what lifecycle we want to use. We have scoped, transient, and singleton. In singleton, we will have the interface which is singleton GUID service, and implementation is inside the singleton GUID service. That is how we register a service to the dependency injection container. We will also register the transient and scoped service. Perfect. So it is exactly same like if we were registering DB context to the container, and then when we have to use that, we will do that inside the home controller. Before we start using that, right here, let me create 6 private fields. 2 will be for the scoped service, 2 for singleton, and 2 for transient. We have scoped 1.2, singleton 1.2, and transient 1.2. Next, what we want is implementation of these interface. We registered that in program.cs right here. So basically we are saying that when someone asks for an implementation of singleton GUID service, we are telling the .NET framework that provide them the implementation that is there in the singleton GUID service. But there we are telling that use the add singleton, that is the lifetime. So when we want to use the implementation inside the constructor here, we can directly ask .NET Core that we need the implementation of scoped GUID service, and we will call that as scoped GUID. Then we want another implementation of that. So scoped GUID 1, we will have scoped GUID 2, and similarly we want the implementation for singleton and transient service. So these are the implementation that .NET Framework will provide based on what we registered in program.cs. Then we have to assign these implementation to the local variable that we have right here. For that we will say underscore singleton1 is equal to singleton1, and same for everything else. I can change this to be scoped1 rather than scoped grid here. Perfect. Looks good. So we have this implementation. On there we can call the method which is getGrid. Rather than making anything fancy, let me use a string builder for messages here, and I will append to that message using string interpolation. So first I will say transient1, and then we will display the value using underscore transient1 dot getGrid. We have that method, and after that let me add a new line. So perfect, that looks good. For the first transient, copy and paste that once again. We want to display the transient2.getGrid, and let me add one more new line there. Copy these, paste it 2 more times. Next we want the scoped1, scoped2, underscore scoped1, underscore scoped2, and finally we need singleton. Perfect. When we return back, we do not want to return back to a view. We just want to return OK and display the message .toString on the screen. So now we need to think about what will happen. All of them have basically the same getGrid method, which returns a random grid. But the only thing that is different is on how the lifecycle have been registered. So let me run this and see that in action. And perfect, we have something right here. You can see when we are working with the transient request here, the grids are different. But when we have scoped or singleton, they are the same. As we know, singleton stays same for the life cycle of the application. So even when we refresh the application, scope and transient will be different, but singleton will always stay the same. You can see when I am refreshing here, transient is getting updated along with scoped, but singleton always stays the same. And then for scoped here, you can see every time for a single request, it gets a new value, but for one request, the value stays the same in both of them. But in transient, for any time a grid is requested, it calls a new grid. So that means every time when a transient is called, it basically gives a new implementation of that service. When it comes to scoped, the implementation stays same for one request. If in that one request we are calling this 10 times, we will get the same service. But for the next time, it will get you a different service when you are working with scoped. So with that, you can see how transient, scoped, and singleton are different when it comes to dependency injection service lifetime. Now we want to work on repository pattern. But when we are working with this, if things are confusing, do not worry. By the end of this section, everything will make much more sense, but stick with me and I will explain you everything that we are doing here. Let me close everything. Inside the data project, we have the data access. There we will be creating a new folder that will hold all the repository. We will have a repository folder, and in that folder, we will have the interface for that, which is iRepository. Repository interface that we will be creating will be a generic interface. So we will create an interface here, and I will call that iRepository.cs. Perfect. Now typically when we are working with generic, we do not know what the class type will be. So I will call that it will be a generic class T, and we will say where T will be a class. So when the iRepository will be implemented, at that time we will know on what class the implementation will be. because right now we have category on which we want to implement repository. Down the road we will have product and many other tables like order header, order detail, and because of that we are making this generic here. Then we need to think about what will be all of the methods that we want right now. Now of course I do not expect you to think about all of them, but basically what will be the basic ones, and then if we have to update our repository, we will of course do that as we proceed with the course. So here first thing that I will comment, T will be category or any other generic model on which we want to perform the CRUD operation, or rather we want to interact with the DB context. For an example, I have written that T will be category, and then think about what will be all the operations that we need right now when we are performing the CRUD operations on category. The first one that I can think of is we need to retrieve all the category where we are displaying all of them. So we can say the return type will be IEnumerable of T, and we can call that method as getAll. The one after that will be if we have to retrieve only one category, because many times, like on the edit page, we have to retrieve the details of one category and then we have to pass that or display that on the screen. So in that case, the return type will be a single category, and let me call that function getFirstOrDefault. Now you can call this as get as well if you want. I like to call it getFirstOrDefault, that way I'm a little bit more explicit. But if you only want to call that get, that is also fine. And then name of the function, we can call that get because we are fetching only one of them, and that's fine here. What will be the parameter? Now if you examine what we are doing in the controller, category controller, where we have to retrieve one category in edit, you can see there are multiple ways to do that. We can use find, we can use first.default. We will be using the first.default approach, but there we need something special. We need a link operation. The reason we will not be using find is that only works on the ID. But if you want some other condition to get one record, you can pass that using link operator. So basically in parameter we will be getting a link operation like this. How do you write that here? For that we have something called as an expression, and there we will say function type will be t, boolean. So what we will be getting will be a function and the out result will be a boolean. We can call that as filter when we are fetching an individual record. Now do not try to spend too much time on why I have to write it exactly like this. You can think of that when you want to write a link expression that we have in first.default. This is the general syntax for that. So perfect, we have getAll and we have getIndividual. Then we have to create a category, remove a category, and sometimes it is possible you want to remove multiple categories in one single call. So we will say void here, we will have an add method where we have to pass the object that needs to be added. We have an update as well, and we have a delete. Then I also want something called as delete range, which will delete multiple entities in a single call. The parameter here, we will receive an IEnumerable or a collection of entities. Rather than delete, I like to use remove, so let me make them remove and remove range. Now if you remember, when we were working with EF Core and we were updating or adding anything, we always had to call the save changes. When we work with repository pattern, we do not like the update or add method directly inside the generic repository. The reason is simple. When you are updating a category, logic might be different than what you are doing when you are updating a product. With EF Core, you only use the update statement, so it could be same as well. But typically I have seen that update is more complicated because sometimes you only want to update few properties or you have some other logic. Because of that, I like to keep the update and save changes out of the repository, and when we will implement, like category repository will implement the generic repository, on there we will have the update and save method. So in the generic repository, we will only have add and not update. We will have add, remove, and remove range. Perfect. With that, we have the generic repository and interface is looking good. We still need to implement this interface. Let me do that in the next video. Now we are getting into the fun part of implementing our repository. So in the repository folder, I will add a class, call that repository, and that will implement the iRepository. I will make that a public class. We need to implement the interface here, and it's not finding that. Maybe it's internal. Change that to be public here. If I press Ctrl dot, I am facing some issue here, and the reason is because I have repository and iRepository. If you want, you can rename that, but I will add the using statement for bulky.dataaccess.repository.iRepository. With that, we will get the iRepository, but one thing that we have to define in iRepository is what is the class. Right now also we are working with generic here, so we will say T, where T is class. And with that, the repository class is implementing iRepository. If you press Ctrl dot, we have the implement interface. When we are adding the generic here, we need to make the class generic as well, and perfect, that works. With that, we have all the methods right here. Let's implement that. When we were adding an entity, we used to add that on _db.add, and then we used to add the entity. So we will need that using dependency injection. I will have the private read-only application db context, and in the constructor we will get application db context and assign that right here. But now one thing will be different. Previously, when we were working on something, we had _db.categories and then we had add. But right now we don't know that, and here we cannot use the generic like this. So we cannot say db.t because it does not know what that stands for. We want to make sure we use generic, that way we can access the db set directly. So right here, I can create an internal db set on the generic type t and call that as db set. Then we can say this .db set is equal to _db dot. We can set the current one, that is the generic one that we get here, that will be set to the db set. So when we create this generic class on category, the db set will be set to categories. So in simple words, where we have _db.categories, this will be equivalent to the db set that we have. So when we were saying _db.categories.add and we were passing some entity here, now all we have to say is db set.add. I hope that makes sense here. So where we have the add, we will say _db set.add and we have the entity. That way we are able to use the db set and it will be generic based on the type repository here is implemented. So perfect, add looks good here. Next, what we have here, let me remove this and add a using statement. It is much cleaner. We have the individual get. And for that we will be working on an iQueryable of t. We will call that query and we will assign the complete DB set here. So basically right now we have the complete DB set that we have assigned here. Then on the query we can apply a where condition and I can pass the filter. Whatever we get here, we will assign that back to the query. So that way whatever condition we have, it will apply that on a where condition and it will have the query ready for that. Now get must always return one entity. So when we return back, we can say from query, we want the first or default. What we did here is exactly same that I had in the comment right here. First on the DB set, we have the where condition and then we are getting the first or default from that record. That is the logic that we have implemented right here. Then we have the get all. We can copy the iQueryable there and we can return back query.toList. Because DB set will basically have all the records like categories in our example, we have to convert that and return back. Finally, we have remove, that is on DB set we have remove and we can pass the entity. Similar to remove, we also have a built-in method which is remove range. Let me add that, and that is also inside EF Core. That remove range expects an IEnumerable and it will remove all of those categories that are passed to the IEnumerable. So perfect. With that, our repository interface has been implemented and this looks much cleaner. Let me continue from the next video. Now we have a repository and we have an interface iRepository. We need our category to implement that repository. So how do we do that? In the iRepository, first I will create a new interface. That will be iCategory repository. We will make this a public interface and that interface will implement the iRepository interface. And this time when it implements the iRepository, we know what is the class on which we want the implementation for this repository. That will be the category model where we want to implement the interface. That way we are actually defining now that when we need the implementation for iCategory repository, I want you to get the base functionality from repository. What that will do is that will make sure we have all of these base methods where entity will be category. On top of that, if you remember, we needed two more functionality. And those were update and save methods. So here we will have void update. There we will get the category and let me call that obj. And we will also have a method to save the changes. So this is the final category repository interface that will implement the base functionality that we have for all the repository. Plus we will have an update and save for the category repository. Now this is the interface. We need to have its implementation in the category repository. Let me do that in the next video. We created the interface for category repository. Let me add the implementation for that in repository. Create a class which will be category repository. It will be a public class and that will implement the iCategory repository. If we press Ctrl Dot here, it will implement the interface. But when you see it implements, it is actually implementing the add, get all, remove range. Those implementation we already have in our generic repository. So we do not want to add that again. We want to use the base functionality. Because of that, along with the iCategory repository, we also want to implement the repository with the class of category, and that will come before the interface like this. With that, you can see it does not give the error message for the iCategory repository or other methods. But now we have one error here which says there is no argument that corresponds to the required parameter DB of repository category. Well, if we go to the repository implementation here, we are saying that application DB context will be provided to you when the object will be created. Typically, when we use dependency injection, they are automatically injected. But in this case, we are creating on line 12. So what we can say is, hey, for category repository, we want to get that application DB context using dependency injection. And then we can add a constructor, get that here. And when we get this implementation, we want to pass this implementation to all the base class. So here we can say base DB. That way, whatever DB context we get here, we will pass to the repository and the error goes away. The two methods that we have here are pretty simple. When we have to save, we save that on _db.savechanges. And when we have to update the category, we will say _db.categories.update and we pass the object. Perfect. So now we have a category repository that has been implemented. How can we replace the application DB context that we are using here with our actual repository? Let me show you that in the next video. We have the category controller where we were using application DB context, but now we do not have to use this directly. We can access the category repository. How will we do that? Rather than application DB context, we will say that we want an implementation of category repository and we are asking dependency injection to provide that implementation. Then on the _db, we have all the helper methods that we have created. Well, rather than _db, it makes sense to call this category repository. That way it makes more sense when we are consuming that. Perfect. So when we have to retrieve everything, we have _category repo.getAll. We created that. Scroll down. Where we had to create, we had the _cat repo.add method. And when we have to save the changes, we will say _cat repo.save. Great, that looks good. Let me scroll down further. When we had to retrieve the category for edit, we will go to _category repo. We have the get, and we will pass the link operator u goes to u.id is equal to the ID. That way we are using category repository here. Next we have update. Let me copy what we have for add here, paste it right here, and we have update. That looks good. We have the find again. Let's copy the edit one, paste it here, and we have the find again, paste it right there, and we have the _category repo.remove and save changes. Perfect. So you can see with this we have our repository in place. If we save everything, we no longer have application DB context right here. When we run the application, we will run into an error message. I want to show you because this is a common error message many times. You can see I click on category and it says unable to resolve for type iCategory repository while attempting to activate the category controller. Whenever you see unable to resolve service for type, The first thing you should think about is there is some issue when registering that service to the container. Because here you are asking dependency injection to provide an implementation of the I category repository. But have you even registered that service in the dependency injection container? We have not. So that is one thing that you should always remember. If there is any service, you have to register that to dependency injection. Now what will be the lifetime? Typically, scoped is the most common one, and that should be used so that for one request, it will use the same service. So here we have the interface as I category repository and implementation is in category repository. Add the using statement there and perfect. Now we have added the category repository in the dependency injection. So in controller, when we want the implementation, the program knows that I have to give the implementation of category repository. Let me run this and everything will work exactly the same like it used to with application DB context. We can see all the categories here. If I try to create one, that worked. I can delete that. And perfect. All the CRUD operations are working, but now we are doing that with our repository. In the last video, you saw we were able to perform all the CRUD operations on category using our repository. But before the last video and current video, something has changed on my machine. And what I mean by that is if I go back and examine the appsettings.json file, you remember the server name was a dot. Now if I go here and if I connect using dot, it does not work. Well, I had to reset my laptop for some reason, and because of that, I encountered this issue. So now what is the solution? The localDB /MS SQL localDB, I'm able to connect to that particular server. For that, I can press the connect icon here and copy this, and we will update that inside the server right here. If we examine that, you can see rather than /, it automatically added 2 /, and that looks good. But now you might be wondering that, hey, we had our migration, we had our data inside the database. What happens to all of that? Well, because we are using Entity Framework Core, things are super simple. We do not have a bulky database here. To create that, inside the package manager console, all we have to write is the command update database. We do not have to add any migration. We only have to update database because all the migration are already present in our code. With that one line, if I run the application now, everything should work the same. You can see category, and we have the 3 categories that we were seeding our database with. With that, I want you to analyze the importance of migrations and how easy it is to get started with a project. For an example, if a new developer had to set up this code on their laptop, they just have to clone the repository and press the command update database. Right now it is a local SQL server, but if it was Azure SQL, then they just have to run the command update database and the code should work automatically on their machine. And that reminds me of my good old days when I had to spend almost a day to set up a code on my machine. Because back then we had many dependencies and we had to handle all of them. But with Entity Framework Core, you can see if a database is different, it does not take much time. We only have to update connection string, run the command update database, migrations get pushed automatically, and we are up and running. So I wanted to quickly show you on how you can easily update connection string and again bring your project with all the categories. The next item that I want to show you guys, you do not have to do that, but I want to show you how that could be done. And what I am talking about is sometimes you might face a situation where you have to rename your project. Like let's say where we have bulky in the project names here, we want to modify all of them to be bulky book. So how do we do that? Well, it is pretty simple, but there are some things that we will have to modify. First, wherever we have bulky here, we will change the project name to be bulky book here, and when I do that, we will see an error message. Now typically you will not see this error message, but the reason I am seeing that is previously I tried to rename that, and because of that a .user already exists at this location. So for that, what we will do is right click and let me open that folder. Inside there we have the bulky book web user. We will delete that, and then if I try to rename here, it will work. Now again, we don't want the bulky user, we want bulky book web, and perfect. So again, point number 1, you will not see that error message, but I wanted to explicitly show that because of that I introduced that user. Then we have to rename all the project here. Let me do that. bulkybook.utility, bulkybook.models, and we have bulkybook.dataaccess. Right now we have renamed only the project, but all the files like the controller here, you can see namespace is using bulky web. In order to change all of that, we will do Ctrl+Shift+F, find and replace. Wherever we see bulky, we want to replace that with bulky book, and let me replace all. Perfect, that works. But now if you notice the controller, the namespace is modified here, but the repository and everything, you can see it is not detecting those projects. Well, sometimes it might happen that it detects that project. It all depends on the dependencies here. I am not able to open the dependencies, so let me restart Visual Studio. Once I do that, it will reload everything, and perfect. Now in dependencies, when you examine project, it has bulkybook.dataaccess, and it is working as expected. But you can see the models here is not working. So if we examine the dependencies in the data project, you can see the name here is messed up because we renamed a few things. Changing that is super simple. Edit project file. We will remove both the dependencies here, and we will add the project reference once again to models and utility. Perfect. With that, everything should be fixed here. Let me build the solution, and great, that worked. Finally, let me run the application and show you something odd. And great, right now you can see everything is working as expected. But for some of you, the footer here will not be properly designed. And let me show you how it will look like if we go to views, shared_layout. Let me break the CSS, and perfect. So this is exactly how it will look like. You might be wondering that, hey, what exactly is this CSS and why is it present? Well, what happens is there is automatically localization and bundling that is being done with the CSS. This has been introduced with .NET 6. If you examine the _layout.cshtml, there is a .css file, and it is automatically scoped to _layout. In order for this to be automatically added to CSS, inside the link here, we need the href with the project name .style.css. That is the CSS isolation that has been introduced, and I wanted to show that as well. So once that matches, it automatically binds that, and you can see the footer is functional as expected. But if you go to category here, things again will not work. You can see the exception here, and that is because knowingly or unknowingly we have also updated the database name to be bulky book. This has to be bulky. We did not intend to update the database name. With the Ctrl+Shift+F, when we updated, it updated the database name as well. Because of that, the connection was broken, and when we modified back, everything is working as expected. So even though we have spent about 10 minutes on this video, we have learned some things important. First, we saw the CSS isolation that comes with the styling here, and next we saw how can we modify the project name, and if we modify some dependencies gets broken, how can we fix that and make sure our project is working as expected. Now traditionally in a programming course you will not see these common issues, but when you are working with a real world project, I myself have encountered these issues, and that is why I wanted to spend some time to give you exposure to these issues and how to resolve them. I hope this video was helpful, and let me continue with the course from the next video. Now in our project, we have category repository, and that is handling the CRUD operations for category. Category repository looks good, but it is not perfect. And what I mean by that is, let me go to controller here, and let's think that in a controller you have many action method and you are using about 10 different repositories. You will have to inject all of them. That is completely okay. That actually gives you the freedom that hey, you only inject the repository that is needed. But one drawback here is if you go to repository, and if we go to category repository, we have the save method. Now this save method will be there in all the individual repositories that we will have down the road, like product, order, shopping cart, and everyone else. But the save functionality is not relevant to the repository or the model. It is a global method that is being used. So the correct way of doing things is to have this save in something called as unit of work. But before I implement that, I do want to tell you that if you only want to use the category repository in a project, that is completely okay. Adding a unit of work is not always required. I like that personally because it gives a clean approach, but with that there are some drawbacks as well, which I will cover as we proceed with the course. But before that, we have the big question on how will we have the unit of work. Inside the I repository here, let me add a new item. Let me stop the project first, right click, add a new item. And with the new version of Visual Studio, they have implemented a compact view. I do like that when I have to add the CSS file, but for interface, we can click Show All Templates here, Interface, and rename that to be I Unit of Work. Let's add that, and we will make this a public interface. In here, we will have all the repositories, so I category repository, and we will only have the get inside there. Next, we can implement the global method here, like save. Now the implementation of how we will get the category repository, that will be done in repository folder. We will create, I can use the compact view, I need only the class file. I will call that unit of work. This will be a public class and it will implement the I unit of work interface. We will press Ctrl dot and implement the interface. Perfect. We need an implementation for the category repository here. Let me add a getter and a private setter right there. Now, like in the category repository, we had application DB context using dependency injection. We will do the same thing, and that will be done in unit of work right here. We will have the class name as unit of work here, and we do not have any base class. We can remove that. Right here where we have the category repository, we can add that in the constructor. Let me cut and paste it here. I will call that category, and we will say category is equal to new category repository, and we will pass the DB context right there. And we have an error here because in interface we called that category repository. We change that to category here, and perfect, the error goes away. So now in unit of work we have something for category repository where we are passing the DB context as well. Lastly, let me modify the save here, cut that and paste the implementation here, and we do not need the save method inside the individual repository. I'll have to remove that from the interface as well. And perfect, looks good. So with that, our unit of work looks good, and it has the implementation for category repository. Let me close both the files here, and in the next video, let me work on category controller, not the repository. I closed that accidentally. We have category controller. Here, we do not want to use the category repository. We want to use the unit of work that we configured because it internally has category repository as well. Now we have to replace the category repository with unit of work in the web project. First, we will go to program.cs and we will have to register that to dependency injection. We no longer require the category repository. We need unit of work this time. So perfect. We have unit of work, and then unit of work internally creates an object or implementation of category repository. So here we will have unit of work, and let me call that underscore unit of work. We will get that using dependency injection, and we will call that unit of work. And right here underscore unit of work is equal to unit of work. Now in unit of work we have category, and there we have get all. So previously when we were using the category repository, we did not have to access that, but now in unit of work we have to write which object we are working on or which repository we are working on, and then we can do everything like before. I will copy this, paste it in all the places here, and when we have the save, we do not have that in repository. That is directly inside unit of work, so we do not need the repository name. Then in the edit here, we will paste unit of work dot category. Same goes for update. For save, we only have unit of work. Perfect. Let me modify in all the places. And great. That looks good. With that, let me run the project again and see if everything works as expected. Perfect. We are able to get all the category here. Let me try to create one. That works. And delete is also functional. So everything is working as expected, but now we are using the unit of work rather than directly the repository. This gives us one advantage. In unit of work, we will have access to all the repositories that we want. But with that, we have a disadvantage as well. Like in the category controller, we only want category repository. But in unit of work, it will create implementation of all the repositories that are registered, like if we have product, if we have order, or shopping cart. So there are pros and cons in both of them, but personally speaking, I like the unit of work implementation because it is much cleaner. So with that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now I hope you are comfortable with controllers, actions, and we are going to add one more hierarchy on top of that. And the only reason I am showing that is it is actually a great feature if you have to divide few things in your project. And that is called as area. Typically when we work with routing, we have controller and then action method. But .NET team has also provided something special to divide few things in different areas. Like if you have a customer-facing website and admin panel, you can divide your project in those two areas. Now how do you add that in a project? We will right-click on bulky book web here, add, and we will click new scaffolded item. Inside there you can see we have an MVC area. Let's add that, and we need to give area a name. Let's say we have two sections in our website. One is for the admin section. So let me add an area for admin. It will add the NuGet package and scaffold that area. Another area that we will add will be the customer area that will have the code related to customer like homepage, details, and much more. Perfect. Right here, when we scaffold that, you can see it adds a folder with the name of areas. Then it has admin, which is the area that we added. And inside there we have controllers, models, and view. So basically all the code that was previously just in one location, we can now break that down in different areas. But when we add area, you can see the routing here also changes. In the scaffold.txt, it displays that, hey, now you have to add areas in the routing as well. So let me do that. Let me copy this, and we will go to our program.cs. We have the controller route here. Let me paste that here, and we will add a /. So now we need to say what area should be invoked by default. I will call that as customer. We do not have that, so let me add that area as well. And we will call that customer area. And let me add that. Perfect, that looks good. Now with that, we will have to move our controllers inside the area folders. Now in the area, you can see we have folder for data and models, but we have moved that to the individual project, so we do not need these two here. Let me delete that from both the areas. We will only have controllers and views inside the area folder. Category controller belongs to the admin functionality, so I will move that to the admin controller. Home controller is a customer facing, so I will change that and move that inside the customer area. With that, our default route now is customer area, home controller, and index section. Now when I moved this, the namespace were also updated. But if in your case you selected no and you did not update the namespace, make sure to update that namespace. On top of that, how do you tell a controller that this controller belongs to a specific area? For that, we have the area attribute here, and we need to give the name that category controller is inside the admin area and home controller is inside customer area. With that configured, let me run the project. And things are not working. The constraint customer inside the route option. Let me see what the route option is. And of course, this will be equal to and not a colon. Now we have a more user-friendly exception which says the view was not found. And that is indeed correct because we have moved the controller, but we did not move the corresponding views. So let me go to the views here, category, we will move that inside the admin here, and home, move that to the customer views right here. Once you move that, and if you run the project, things will still not work. Where is the namespace? Let me see. It is inside the category views. And yep, we have the model of category. But how will we know where exactly is this category? If you examine, we had that previously in the view imports, we had that models. So along with that, we also have to move the view start and view import. Both the files we will paste it inside the view folder in both the areas. Perfect. With that, let me run the project once again. And perfect, the website comes up and everything looks good. But when you click on home and privacy, that is working because both of them are inside the customer area. But category is inside admin area. When you click there, it tries to look for category controller in customer, which does not exist. So we have to modify that. So what will happen is where we have the ASP controller now, we will also have to define ASP area. So category is inside admin and home controller is inside customer. If you do not write the area, it will look for that controller in the existing area where the page is already residing. That looks good. Let me run the project and see if that works. Perfect. Admin category, that works. If you click create new category, it will work because even if you have not defined the area, we are looking inside the same admin area that we are in. So you can see create, back to list, edit, everything is working because we are working in the same area. Now typically moving forward, I will explicitly write all the areas, but for category, I think we are good to skip that because we will always perform CRUD operations from the category index page. But perfect. With that, you can see how areas will add one more layer in navigation. And now when we are working with routing, we will define area first, then controller, and then the action name. Now we have our category, but we will be adding product in the upcoming video where we will be performing CRUD operations. Now before I add that, let me add a drop-down in the navigation. So I will go to getbootstrap.com and let me go to the documentation, search for navbar. We have a drop-down here that looks good. Let me copy the li here for drop-down. Copy that. Go back to our code. We have underscore layout open here. If not, you can open that. And after the li elements, let me paste that right here. We go back to the UI. We have hot reload and that kicks in, but I see a blue color and I think that is because of the CSS. Yep, I do not need that. I can comment that out. Save that and perfect. Looks good. The first one here, I want that to be category. Cut the li and paste it right here. We will have to rebuild. Let me wait for that. And perfect, we have category, but I do not see the color here. We will have to make that text dark. Save that here. And perfect, we have that. But rather than that, I can just give it a class of drop-down item. And let's see if that works. Perfect, much better. After that, I will leave the divider here. And let's see, that looks good. Rather than drop down here, let me make it content management. And perfect, that looks good. Now we have worked on performing CRUD operations on category. But in our website, we will be selling books, and basically we need product that will contain all of the books of our website, and that will have a category. So we need to create a model for our product, which is book, and perform CRUD operations on that. First thing that we have to do for that is actually create a model. Let me close all the tabs here. We will do that in the bulkybook.models here. Right click, add a new class, and I can call that as product. We will make this a public class, and what will be all the properties of product? If you recall, inside category, we used data annotations and we had the ID as the primary key. We can copy those two, paste that in product here, because we will have ID, and rather than name, when we work with a book, we have title. We do not want max length there. This looks good. After that, let me add description, ISBN, and author for our product. Now our store is a bulky store where we will be selling books in bulk. So if they buy more books, they will get more discount. For that, let me add first property, which will be list price. And I will add a display property here, because if you notice here, it has a list price. I want to display that with a space. So for that, we have the display data annotation, and I will call that as list price. And of course, I forgot the name here. That looks good. On top of that, I want a range validation that price must be between, let's say, $1 and $1,000. Looks good for the list price. But our store is a bulky store, so based on the different quantity, we will have different price. Let me paste that 3 times. The first one, let me call that price. Next one, I will call that price 50. And last one will be price 100. Price 100 will be price of the book if they buy more than 100 quantity. Price 50 will be the price for more than 50 quantity. And it will be price for 1 to 50. So list price will be a different price, and price here will be the cost of product for the quantity 1 to 50. If they buy more than 50, then we will give them the price 50. For more than 100, we will give them price 100. Now this looks good for all the properties that we want right now. Of course, we need category inside our product, and we also want to add an image to our product. But we will do that later on. First, I want to keep things super simple. Right now, our model has few strings and few double, kind of similar to what we had for category. And with that in place, I want you guys to practice CRUD operations on product similar to what we did with category, and that will be your next assignment. Let me walk you through that in the next video. We have added the product model to our project. Now we have not added all the properties, but I have added the basic properties for now. Before we add this product table to our database, we will have to add that to application DB context inside the data access. So let me copy this DB set for category, and we will rename that to be product. And the table name, I will call that as products. Now that looks good. On top of that, I want to see the product as well. So let me copy the hash data here, paste it one more time, and then we will have to create new products here. When we seed something, you can write whatever you want, but for consistency, I have provided that inside snippets. If you open the resources in snippet section 6, we have seed products. Let me open that, copy everything, and I will paste that inside the hash data. There I am populating 6 products. And these are all the properties that we have added in the product model, so it should match perfectly. With that configured, now we have the data and we can seed our table. So with that, you can work on your first assignment. Inside there, I want you to push product to the database, and when you create the products table, along with that, all the 6 records will also be created because we added inside the hash data. Once you create the products table, then you have to implement the product repository for data access. You will create the product repository interface and implement that, and after that you will also add that to unit of work. That is the basic configuration that you have to do for your first assignment. So good luck with that, and we have already done that with the category repository and the category table. All the steps are exactly the same, so I hope you have good practice before we move forward in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment, but if you face any issue, let me do that together in this video. First thing, we have to create our products table in the database. So we have the package manager here. Let me open that and we will add migration. Now when you add migration, if you face error here, like if I just add the migration, add products to DB, this will not work because the default project here is the bulky book web project. It should display an error message. Right now we see a different error message, and that is because where we have the hash data, this should be product. I hope you corrected that when you tried the assignment, but with that, let me try adding migration. Of course, we get error message because the default project is web project. When we add a migration, that has to be updated to data access. With that, let me add the migration, and perfect. That looks good. Let me update the database. And great, it completed successfully. If we scroll down here in the migration, it is also seeding the data. So that looks good. Let me switch back to the SQL Server here and examine bulky, tables, products table. It should have 6 records. And great, that looks good. If we go back to the assignment, our first step is complete here. Next, we need the product repository. For that, we will go and basically we can copy and paste the category repository, rename that to be product repository. We will have to do the same with the interface here. So this will be product repository. Copy that name, and we will make sure to rename our interface. That will be on the product, and in the update we will get a product object. Looks good. Let me go to the product repository here, and we will modify that. Product repository. Class name will be product repository, and this will be product. Constructor name will be product repository, and in the update we will get the product underscore db dot products dot update. Perfect. Our repository also looks good. Final step, we have to add that to our unit of work. Let me open the interface as well as the implementation. This one will be product repository. We will call that as product. Close the interface here. In the implementation, we will have to add the product repository. Name that as product, and we will say product is equal to new product repository. Pass the application DB context. With that, I believe our unit of work as well as a repository for product is complete. We have unit of work in place for our product repository. It is time for the second assignment, where you have to create product controller and action methods for the CRUD functionality. After you create the controller and action methods, then you will have to create view for all the CRUD operations and add client-side and server-side validation. All of the steps here we have already done that for category controller, so you have to replicate them, and the only reason I am making you replicate them once again is that you will gain some experience on how to work with all the CRUD functionalities with models, views and controller. The only difference this time is that you have more properties in product than category model. So make sure to practice all the CRUD operations, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete all the CRUD operations with product. I do not want you to see me typing everything here. Because of that, what I will do is copy what we have for category and paste that for product and modify that real quick. So let's go back to our code here, where inside the areas here, admin controller, copy and paste the controller, and I will rename that to be product controller. Let me copy that name, and I will modify the class name and the constructor name. Everything else looks good here. Wherever we have category, I will have to replace that with product. So I can do Ctrl+Shift+F, replace in file, and in the current file, I will replace category with product. I will match the case here and replace all. Now here, make sure you are only doing that in the current document. Once you complete that, let's take a look here. Perfect. On unit of work, we are going into product and retrieving all product. Where we have the create, we do not need the custom validation, so I can remove that. And this looks good. Inside the edit get action method, we are retrieving the product here, and rather than category, let me also rename this. So lowercase category, we will rename that to lowercase product in the current document, and that looks good. Perfect. In the edit post here, we are updating. Inside the delete, we are fetching that. Looks good. In the delete post here, we retrieve the product and remove that. So with that, the controller looks great. Now we need to add views for our application. If we go back, we need to create views for the CRUD operation. We already have the views for category. Copy and paste that again. The complete folder, I will rename that to be product. And let me see what we have in index. In all of them, we have to replace category with product. So an easier approach is, let me open all of them here. Close the product controller. We only have the 4 view open here. Ctrl+Shift+F, replace in file. And we will replace that in all the open documents, which are all the views for our product. Replace all. Did not find any with the lowercase. Let me do that with uppercase here. And perfect, that worked. Now we have a different properties inside product. So rather than name, we have title. Let me rename that and paste it 2 times. After title, we have description. Let me modify that and paste it here. I will copy and paste this about 5 more times here. Then we have the ISBN. Let me modify that. Next we have the author. After that we have the price. First we have the list price. Next we have the price 50. Well, we first have the price. Then we will have price 50 and price 100. So copy and paste that 2 more times here. We have price 50. And finally we have price 100. Great. That looks good for create. Let me copy this and go to edit here, paste it right here. Perfect. Inside delete as well, we will have to paste that and we will remove the validation. On top of that, let me disable all the input fields when we are deleting. Perfect. That looks good. Finally, we have the index here. Scroll down. And in index, I want to display 5 properties: title, ISBN, the list price here, author, and category. Where we have the for each here, we do not need any order by. And first we have the title. Next we have ISBN. Whoops, not that. Just ISBN. Copy and paste that 3 more times. We have the list price. Next we have the author. And finally right here, I want the category. But in our current model, we do not know what is the category of a book or product. We will cover that in the upcoming videos, but this looks good. With that in place, let me add a navigation to that in _layout, views, shared, _layout. We have the drop down, copy the ally, paste it 1 more time. This will be for product. And that looks good. I believe that is all that was needed, but let me run the project and make sure that works. We will go to content management, product here, and great. We have the product list here. Let me try to edit. Perfect. That looks good. Whoops, description is 2 times. In edit, let me remove 1. And rather than input here, let me change that to be a text area. When we have text area, we need the explicit closing tag, else it will not work. When we save that, let's go back. The hot reload kicks in. And perfect, we have a text area. Now of course this is not perfect right now, but we will modify that in the upcoming videos. Right now if I try to update something here, it should work, and perfect, that is working. Let me revert it back here. Let me create a dummy product here. Create. That works. Let me try to delete that. And perfect. All the operations are working as expected. The only thing that I will change right now is add a little bit of space. So let me go back. And in all of the views here, where we have margin top of 4, let me make that margin Y. Save that. It was in the edit. Perfect. That looks good. So I will add this margin Y4 in all the places. Delete as well. I need the margin Y. Create margin Y. Index margin Y. Perfect. Let me save all. Go back here. And perfect. Now everything is looking much cleaner. But basically we have the product grid operation. Those are working as expected. Next thing that I want to work on here is when we are working with product, we need an association between product and category. If we go to category, it is action, sci-fi and history. Basically, any product that we have will belong to one of the category. So there will be a foreign key relation between product and category table. How can we accomplish that with EF Core? Now, if we did not have EF Core, we will basically have a column of category ID in the product table, and then we will have a constraint on foreign key which we will add in SQL Server. But thankfully, because of EF Core, we do not have to touch our database. All we have to do is define some constraint in our model, and Entity Framework will take care of everything else. So how can we accomplish that foreign key relation between category and product? Let me close all the tab here and let me open the model here, which is product model. There we basically need a column for category ID. So prop integer, I will call that category ID. Now if I add just this column, table will not know that this is a foreign key to the category table. In order to explicitly define that, we need a navigation property to the category table. So right here, we will have a navigation property to category table, and I will call that category. And on top of that, we have to explicitly define that this category property is used for foreign key navigation for the category ID. And for that, we have a data annotation of foreign key, and we can say that this category table has a foreign key which will be category ID right here. That is all that we have to write, and then Entity Framework Core will take care of everything else. So you can see how powerful Entity Framework Core really is. With that configured, let me save that, and I will add a migration. So we will add a migration, and I will call that add foreign key for category product relation. Now when you change anything with the core model, if it requires a database change, Entity Framework Core is smart enough and it does all of that. You can see it is adding a column here and it is updating some data. But when it is updating the data, you can see it is setting all the value to be 0 for category ID. That is not what we want. Because we are seeding our data, we need to actually pass category in that seed data. So this migration that got added, I am not happy with it because I am going to change something in the seed data and create a new migration. Now only because this migration has not been pushed to the database, I can directly come here and we can go to migrations and delete that migration. You do not want to do that directly here. You can go to Package Manager and you can write the command remove migration, and it will remove the last migration that was added. You can see in the migrations folder that migration does not exist anymore and it got removed. So now we can add a new migration, but before we do that, we have to fix our seed data that is inside application DB context. Here we have to pass a category ID. You can pass anything you want. I am going to be random about it. Some of them I will say 1, the other one I will say 2 here, and last one I will say 3. So perfect. We have assigned some value to the category ID, and when we are seeding, make sure that you use the category ID that exists and not something random like 11. That will not work. With that configured, let me go to Package Manager and I will add the migration once again. Perfect. Let me see the values. Yep, we have the correct value this time, and that looks good. So our migration is looking good. Let me update the database. And perfect, that is done. Let me go to SQL Server. We will do select top 1000. And great, we have category ID. On top of that, if you expand that and examine the keys, you will notice a foreign key relation between product and categories. So with that, if you try to edit here, and if you try to enter, let's say 11, it will not work because of the foreign key relation. So with that, you can see how easy it was to add a foreign key relation between table. All we had to do is use the foreign key data annotation. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. Now before we move any forward, let me open the product model in the models project here, and I will add one more property which is kind of critical, and that is image URL. When we work with any product here, they will typically have an image, so let me call that as image URL. It will be a string property right now, and it will be empty right now. With that, let me save this, and we will have to add a migration. I will call that add image URL to product. The seed entity did not work. Well, you can go there in the data and you can add an empty image URL. That should work right now. We will fix that as we proceed with the course. Perfect. Let me add the migration once again and it should work. Perfect. Let's update the database. And great. Now our model for product is complete and we have added all the properties that are needed. How this image URL will work, that we will cover in the upcoming videos. What we want to work on is when we go to product and we edit a product or create a product, we cannot toggle the category. So let me fix that first. We need to add a drop-down right here. Before we even add that drop-down, we need a list of all the categories that we can display in the drop-down. So first we need to retrieve that in the controller. If I open the product controller, when we are passing it back to the view, we are passing list of product. On top of that, we need to pass list of all the categories, or we can pass a select list that we can use to populate a drop-down. Now there are multiple ways to pass that thing, but if we want to pass that along with this object, that is not possible because when we return back, we can only pass one object. We will see how to overcome that in the upcoming videos, but let's say you only want to return a list of product and not any other model. In that case, if we have to pass some additional functionalities, there are many other ways, but before we see how to pass that, we actually have to retrieve that. So to retrieve that, I will store that in an IEnumerable of select list item. If I press Ctrl dot here, it is inside system.collections.generic, that is the IEnumerable, and select list item is inside microsoft.asp.NET Core.mvc.rendering. Now if I press F12 on the select list item, it will navigate me to the class here, and you can see with the select list item, we have text and value, and that is what we will be populating and using in our dropdown. So let me call this category list is equal to, we need to retrieve all the categories, so unit of work dot category dot get all, and then if we just do that, it will not work because here it is retrieving an IEnumerable of category and we have to convert that to an IEnumerable of select list item. How can we do that dynamic conversion while we are retrieving some things from the database? In order to do that, we have something powerful known as projections in EF Core. In order to use projections, we will say dot select, and there we will give it a random object. Let me call that U. And what object do we want to return from here? We want to return a new select list item. So we will write that, and inside there, what properties should be populated? Let me break it out in different line here. We want to populate the text, which is inside u.name, and value we want ID of the category. So u.id, convert that to a string. That way what will happen is each category object here will be converted into a select list item, and it will have a text and a value. And that is how we can convert a category to an IEnumerable of select list item using projection. Again, this is a very powerful feature because you can see how in a single line, when you are retrieving something, you can easily pick only some columns and not all the columns. You can convert that to a new object and directly assign that. With that, we have the category list right here. But now the question is, how do we pass that onto our view? Let me do that in the next video. Now we have to pass some data from our controller to our view. And for that, we have multiple items or multiple routes that are available. First one here is a view bag. View bag transfers data from controller to view and not vice versa. And that is exactly what we want. We want to pass the data that we have in our controller to our view, and it is ideal for a situation in which the temporary data is not in a model. Like in our example, we need the drop-down list, and that is not within our model. We do not have a property to store that. So in that case, we can store this in a view bag and pass that to our view. View bag is a dynamic property that takes advantage of the new dynamic features in C# 4.0. Any number of properties and values can be assigned to a view bag, and the view bag's life only exists during the current HTTP request. View bag values will be null if there is any redirection. Like in our case, we will be passing the value from controller to view, and we will not be redirecting. That is why the view bag value will persist. Last point is that view bag is actually a wrapper around view data. Now you might think, what is view data? But we will cover one thing at a time. First, let me switch back and show you how we can use a view bag. Right here in the code, we are getting all the category list, but I am inside the index section. Let me cut this. We actually need that inside the create action. So right here, let me paste that here. And now you might be thinking that we are not passing anything here. Why don't we pass the category list? But if I go to the view, you can see we have defined a model at the top, which is the product model. So now we need to pass this category list to our view, and we want to use view bag. So for that, we can say viewbag.categoryList is equal to category list. We can give any name that we want, and this name that we give here will basically act as a key value, where key will be category list and value will be whatever we assign here. Once we add this here, then inside the create, we can fetch that and display that in a dropdown. Let me scroll down, and where we have the price 100, after that let me copy and paste it one more time. Label will be for category ID. ASP validation, we can change that to be category ID, but here we want the select field. Now when we are using select rather than input, we cannot use the self-closing tag. We have to explicitly close that. And after that, I will add one more default option here, which will be disabled, selected by default, and there we will display select category. Now ASP4, we have that as category ID, but we need to display all the items in the dropdown. For that we have a special tag helper ASP items, and this expects an IEnumerable of select list item. We have that in our view bag, so in order to extract that we will write view bag dot and we need the key name. Now key name, if you write here, it will not help with IntelliSense because it is not dynamic. You can give any key name here and IntelliSense cannot detect what you gave, so you have to type that and make sure that it matches. If there is any spelling mistake, things will not work. For the class here, we will give it a bootstrap class of form select, and with that, let me run the application. We go to product here, and we will have to go to create new product, scroll down, perfect. We have select category, and there we have action, sci-fi and history. So our dropdown is looking great with create product. Now that is one way of doing things with view bag. Let me continue and show you the alternative in the next video. We have seen view bag in the last video. Next we want to see how we can accomplish the same things with view data. View data also transfers the data from controller to view and not vice versa. And again, it is ideal for the situation where the temporary data is not in a model. View data is derived from view data dictionary, which is a dictionary type. View data value must be typecasted before use. Like if we go back, when we were using view bag right here, we did not have to cache that data, it was all dynamic. But when we use view data, we will have to cache that before we use the value. And lastly, the view bag's life only lasts during the current HTTP request, and view data value will be null if redirection occurs, similar to view bag. So there are quite a few things that are similar here, but let us see that with an example. First, we have to go back to the controller. Let me comment this out, copy that and paste it here. Rather than view bag, we want to use view data. If you use dot there, it will not work. You have to define that in a square bracket and what is the key value, like in a dictionary. That is how you assign a value to view data. Now the question is, how do you access that inside view? When we were using view bag, we did not have to do conversion, but with view data, we will have to do some conversion here. So we will use the @ sign and we will say view data here, write the key name. Let me go back and copy that to avoid any spelling mistake. And then we have to explicitly convert that. So we will say as, and this will be an IEnumerable of select list item. With that, the errors go away and you can see how view data might be a little inconvenient as compared to view bag. But with that, everything should work the same. Let me restart the application and see that in action. We go to create new product and perfect. That is functional. But there is one more thing that you should be aware of. View bag internally inserts data into the view bag dictionary. So the key of view data and property of view bag must not match, because both of them will go to the same entity. Now before I wrap up this video, previously we have seen temp data, which are used to generate alerts, and temp data can be used to store data between two consecutive requests. Temp data internally use session to store the data, so think of it as a short-lived session which will only exist for one request. Now temp data value must also be typecast before use, so check for null values to avoid any runtime errors. Finally, as you already know, temp data can be used to store only one-time message like error messages or validation message, and if you refresh the page after that, it will go away. So that gives you a brief idea on all the differences between view bag, view data, and temp data. Now we know view bag, view data, and we are using that in our application. But think about that. When you have an application and if it grows, you have many more data. What if you have 10 view data and 5 view bags that you are using? Things will start getting ugly because when you will look at the view, you will not be able to easily identify where this is coming from. And the reason I am saying is our view is tightly bounded to this product model, but product model does not have all the data that is needed. So typically I avoid using view bags and view data as much as possible. The alternative to that is to tightly bind your view to the object that you want. If object is not a simple object, you can create a combination of object, and that is called as view model. View model, as the name suggests, it is a model which is specific for a view. So let me show you how to do that, and then everything will make much more sense. In our models folder, let me right click, add a new folder with the name of view model. I will have to stop the application here, and I will call that view models. Inside there, I will add a new class file, and I will call that product view model, where VM stands for view model. It will be a public class, and we will think about what will be all the entity that we want for our product. We want a product object, so first let me create that property, which will be product. Next, what we want is an IEnumerable to hold the drop down. So we'll say prop, and that will be an IEnumerable of select list item. When we need the select list item here, we will have to install the NuGet package microsoft.aspnetcore.mvc.viewFeatures. The property name, we will call that category list here, exactly what we have in the product controller. Now inside create, we were not passing anything to the view, but if we go to our view, we were using product. Now what we will be using is product view model. We cannot access that directly, so we will go bulkybook.models.viewModels. We have the product view model. Now view model is something that we will be using in many of the views. So it makes sense to add this to our import statement inside the admin area, view import. Let me add that using statement, and I will also add this, copy that to our customer view, view imports, and we have a global view imports as well. Perfect. Let me save and close all of that, and now we can remove this. Product view model will be detected. When we add this here, our title is inside product, so we will have to add that in all the places. Let me modify that for all of the properties here. Whoops. You can see the errors went away, and then where we have the ASP items, we do not want any view data. We want to access that directly from our product view model. If we go back, we have the category list here. Now if you try to access category list directly here, it will not work. So basically when you have to access something from the model directly, and if it does not work, you can always access the model by using the @ sign. So we can say add model, and there we have the category list. Now the product here is working, but if for some reason this was not working, you can access product by writing at model.product. Both of them are exactly the same things. So perfect. We are using our view model. Let me scroll down. I believe everything else is working. Let me build the project here and see if that works. We still have to modify our controller, but let me do that now. Product controller, where we have the create, we need to pass a product view model. So right here we will say product view model. Let me call that product VM is equal to new. And then we have to assign the properties here. Category list will be inside category list, comma, we have the product. Product will be new product. So perfect, that looks good. And then we will be passing the product view model. If you want, you can just cut this from here and assign that to the category list like that. It should also work. We do not want the view data or view bag. Let me remove that. Perfect, much cleaner. With that, we have a view model that we are passing to our create view. Let me run and see if that works. We go to product here and create new product. Perfect, that is working. But now if you post here, it will not work, because if you examine in the HTTP post, we said that there will be a product obj. This we have to modify to product VM, and when we are adding something, we'll say obj.product. With that configured, let me save and run the application and try to create a new product. I will populate dummy information. Category, let me make it action and create. And we see an exception. Now you might be wondering on why we are getting this exception. Because the exception here is inside the select field and it says object reference is not set to an instance of an object. That is a common exception when you are working with C#. Basically anything that is being accessed here does not have a value. But why when we are posting it is trying to access these fields? The reason is simple. Something in model state is not valid and it is returning back to the view. When it returns back, we are not passing the view model, so dropdown is not populated. Let me show that. I will add a debugging point here and let me hit create once again and see model state is valid is false. Now what property is false here? We can examine that in the result view, and the category list is invalid, the image URL is invalid, and the product.category is invalid. Now why is it validating all of those properties? We do not want the validations on them. So basically we need to tell that, hey, when you are validating our model, I do not want validations on these three entities. One way to fix the image URL right now is, let me go back to the create view and let me just copy and paste this for image URL. That way we will not be bothered with that exception, and let me show that. Now of course we will fix image URL as we proceed, but right now let me show you the issue with other two entities. We hit create here. Let me hit create here. Model state is not valid, and now there will be two entities. One will be category list and another will be category. So we basically do not want to validate those two properties. Doing that is super simple. All we have to do is add an annotation on top of the category list, which is validate never. And that will make sure that it does not validate this property that we have. I will also have to add that where we have the category right here. And if you want, you can also add that to the image URL. That way you are not bothered with that as well. With that configured, let me run the application again and see if creating a product works. We go to product here. Let me try that once again. Well, I have description 2 times. Let me remove that first. That is annoying. Save that, and the page should reload. Perfect. Let's try. Create. We go back. Now model state is valid, that is good, and it will create the product. Great, that works. But if the model state was not valid, we do not want that ugly exception. So how do we fix that? To do that, let me just bring back this validate never, comment it out for just few minutes, and basically when we are going to the else block, it expects the dropdown to be populated. So whatever we have here, if I copy that to the else part and paste it here, and I pass this view model back, then it will work. Let me have this return statement in here. Now if we did this, then it will create a new product view model. We do not want that. We only want the dropdown to be populated. So right here where we have the obj, we can say obj dot category list and just populate that list, not anything else. When we return back, we will return the obj, or I think the better name here will be product view model. So let me rename that. Perfect. With that, if I remove debugging point and run the application, it will redirect us back to the product page. Let me show that. We select some category, hit create, and it redirects us back, but we do not see the error message. The good thing is we do not see that ugly exception, but the error message we have already handled that with validate never. So let me bring that back. I only wanted to show you that when you return back, you have to populate the dropdown once again, because when it is being posted, that dropdown will not be populated if you encounter any errors on the page. So this looks perfect. That way we are handling if the model state is not valid, we make sure to populate the dropdown again so we do not see that ugly exception that we saw before. But with that, our create functionality for product is working as expected. Now we have a view model for our product. Based on that, we already are binding our category as well. If I directly press create here, we have all the validations in place as well. And with that, we have seen how to add view models. Now to summarize again, view models are models that are specifically designed for a view. And the advantage that we get because of that is that a view will be strongly typed to one model. And because of that, view models are also known as strongly typed views. So if someone will ask you what is a strongly typed view, that basically means that there is a model that is specific for that view. Because of that, the view is strongly typed to a model. So it is always good to remember that term as well. Now before we work on anything else, where we have the image URL, we want this to be a file upload. Let me switch back here. Let me close the git commit here. And I will go to create. Right now we are only working on create and not edit. And I have a very good reason for that, which I will cover in the upcoming video. But right now let me scroll down. Where we have the image here, we do not want the ASP4. We will say input type is equal to file and form control looks good. We do not want validation. Let me remove that. And let me go back and see how that looks. Perfect. Looks good here. Then where we have the form right here, we will have to add one thing. we have to add the ENC type, which will be multi-part form data. If you do not add that, then file upload will not work. So make sure that in your form, you have multi-part form data. With that, we basically have an input element, or rather an input file upload in the product create. Right now we have been working on create new product, and I said before we are only working there and not on edit because I want to show you one thing in this scenario. When you look at the create page, it looks exactly same to what we have for edit, but the details are populated when you select edit. Many times in the application, what user have is they have a single page for create and edit, and based on if there is an ID here, they retrieve and display that, and they display update rather than create. That way there is a single page for create and update, and that is exactly what we want to do as well. We have seen the different pages for create and update when we were working with category, but for product, I want to combine both of them in a single page. Before we work on the view here, we need to modify the controller. Where we have the create controller, rather than create, a more meaningful name is upsert. And what I mean by upsert is up stands for update and cert is basically combination of insert. So if you have update and insert, you remove this thing and you come up with upsert, and that name is commonly used when you combine update and insert in one functionality. In upsert, you might have or you might not have an ID. If you are creating, then you will not have an ID, but if you are updating, then you will get an ID. The functionality that you have here looks good for create. But if ID is present, then basically we have to retrieve that product and assign it to this product inside the product view model. So what we can do is right here have an if condition, and if ID is null or if ID is equal to 0, that means it is a create and we can directly return back to the view. In the else part, that means it is an update functionality because ID is present. This will be equal to, and if we have update, then we will have to populate product view model dot product is equal to underscore unit of work dot product dot we have the get functionality, and we need to pass the link operator u goes to u dot id is equal to the ID. We are using get here and not get all because we know this will only return, or ideally it should only return one record, and that is the product. Once we retrieve that, we can return back to the view and return back product view model. So the first functionality here is for create and later one is for update. With that, the upsert controller here looks good. We need to modify the post action method for upsert as well. And when we are updating, if you remember, let me go to create, we added multi-part form data. When a file is uploaded here, we will get that here in the iForm file. We will make that a nullable field and let me call that as file. Now right now I do not want to focus on what we will do here, or rather any functionality in here. We will do that later on. We do not need edit. I can remove them altogether. Perfect. So upsert post, we will come back to that, but let me modify the view. So if I go back to the views of admin, product, create, we will modify that to be upsert, and we will remove edit. We do not need that. Right, let me open upsert and work on that. When we are in the form, we should have the ID in the hidden property. That way when we post, we always have that populated. After that, where we have the title create product here, If ID is present, this should be update product, so we have to make that dynamic. We will use the @ sign here, and we can check model.product.id. If that is not 0, then we will display update, else we will display create. We can remove this create product, and that should be dynamic. Let me run the application. We will not be able to navigate that directly because when we go to product, this is going to the create action. We will have to modify that. That is inside underscore layout here. Product controller. We have the index action that looks good. Whoops, it is inside index. There, it will be absurd. Let me scroll down where we have edit. It will be the same action, absurd. Save that, and we need to stop and restart. Let me navigate to product here, and we hit create new. Perfect, goes to absurd here. If I go back and try to edit, it goes to the same view, but you can see data is populated and we see update product. Let me also modify the button text here. So let me go back to absurd. We have the button. Here we can also add an if condition and be like if model.product.id. If that is not 0, then we want update, else we will keep create. Copy this, paste it here, and call that as update. Now right now I am keeping things super simple, but we have if else condition. Moving down the road, we will be adding some more validation on update. That is why I have added an if else condition rather than an inline functionality of just renaming the text here. So perfect, with that configured, if I go back, we have update and that looks good. Before I work on anything else, if I go to product here and try to create a product, you can see the description here is a text box. I want to convert that to a rich text area. For that I will be using something called as TinyMCE here. And we have the editor right here. You can see it is a fancy editor and you can do quite a few things with description. Make it as fancy as you want. For pricing, if we go here, you will see that it is free forever if you use the core version, and that is good enough for our requirements. So let me log in here, and if you do not have an account, you can always continue with Google. Once we log in here, we have the cloud dashboard. Now I already have registered for the account, so you can see some other usage that I have. But if you sign up here, you will see the cloud integration, and that is what we need to get started. First thing is the script here, so let me copy the script that is displayed, and we will go back to our application. We will open underscore layout, and where we have the JavaScript at the end here, let me paste that. Once you do that, if you scroll down, there will be the tiny API key, but that key is already included in the script here, so you can directly use the script right here. Now that we have the script in place, we have the actual usage right here, and let me copy the script tag here. Only thing that we need is a text area on the page, because you can see the selector here is text area. So let me go back here, and in the product I will open absurd. Where I have the description, I will convert that to be a text area, and with text area we need the explicit closing tag. Now with description we do not want any validation, so I can remove that, and we have to add the JavaScript. If you notice here, we have a section for script. Inside there we can paste the JavaScript code, and that should work. With that configured, let me save everything, go back, And perfect. You can see we have a nice editor right here. Now with that, we do not see the description at the top, so let me go back here, and where I have the description, cut that and paste it, and I will remove the form floating. And where we have the class, I will give it a class of text muted for the grayish color. Perfect. That looks much better. You can see we have fancy fonts here that could be applied, and our description can now be super fancy. If we go back here, and when we scroll down, you can see in the toolbars and plugins, we have quite a few plugins right here. We might not need all of them. We can remove the image here, link here, media, search, replace. Let me remove that. And let me remove the links here. I guess that should be good enough. Let me see how that looks like. Save that, go back. And yep, that looks better. You can always play around with what plugins you want, but I will leave that selection to you. With that, we have implemented TinyMCE right here on the product page. Now finally, what we want to work on is when we select an image here and hit the create button, we need to save that image somewhere in our code here, and we need to also update the image URL. Let me do that in the next video. Now when we select an image here and hit the create button, we need to save that image. All the static files of our code must always go into one folder, and can you tell me which folder that is? If you said www root folder, you are 100% correct. So inside the www root folder, let me stop the application. We will add one more folder for images. In that folder, I will create a subfolder with the name of product. With that in place, let me open the controller again, and let me remove this controllers folder because it is empty. All the controllers are inside the areas folder. So let me delete this. We do not need that anymore. And we have the product controller where we have the upsert post action method. Right now we are not handling create and edit because we have handled that in the get here, but we still have to handle both the scenarios when we are upserting. But inside the iForm file, we will receive the file that was uploaded. So we have to capture that file and we have to save that inside the images product path. So now our question is, how do we access this root path of our application, which is www root folder? To do that, we have to inject something called as iWebHost environment, and that is provided by default with the .NET project. So basically we have to inject that like we are injecting the iUnit of work, but the good thing is we do not have to register that. That is a built-in functionality that is provided with the .NET project. So I will say private read only iWebHost environment, and let me call that underscore webhost environment. We have to inject that using dependency injection. And then using this webhost environment, we will be able to access the www root folder. So if the model state is valid, we can say string www root path is equal to underscore webhost environment dot we have the web root path. That path will basically give us the root folder, which is www root folder. After we get the root path here, we can first check if file is not null. So basically, if file is not null, then we want to upload the file and save that in the product folder. Now when the file is uploaded, file might have some weird name. So rather than keeping the same name, we can rename that to be a random grid. So right here we can say string file name is equal to grid.newGrid.toString. That will give us a random name for our file. Then right now we have the www root path. We need to navigate to the product path. So I will say string product path is equal to path.combine, and I want to combine the www root path with another path, which is images/product. That will give me the path inside this product folder where we have to actually upload this file. The file name here is only a random grid, but we need to preserve the extension that is there in this file. So where we have the file name here, I can say plus, and we have to get the extension. So path, inside there we have a helper method which is getExtension, and we will pass file. In there we have the file name. So the image that we will be saving will have a grid, and it will have the same extension that got uploaded. We have the final image name here, and we have the location where we have to save that. With both of that configured, let me save that image. We will add a using here. We will say variable file stream is equal to new file stream. And there we have to give the final path as well as the file name. So basically the complete URL. So I can do path.combine there, and we can combine the product path with the file name. That will give us the ultimate location where we have to save that file. When we are using file stream here, we have to pass one more property here, which is file mode, and we'll say file mode dot create because we are creating a new file there. In order to copy the file, we will say file.copy_to, and we want to copy the file to the file stream that we have right here. That will copy the file in the new location that we added or configured right here on line 60 and 61. Now that is great, but in the product view model, if we examine, we have product where we need to save the image URL. So wherever in the folder here we are saving that image, we should save that in the product image URL. So right here we will say product view model dot product dot image URL is equal to, and we know that will be inside the images folder. I will add the / there. We have the product folder, and then I want file name and extension. Both of them are inside the file name variable, so we will save that. With that configured, our create functionality looks good. After that, we are adding the product here, saving that, and we have the temp data product created successfully. Now right now, even though this is absurd, we are only handling creation of a product with a particular image. So let me run the application and make sure that works before we work on updating any product and updating their image. We will go to product here, and let me try to create a product. Let me select an image here, and we will hit the create button. And we have an exception, cannot insert null into image URL. Let me see why that happened, because we are updating that right here. Let me add a debugging point and see what is going on. Let me continue, go back here, re-add the image and hit the create button. Model state is valid. Let me see if the file came through. That did not. For some reason that is null. Let me go to absurd and see we have the multi-part form data that looks right. Where is the input form? Right here. Well, we have type is equal to file, but if we go to controller, it expects a file name. We do not have that here. We have to give it a name of file as well. That is how it will bind that to this variable. and we will have to rebuild and apply changes. Let me try that. Let me select image again, hit the create button, and perfect. File came through this time. Let me debug and also show you the product being populated in the folder. File is not null. We get the new file name with the extension. Product path here. That looks good. File stream. Now once we execute this copy to the folder here with product, you can see it already has that image, but if you open that in File Explorer, it is empty right now. I can show that. Properties, you can see it is 0 bytes. Because right now the file stream is open, but it has not copied. Now it has copied that through. So if we go and see properties again, we have the size of the product. Once we do that, we populate image URL and we add that product. We press F5. Product created successfully. So perfect. With that, our create functionality for product is working, but when we edit that product, we need to somewhere see that image. Let me add that in the next video. Now what I want to do is where we have the update or rather create, rather than taking up the full width here, we will take column 10 and the 2 rows on the right hand side we will reserve that for the product image. So we have to make some designing changes. Let me go to absurd. We have our form here. Inside there, let me add a div, give it a class of row. In that row, we will say div class of column 10. And I will add one more div with a class of column 2. Whatever we have in the div here, let me cut that and paste it in class of column 10. Save that. And perfect. It got shifted. On the right side here, we will display the image. So let me scroll down here. And we need the image tag img. src is inside model.product.image URL. And we will give it a width of 100%. I will also give it some custom styling here. And let me close that tag. Let's go back and perfect. We have the image that is being displayed here. When we go to create, it will be empty and that is okay. Now our create is functional and we can see the image. But in the update functionality, we have not added anything inside the post method. If I go back here, controller, everything that we have here is for create. Well, not there. In the post here, we only have product.add. We have not handled how to update the product right now. So in the next video, let me manage updating product in the upsert action method. We want to manage updating a product in the product controller. But for that, first let's think about what should happen to the image. If we go back here and let me go back, let's assume that when a product is created, they must upload an image. So next time when they are updating something, let's say they are only updating the description, and if they hit the update button, then we do not want to update the image. So basically when they are updating, if the image URL is null, then we do not want to update that. But if they are updating a new image, then we want to replace the existing image with the new image. So if a file is present when they are updating, then we want to delete the old file and we want to add this new file. Let me handle that scenario first. When we have to upload a new file, all the logic stays the same, but the only thing that we have to add here is we have to delete the old file if image URL is present and a new file is being uploaded. So if the file is not null and if image URL is present, so we will check here if product view model dot product dot image URL, and I can say string dot is null or empty. So if that is not null or empty, that means that there is an image URL and we are uploading a new image because file is not null. In that case, we have to delete the old image. In order to remove the old image, we need the path of that particular image. So we will say variable old image path is equal to path.combine. We need the root folder, which is inside www root path. And then if we examine our database here, bulky table products, you will notice that we have a forward slash in the image URL. We need to remove that because we are using path.combine. So I will say product view model dot product dot image URL dot, we have the trim start, and we want to remove the forward slash. For that we will have to escape that with another forward slash. That will basically combine and give us the path of the old image. Then deleting that is simple. We have that in system.io.file. We first need to check if anything exists in that old image path. If it does, then we will delete system.io.file.delete the old image. So perfect. We will delete that image, we will upload a new image, and we will update the image URL. That is great. But finally, where we are adding here, we will rather have to update. Now, how will we identify whether it is an add or an update? That depends on if the ID is present. So we'll say if product view model dot product dot ID is equal to 0, that means it is an add, paste that, else it is an update. So underscore unit of work dot product dot update product view model dot product. Perfect. Now before we test this, I want to modify something in the update, and let me walk you through that in the next video. We have added the code to update the product and remove old image if that exists. Let me see that in action here. We have an old image. Let me pin this so we can see the old image being deleted. And let me upload a new image. We will hit update here. And you notice here the new image was added, but the old one was not deleted. Let's debug and see what happened. We will add a breakpoint here. Let's go back and try to update a new image here. Update. And let's see. It did not go into the if condition here, and for some reason the image URL is null. The reason behind that is if I go back to the observed view, we have the image URL, but it is not there in any input field. Because of that, when the form is posted, it does not stay there. We will have to add the image URL in a hidden field as well, and that should resolve our issue. With that configured, let me run the application once again. Let me go to product and one with the image here. Let me delete the other image here because I know that is fake one. And I just have the last image that is there. Let me try to update this one. Update. And it should go inside the if condition. Perfect, that worked. If I continue here, you can see the old image was deleted and we have the new grid. If we click edit here, we have the new image. Perfect, update image is working as expected. But one issue is, let's say we are only updating the title here. If I save that image stay as is, but if I go to edit here, image is still there. One thing that I will show here is EF Core is smart. If I update this to be the title here, and let me add a debugging point once again, we are not modifying the image here. If I press update, you will notice it goes to the update here and it has the new product. That has everything right here and the product here title is updated. EF Core will basically update all the properties right here along with title. So if in case somehow the image URL was empty here, then that image would be removed from the table entry. So what we can do is, in this case, even though the update is working, when we are updating, we can be explicit about what needs to be updated. So right now everything is working, but if you want, you can be explicit. If we go to repository, product repository, we have the update method right here. Rather than directly updating the object here, we can retrieve the product object from database based on the obj ID that we receive right here. And once we have that product from the database, we can manually update that. So we can say if obj from db is not null, then we want to update which properties. We will have to do a manual mapping for all of those properties, and after that we can be explicit that if obj.image URL is not null, only then you update the image URL. If you have any other custom logic, you can add that here as well, but this is how you can do a manual mapping if you want. And that is one of the reason I have update inside the individual repository and not in the generic repository. With that configured, if you run the application, everything will still work the same. Let me see that in action, and let me also examine the product image here. So have that side by side. I will update the title here and maybe the description. We update that, hit the debugging point. Let me remove that, and perfect, both of them are updated. Final thing, we have the category ID that is being displayed here, but we need to display that inside the product index. Let me do that in the next video, but before that, let me add image to all of the other books that I have. So Fortune of Time, I will select that, update, Dark Skies, I have an image for that. Next, Vanish in the Sunset. We have Cotton Candy and Rock in the Ocean, Leaves and Wonders. Perfect. We will not delete these two right now. We will handle that in the upcoming videos. But if we edit, perfect. The images are now coming up for all the books. Perfect. Let me continue from the next video. Now we want to display the category name here. If we only had to display the ID, that was super simple. If I go to controller here, and let me add a debugging point on the product controller, index action, refresh that. If I examine the obj product list, you will notice we have category ID that is populated for our products. But we need to populate this category navigation property because inside there we have category name that we can access. So basically, based on the foreign key relation, we need this category to be populated. How can we do that smartly using EF Core? For that we have something called as include that will automatically include the navigation properties based on the foreign key relation, and it is provided by the EF Core team. So how can we use that? we will have to add that to our core repository because that is the method that we are using in the controller to get all the product. That is, where is that? Right here. Now before I add that in the get all logic, let me show you how that will work with directly application DB context right here. We have underscore DB dot products. On there we have something called as include, and you can see right here it says specifies related entities to include in the query string. So let me add that, and what we want to include, we can write that by saying u goes to u dot, and we want to include category. That is how what will happen is that category will automatically be populated when it retrieves all the product based on the foreign key relation. So this is great, but how can we add this same logic inside the get all that we have right here? For that we will have to add a logic, but I want to show you one more thing. Right now we only have category that we want to include, but if you had to include more properties, you can add multiple include statements, and rather than category, if this was something else, you can include that as well. So include can have multiple variables like category, category ID, maybe you have cover type or something else that could also be included. We want to make sure that our repository can handle that scenario. For that what I will do is we can have a nullable include properties, and that will be string. Now right here it is a link operator. When we are saying it will be a string, what do we expect? Basically we are saying that if someone gives us category or category ID, based on that we can build the include properties. Now category ID is just an ID, so things will not work. So for an example, I am saying, let's say there are two things, category and cover type, that a user has to include. So if in include properties they provide that with a comma separated string, then we can add that in the include statement when we are building the query here. One thing that is very important here is this category must match exactly that you see right here. If you use a lowercase c here, things will not work, because let's say if we try a lowercase category, you can see it is not working. So it must match what you see in the include statement that is working here, and that is exactly what you should pass in the string parameter right here. Let me add this inside the interface as well. We have the interface, repository interface, get all, and when we are getting something, at that point also we want to include properties, so we will add that logic in both the places. Then we need the actual logic of adding that. Basically we will first check here if include properties is not null. In that case, well, rather than null here, I will rather check string.isNull or empty. So if it is not null and empty, we will add a not sign. Then we want to include properties like what we see on the top right here. But we will be receiving them as a comma separated values, so we will have to split them. We will have a for each, and I will say include prop in include properties dot split, and we will split them by a new character which will be comma, and here I will say string split options dot remove empty entries. So if any entry is empty, it will remove those, and let me split this in a separate line so it is easier to read and understand. Then where we have the query, we will say query is equal to query.include, and we want to include the include prop that we are splitting. If there is only one, then also it will work, but we have made sure that if there are more than one include properties, we can add them as a comma separated list, and our repository is dynamic to handle that. Same logic that we have in get all, we will add that to get as well. So let me add that here, and we will add the include properties. Perfect. We have added the include properties in both get and get all repository. With that configured, let me close everything, open the product controller. We do not need anything else here. And when we are getting all, we can define the include properties. We want to include category. Now right now I am intentionally adding a lowercase because I want to show you this will not work. So let me run the application with a lowercase category and see what happens. We go to product here and we get an exception with the include properties. You can see unable to find navigation category in the string-based include path category. That is because it does not find that navigation property. If you correct that case here and run it, it should work. Perfect, no exception this time. And if you examine the result here, category is populated and we have the category name. So finally we can display that in the assert. In the index here, let me go to the view where we have the category. We can navigate them by obj.category.name. Save that and continue. And perfect. Our category is being populated and everything is working as expected. But with that, we have learned an important concept in Entity Framework, which is how to populate the navigation property using .include. We are using a table layout with the product list here, but what if we want something fancy with the product? Like what if we want search functionality in the table, we want pagination, we want sorting, and all of those basic features. Rather than implementing all of that, we have third-party plugins that we can use, like we have datatables.net, where you can see it comes with all of those basic functionalities, and getting started is super simple. First thing that we have to do is include the CSS and JavaScript file. So let's do that. We go back, stop the application here, open _ layout, in views, and we will be adding the CSS file first. Link rel is equal to style sheet, href. Let me paste what we copied here, and that looks good. Scroll down, we need a script tag, copy and paste it one more time here, and we need the src. Let me go back here, copy the cdn, paste it right here. Perfect. Both of those steps are done. And last step here is initialize the data table. In order to see that, let me click on get started here, and we will be using AJAX call to load all the data. Inside here, you can see we have a basic JavaScript where it is looking for an API endpoint to load that data. Now you might be thinking that will I have to add an API for this? Of course not. When you are working with .NET and if you create an MVC project, API support is already added in the controller. So whatever we were doing in index, we will have to do that in the API call. So we can just copy this line here, and let me scroll down at the end. Right here I will add a section, or rather a region, call that API calls, have an end region. Within here, let me create an HTTP GET request. In there, we will say public iActionWizard get all, and that is already supported because we are using MVC architecture. There, let me paste the code that we copied here, and the product list here, we basically have to return back. So we can say return JSON here, and we will return a new object. So we will say new data is equal to obj product list. Simple as that. Now how do you test that? Let me run the application here, and we do not need the ID in the parameter. Let me remove that with get all. Run that one more time. Now we need to navigate to the controller and endpoint. It is inside admin, product, and name is get all. If I type that, you can see it retrieves the data here, and we have all the product. So our API is up and running in less than 1 minute because we are using MVC project and it has the support for API. So perfect, our API endpoint is functional. Now we need to call that API in an AJAX request and load our data table. Let me do that in the next video. We have to create JavaScript to post an AJAX request and load data. So that will be a little bit tricky. So let me walk you through all of that here. In the www root folder, we have CSS, JS. Right there, let me add a new file. I will stop the application, new item, and I will call that product.js. Let's add that. Now if we go back, let me copy what we have for data table, paste it right here. We are loading the data table here, but we need to do that on document.ready. Because of jQuery, we can use $document.ready, and we will call a method load data table. Let me create that function here, and inside there, I will basically cut and paste this code in a variable data table is equal to, and let me paste that. You can see it is looking for something called as my table, and that we will add later on, do not worry. Rather than my table, let me call that TBL data. First thing, we need the API URL. That is inside admin. We have product and get all. That should retrieve all the records. Now once we retrieve those records, we have to format that. If I go back to the documentation and go to the data tab here and scroll down, you can see we can render columns and that can have data. The first property here is data, but because we are using AJAX here, that will automatically be loaded. So we can copy the columns here, go back to the code, and I can paste it after the curly bracket, add a comma, and we will add columns. The columns here will be inside the colon here, and the AJAX as well, we will add that in double quotes. I will add that in curly bracket for the values, add a comma, and let me format that a little bit so that everything makes sense. We need the closing curly bracket here. Let me add that, and perfect. Things are looking good, but in the AJAX here, we can directly use that, or we can define the URL, because when we have AJAX call, it is possible you want more options or more properties. That is why it is an object. Next, we have the columns. Now we have the data here, and we have few names. And along with that, we can also give some option like what will be width of all the columns. Before we work on adding the column names here, let me actually go back to our index here, and where we are displaying the for each loop, that is no longer needed because we will be using data table for that. In here, all we have to do is we need to add the ID of TBL data. So where we have the table, we will give that ID. We do not need the tbody. We can remove that. Data table will take care of configuring all of that. Only thing that we have to do is add the JavaScript code. So we will add a section for scripts. And inside there, we will add the reference to src js product.js. We have already added data table in the underscore layout. So with that configured, let me run this, and I want to show you an error message which is very common when you are working with data tables. We go to product here and we have a warning. It says requested unknown parameter name for row 0 column 0. You can see we are asking for name here and it does not find that. The reason is the JSON object that controller returns, it does not have anything with name. But if I change that to be title and if I refresh here, this time you can see the error is position not found. That is because the column names are not valid, but title gets populated if you click OK. So you can see the issue right here. We need to have the exact column names. So if we go to index here, copy all of them like ISBN, price, and we have the author. Let me save that, go back here and refresh. You can see it is still not working. Why is that the case? Well, it has to match what the API is returned and it is case sensitive. So we need to know what the API is returning. We can copy and paste this. Let me call the API product/getAll. We can copy this API, go to JSON formatter, open that in a new tab, and let me paste our API code. Let me go back and copy that once again and paste it here, and perfect. You can see it is title, ISBN, author, list price has a capital P, so if you want to display that, it must exactly match. So let's do that. We will keep this open here, and where is that? Right here we have ISBN all lowercase, copy, paste that, list price, copy and paste that, author all lowercase, and finally we want the category name. Category name, if we go here, it is inside category and then we have name. So you have to write category dot and then the property inside there is name. That is exactly what you have to use, and once you do that, the error goes away. So if you notice that error message, that means in your data table, your property names are not valid. Now if I go to index here, let me add a width of 100% for the table, and that looks much better. With that, we have title, ISBN, price, author, and category. We can modify some of the width in the product.js, like title can take 25%, ISBN, that's okay. This can take 10%, author can take up 20%, and category name, that looks good. If I sum them up, it is total of 85, I believe. So we have 15 more. In that 15 more, I want to display 2 buttons. So how can we add custom buttons where we have the columns? Let me show that in the next video. In data table, we want buttons to edit or delete any of the product. If I go back to the code here, we have basic columns. But with that basic column, we can make things super fancy. Let me show you how to do that. We will copy that, paste it one more time. The next column, whenever we are editing or deleting any of the product, we need the product ID. So for data, we basically need the ID here. If I save this and go back, it will display the ID. I do not want that to display the ID. Rather than that, I want to display some buttons right here. So for that, what I can do is there is something called as render, and there we can define a custom render function that we want. So here we will say function, and the parameter we will take data, which is basically the ID. Now here inside the string, we will have to write the HTML that we want to render. Like if I add a div here with a closing div, and if I said hello, if I save that and go back, you can see it displays hello right there. But rather than that, in the div, let me add a bootstrap class of btn group, give that a role of group. Now right now I have to write everything in single line, but if we want multi-line, we can use the symbol which is on top of the asterisk where we can write multi-line HTML. So you can see we can break it out in different line and it still treats that as a string. First I will add an anchor tag here with href that is empty right now. We will add some bootstrap classes and I am adding a pencil bootstrap icon. If I save that here, go back, perfect, we have the edit button. Similar to edit here, let me make some space and add a delete button with an icon for trash fill. And great, that looks much better. I can reduce the width here to make sure that we have enough space. So let me do that. We will make this 10%. Author can be 15. And we can change this to be 25%. Perfect. Looks good. Now when a user clicks edit, we need to write the href here. So we have to redirect to admin area, product controller, observed action, and there we have to pass the ID. So ID, we have that in the data here. So we can use the $sign and use data because we are saying data is basically the ID. With that, if I go back, you can see edit is functional and that link is working as expected. In the next video, let me add an API endpoint for delete and then invoke that. Now we need to add the delete logic. So where we have the get all in product controller, let me copy that, paste it one more time here, and let me call that HTTP delete here. We will name this as delete. When we are deleting, we need the ID. Based on the ID here, we will retrieve our product, and let me store that to be product to be deleted rather than obj. If product to be deleted is null, in that case I will return JSON where in the object I will say success is false and message error while deleting. But if that is valid, then before we delete the product, we need to remove its image as well. So we will say variable old image path is equal to, and if I go to absurd where I was combining the path, that logic, I can copy this and we will paste that right here. Perfect. So we will delete the old path here. We need the www root path, which we can get from web host environment dot web root path. Image URL is inside product to be deleted dot image URL. Let me break this out here. Perfect. So we delete the image here. Next we will say unit of work dot product dot remove. We want to remove the product to be deleted and underscore unit of work dot save. Finally, where we have to return the JSON here, we will say success is true and message delete successful. Let me stop the changes. We have an error. Let me see what that is. It says delete already exists. Let me see where that is. And yes, of course, we need to remove the existing delete functionality that we have. And I will also remove the delete view. In area, we have the delete. Let's remove that. With that, let me add a debugging point here and go to product.js. Now there, if I copy this, paste it here, rather than absurd, if I say delete here, and I can just pass /ID. Let me run and show you what happens. We go to product here. We have the fake product here. If I hit delete here, the API will not be invoked because that API has HTTP delete there. But if I remove that HTTP delete, let's see what happens. We go to product and the delete should work now. Perfect. It hits our breakpoint. It will remove the image and it will also delete the product. If I continue here, perfect. It says success is true and message delete successful. If I go back here, that product no longer exists. So our API is actually being invoked and it returns JSON. But typically what happens is when we are deleting, we like a confirmation. For that we will be using SIGNALR, and let me show you how to add that to our project in the next video. When we are deleting our product, I want an alert, and for that I will be using SIGNALR2. If we see notification here, you can see it is a fancy notification. Let me go to the installation tab here and we have the CDN. Let me copy that and I will add that in our project. I have underscore layout here. Let me add that. Now how to actually invoke that? Now let me go to the examples here, and if we scroll down, we should have an example with confirm button. This is exactly what we want. We want a confirmation box, and if they select yes delete it, then we want to delete the product. So I can copy the SIGNALR.fire, go back to our project here, and we will add that in product.js file. Let me create a function here, delete, where we will get the URL that needs to be invoked. I will paste the SIGNALR.fire. Now in here, when user selects OK, let's delete that. We want to make an AJAX request to our controller to delete this particular product, and I will make this HTTP delete. That is what it should have. I will do continue editing here, and let's go back. So if it is confirmed, I will say $.ajax, and we will have the AJAX request. We will first have the URL that we will receive in the parameter of the method right here. Next, we need the type, and that is HTTP delete. So we will write delete here. And what should happen if it is successful? Well, on success, let me have a function where we will get the data back. If it is successful, what are we returning back here? We are returning a success and a message. So that will be available in data right here. What I can do is I can just call our toaster notification.success and pass that data.message. With that configured, we have to pass this URL, and we will have to replace this href with an onClick. So we have the URL that looks good. What I can do is I can replace href with an onClick, call the delete function here, and I will pass that right here. That looks good. With that configured, let me rebuild and see if that works. We go to product here. Let me try delete. Perfect. If I hit cancel, nothing happens. But when I select yes delete it, it hits the endpoint, and if I continue, you can see on the UI that product is still visible. But that is not the case. If I load the product page again, that is gone. So what is happening is even though that product is getting deleted, the data table is not getting refreshed. Refreshing that is super simple as well. If I go back to product.js here, when we have the result success here, we can say datatable.ajax.reload. This data table, we have that right here, but in order to access that, we need to create a variable with the name of data table. With that, it will be available right here, and it will be able to reload that. So perfect. With that configured, let me restart and test everything once again. We will have to create a new product. I do not want to delete the existing products. Perfect, we have that here. We hit delete. Yes, deleted. Delete successful. And the data table also reloaded. With that, we have all the CRUD functionalities for product working as expected. We have made great progress with our project. We have products where we have categories, and now what we should do is on the home page of the application, we should display all the products. And for that, you need to think about what we will do in controller and action method. Let me close the project here. The controller that we will be working on for that is inside customer. We have the home controller, index action. Now we will be working in the customer area because the home page will be accessible to all the users and not just admin user. In the home page, you need to think about what we need to display. We will be displaying all the products. So basically we need to get all the products from database, and for that we need unit of work using dependency injection. So let me add private read-only unit of work and inject that like we did in product and category controller. Then in the index here, we will get an IEnumerable of product, and let me call that product list is equal to underscore unit of work dot product dot get all. And when we are getting, we want to include category. So do not forget that. When we retrieve the product list here, we can return back to the view and we will pass the product list here. Next, we have to go to the view and design that view. First thing that you should think of is what will be model. That will be all lowercase, and that will be IEnumerable of product. We already have the using statement in the import. That's why we can directly write product right there. In there, let me add a div, give it a class of row and padding bottom of 3. And then we need to iterate through the IEnumerable. So I will add a for each loop variable product in model. For each one of them, I will add a div, give it a class of column large 3 and column small 6, bootstrap classes. In there, I will add a class of row and padding of 2. I need the closing div here. Perfect. There I will add a div, give it a class of column 12, padding 1. Let me close that div as well. I don't know why the closing divs are not working as expected. Whoops. Let me align them, Control A, Control KD. Perfect. Then I will add the final div, which will be a bootstrap card layout, and there I will give class of card, border 3, padding 3, shadow, and border rounded. Within there, I want to display the image, so img src is equal to, that is inside product, which is the local variable that we have here, dot we have image URL, and I will give it bootstrap classes of card, img top, and rounded. Let me save that and run the application. We should see 6 image here. It might take a second, but perfect. I can see all of the images loaded right here. That looks great. After that, I can add a div, give it a class of card body, padding bottom of 0. Add the closing div as well. It is annoying when the closing div does not add itself, and I will add a div with padding left of 1. Inside the padding left one, I will add to paragraph tag, and basically it has bootstrap classes for designing. First one I will display product.title, and next one will be product.author. Save that. Let's see how that looks here. And perfect, looks great. Let me go back to the code, copy the padding left one, paste it one more time here, and we don't want the card title. We will have text dark, opacity looks good, text opacity, and text center. At there I will display the lowest price, so I will say as low as, and in a span we will display product.price 100, that is the lowest price that we will have, .toString, and we will format that in a currency, so we will add C, and let me go back to the UI here. Perfect, looks great. So our currency looks good. Let me copy this, paste it one more time, and let me also display the list price. I think before we should display the list price and then the lowest price. That makes more sense. Perfect. List price and then the lowest price. Let me see. Perfect. Let me go back here, and before the span, well, inside the span I will add a class text decoration line through. That will make sure that it adds a line there, and before this I will display list price. Let me break it out in separate lines here. Perfect, that looks good. Let me organize this as well. And great. We go back to the UI, and that looks much better. I want to remove the margin here. So where we have this, I will say margin bottom of 0. Let's see how that looks. And great. I like how the home page is coming along. Final thing that I want is a link to go to the product details here. So let me go back. After we have the div of card body, I will add one more div here. In there I will have an anchor tag, and we will display details, href. Let me keep it as hash for now and see how that looks. Whoops, we have an error there. I forgot the double quotes, and that should fix it. Perfect. So homepage of our application looks great. Now in the next video, let's work on the details page. When a user clicks on the detail page, we want to display all the product details on that page. So what will be the model for that page? It will basically be a single product. So what we should do is go back to the code here in home controller, where we have index, copy and paste action method. We will call that as details, and we will require an ID. Based on that ID, we will get all the details and not get all, because it will be a single product. We will call that product, and we will return that to the view. Let me do that. Perfect, that looks good. Now when we are getting a product, we need to add the link operator u goes to u.id is equal to id. Based on that, it will retrieve the product details. Once that is done, let me add that view. I can directly click add view here and add that. Change the name to be details. And let me make sure it got added in the right area. Yes, it did. Perfect. So with that, we have added what should happen on the details, but on the home page or the index, we need to add that redirect. Now because we are in the same area and same controller, I can only write the action method that call the action details. It will by default use the same area and same controller. But on top of that, when it is being calling that, if we examine the controller, we need to pass the ID. So if I go back here, we will say ASP route and name is ID. We will use the exact same name. If you want to call that as product ID, then we will have to use the same name right here, and that should work. So how do we get the product ID? That is inside product.id. Perfect, that should work. Let me run the application and see that in action. Let me click here. Perfect, product ID 1, go back, product ID 3, and that works. So perfect, now we are able to navigate and that is working as expected. Now we need to design the details page. If we go to the home page, we have all the products and that design looks good. But when we go on the details page, we need to display image, category, price, and much more. Rather than spending time in writing Bootstrap and CSS, I have provided that in snippets. Make sure you have downloaded them, and then in the snippets here, in section 6, in section 7, we have the details UI. Copy everything there, and I will paste it inside our details view right here. Now whatever I have here, it is purely HTML and CSS. You can see there is no tag helpers or anything related to .NET programming. It is all HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. Save that, and if we go back and navigate to the details page, we have a fancy design template that is ready with only HTML and CSS. We need to populate this with all the dynamic data, so let me do that one thing at a time, starting with the title. If we go to the top, in order to get anything here, we need to add model. What will be the model? In details here, we are passing a product, so that will be our model. Where we have the title here, we will say model dot, we have title. Let me copy the model here. Next, we have model.author. When we have to go back to the home page, we can add ASP action. It will be index action. Then we need the image here. That will be @model.image_URL. Scroll down, we have category that is inside model.category.name. ISBN, list price is model.listPrice, and we will convert that to currency. Then we have quantity here. We have price twice here. Let me see what is going on in the template first. We need the first price here, and then we need to toggle all the price. So here we will have model.price .toString and currency format. Paste that here. Let me copy .toString and let me see how the UI looks like. Perfect, looks good. After that we need the description. Now before I work on description, let me go to product and make the description a little fancy. I will just go to lorem ipsum and let me generate something there. I will copy that, paste it here, and let me make some things bold, some things italica, and underline one word. Let me copy that, update, and I will save that for all the description. Now the reason I want to do that for all of them is that the UI looks a little consistent. So let me do that real quick. Because of all the scrolling, I think it was best if the back button was at the top here, so that could be updated later on. But perfect, description looks good. Now if I go to the home page, details here, and let me modify the description here to be model.description. You will see something ugly here, which is HTML text. That is because we have the rich text editor. And if we have to convert that, we have something called as html.raw, and we need to pass model.description inside there. And perfect. You can see it translates that exactly back to what we wanted. So back to home should work now. Let's go there, go to another details, and we have a count button, which you can ignore. We have an add to cart as well, but that is coming soon. We do not have that in our functionality right now. I can go to the top here, and I will add margin bottom of 4 as well. And perfect, that looks better for the details page. Now we will ignore the count here and add to cart, but basically on our website we have the home page and details page that is working as expected. We have the home page and the details page that are working as expected. With that covered, I want to work on authentication and authorization and scaffolding identity with the .NET project. When we talk about identity, we think directly about registration, login, what if the password is invalid, how to create all of those tables in the database, and making sure that security is top-notch. But when it comes to .NET project, we do not have to worry about all of that. The .NET team provides the default identity implementation that we can use with confidence because it is built and provided by the .NET team. And that basically lifts off all the heavy lifting and we can trust the code that is being written. But how do we add that identity, which is login, registration, and everything related to that to our project? To get started, on the web project we will right click, add, and we will select new scaffolded item. There we have identity and we can select that. Now in the later versions of .NET 8, the identity might get updated. If that happens, I will update the course as well, but this is what it is right now. On the top here, if we want a different master page, we can select that. If not, we can leave that. But then you can see all of the files that are provided by the identity team. We have many pages here for login, logout, set password, register, reset password, and much more. You will not need all the pages right here. So what we can do is we can select the pages that we want, but before I do that, we have something called as DB context. Now we already have a DB context in the data access, but you can see that is not being detected here. The reason it is not being detected is not because it is in its own project, it is because when we have a DB context for identity, we need to do some configuration, and we will do that before we continue. If I open the DB context that we have, which is application DB context, that basically implements the DB context. But if you have to implement the identity, then we have to implement something called as identity DB context. And if you press Ctrl dot here, we have to install the NuGet package Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity.entity framework core. We can install that package directly from here, or we can say install with package manager, opens the package manager here, and we can install the .NET 8. Let me do that. Perfect, that is done. Once that is done, we have to add that using statement and the error goes away. Now that is the only change that we have to do. But when we use identity DB context, if we run our project, something will fail, and let me show that. We see an exception here. The entity type identity user login requires a primary key to be defined. I will not go into much details about what is going on here, but basically where we have the application DB context, if you have on model creating, there basically you will have to write this one piece of line. And that is because keys of identity tables are mapped in the on model creating, and if this particular method is not called, then you will run into the error message. So ignore all the details here. It is one of the configuration that is needed. So when we have identity DB context, we have to add base.onModelCreating model builder. And with that, if we run the project here, it should work again. And perfect. You can see the application is coming up here. We can navigate to the details and everything is working the same. But basically the DB context now is implementing the identity DB context rather than simple DB context. With that change of identity DB context, if we right click on the web project and if we try to scaffold the identity here, let me do that. And by default, let me override all the files, but the DB context, you can see it automatically now detects application DB context because that has identity DB context. With that configured, let me hit the add button. This might take a while, so let me wait for all the scaffolding to be done. And perfect, you can see that completed successfully. And in the git changes here, you can see there are 79 changes. So quite a few things have been changed here and many things have been added. Let me walk you through all of that in the next video. Scaffolding identity is one of those things that has always some issues from what I have encountered. And this time also it is no different. When we scaffold identity, if I directly run the application, you will notice we have an exception here where we are seeing a weird exception with unit of work. Now because I have worked with identity and I know what exactly they are doing, basically they have added a new application DB context rather than using the existing application DB context. Now why they are doing that, I have no idea, but identity has always had these issues. So to fix that, you can just search for application DB context, and you can see in areas identity, they have added a new application DB context as well, which is not needed. This application DB context is basically implementing the identity DB context. That is what we had in our application DB context as well. And you can see the base.onModelCreating. That is what we added as well. The only thing that we do not have in our application DB context is the identity DB context. We have not defined the default user. That is not required, it is optional, but you can always define that. And perfect. With that, it is exactly the same. So what we can do is close everything here and let me delete the application DB context that is inside the bulky book web project. We do not need that. With that deleted, let me try to build the solution. Perfect, everything is successful. Let me try to run the project and see if that works. And perfect, everything is functional. So now our application is working as expected with identity being scaffolded. And with that configured, now let me walk you through all the changes in the next video. Before we proceed further, let me walk you through some of the changes that we have. I know there are quite a few changes, but thankfully I have committed the changes so we can exactly see what is going on and what got updated. Perfect. So first thing in the application DB context here, we added the onModelCreating and these are the changes that we did, so that looks good. Then the next thing here, let me take a look at program.cs in the bulky web project. There you can see in the green what got added. Basically, when we scaffolded identity, it added a service which is add default identity for identity user, and there it has option where it is saying that, hey, if you want to sign in, your email account should be confirmed. This is one of the options which is not required. So if you remove that, then if your email is not confirmed, even then the user can log in, and we will go with that option. But on top of that, we have something special here which says add entity framework stores, and then it has the application DB context. So what happens this time? When we add identity to the project, it basically also adds all the database tables that are needed for the identity. Like we have users table, we have roles table, we have user roles table, claims table, and many more. On this line 14, we are telling entity framework that, hey, all of those tables will be managed with the help of DB context, which is application DB context. That is where we are binding entity framework with the identity tables. And with that, identity is added in program.cs. One thing that we should also add here is in the middleware, we should be adding use authentication, and that we must add before authorization. And the reason behind that is authentication is basically checking if username or password is valid. If the username and password is valid, then authorization comes into picture. Authorization basically tells that, hey, now you have access to the website, but based on your role, you might have access to some pages and not all the pages. Like where we are updating the product and everything, maybe role of admin has access to that page. But if role of a logged in user is customer, they can only access home page and details page. They cannot access the product page. But in order to check role of a user, they must be first authenticated. So always remember that authentication will come before authorization. That looks good for program.cs. Let me see what is updated in appsettings.json. It added a new DB connection. We do not need that. It added that line because it was trying to add a new DB connection. We do not need that, so let me remove that. And perfect, the comma as well. And perfect, that looks good. We do not have any change in app settings. I can revert that back as well. Next, we have a change in login partial.cs HTML. Now this is not a change. You can see an A here. That means a new file underscore login partial has been added. And in that partial view, we basically have the login and register button. If a user is already signed in, then we have the logout link, and we have a details link to manage that user. We are injecting few things here. Do not worry about any of them right now. Basically, a new partial view has been added here. And let me see what we have in the areas, account. Quite a few files have been added right here. But with all of that configured, if we go to Solution Explorer, inside areas, we have a new folder with the name of identity. We can remove the data because there we had the application DB context. But in identity pages, it added all the pages that we selected. And we selected all of the pages that were available with the identity package. So you can see there are quite a few pages right here. And all of these pages are not MVC pages. They are Razor pages that we saw in the beginning of the course. I gave you a brief idea on how Razor pages work. For example, we have the login, then we have the .cs HTML.cs for the page model. So right here in the page, we have the page model, we have login, we have email password and a submit button. On the page model here, we have few details, but then we have the on get handler and we have the on post handler. So that must feel familiar to what we have already seen in Razor Pages. Now when the identity was implemented by Microsoft in initial version of .NET Core 2, there were both MVC and Razor Page implementation, but later on Microsoft moved identity only to Razor Pages. That way they do not have to maintain that in both the places. So unfortunately the identity that we have is only in Razor Pages. But good thing is Razor Pages are not that different and we have seen how to perform CRUD operation in Razor Pages. So you should also have a basic understanding on how Razor Pages work. But if we run the application, how can we see the login and register page? Because if I run right now, you will notice on the home page we do not see anything in the navigation. Adding that is super simple. If you remember, it already added one of the partial view. Let me show that in the web project, which was login partial right here. So basically, if I go to pages, well, not here in the default views, shared we have login partial, and that has the login and register button. What we can do is in underscore layout, we can add call to that partial view. So right here after the UL, and this UL is the navbar nav, and rather than flex grow 1, let me make it me auto. And after that UL here, we will be adding partial. Name is equal to, and name of that view is login partial. Make sure there is no spelling mistake there. Save that and let me go back. Perfect. You can see when we save it, we have register and login right here. We have to toggle the text there. So if I go back here, I will remove the text dark. We do not need that in any place here. Perfect. Save that and let me see. Perfect. Now we have the register and login buttons here, and when we click on them, it is taking us to identity and then it has page account register. Now why is this not working? Let me explain that in the next video. Now in our application, if we click on register or if we click on login, you will notice that it does not work. Can you pause the video and try to think or maybe even Google on why that is not working? It is a little bit tricky, but I want you to see if you can identify on what is missing, and to give you an hint, something is missing in program.cs file. I hope you were able to figure that out. Now if I go back to the project here, we added login partial. Let me examine that. When we go to login partial, we have the ASP area, but we do not see ASP controller or ASP action for routing. We rather see ASP page, and if you remember, that is used for Razor Pages. So what we have here is indeed correct, because register and all the identity pages are indeed Razor Pages. But in the program.cs file, we only have support for MVC. If we go back here, that is the route that is being supported, and we do not have any services that tells that hey, our application will also have Razor Pages. So we need to add that basic configuration and tell our application in services we will register, add Razor Pages, and then where we have the pipeline here, we will say app.map Razor Pages. That will make sure that it adds a routing that is needed to map the Razor Pages. With that configured, Now the register and login should work as expected. If I click on register here, perfect. We have a default registration page provided by the .NET team, and there is email, password, and confirm password. If we click on login here, we have email and password. So you can see many of the pages have already been implemented and provided to us by the .NET identity. But before we move forward with login and registration, let's say when we register a user, where will this user be saved in the database? We do not have any tables in the database. But what actually happens is because of the identity, when we add a migration, it will automatically add migration to create all the identity related tables. Let me see that. We will close all the tabs here. Tools, Package Manager, Console, and I will add a migration, add identity tables. We have to change the default project and press enter. Perfect. You can see in the migration it is creating a table ASP.NET Roles, ASP.NET Users table, role claims, and many more tables related to identity. So all of this configuration of tables is already being done in the .NET identity. All we have to do is add migration and update database. You can think about if you had to do all of this implementation, it would take quite a few time, and then also when it comes to security, you need to be very sure that everything is super solid. The .NET team has taken care of all of that, and we can just use that with confidence. Once that is done, if I switch back to the SQL Server and examine tables, great, we have so many new tables that are created for identity. The main table here is the users table, and you can notice all the identity related tables will have ASP.NET before the table name. So users table is basically ASP.NET User, roles table is ASP.NET Roles. In the users table, we have username, email, we also have phone number, but it is possible that you might want more properties in a user table, like you might need address of the user, full name of the user, and much more. So now the question is, how can we modify the existing users table and add more columns based on our requirement? Let me show you that in the next video. Now we want to add more tables to the users table, which is the default implementation in .NET Identity. For that, if I switch back to the application, let me close everything here, and if I examine program.cs, where it added the default identity, you can see the default user is identity user. But if we want to add more properties to identity user, we can always extend that user. So basically in our models here, let me create one more file, and I will call that application user. We will make that a public file, and in that file, we need to make sure it extends the identity user, and we will have to add the using statement. For that, we will have to install the package microsoft.extensions.identity.store. Once we do that, that means application user will have all the default settings of identity user. On top of that, let's say we want to add name of the user, and that will be a required field. Along with the name here, we can add 4 more properties like street address, city, state, and postal code. We can make them nullable, but name will be required. Now once we have that, we need to add that to migration. And we also have to add a mapper for that. So if we go to application DB context, we will create a DB set for that. So DB set here on application user, and I will call that application users. With that configured, we can add a new migration, and I will call this extend identity user. The migration, you can see it is adding column city. There is also a discriminator column, but we have name, postal code, state, and street address. Looks good. Let me update the database, and let me switch back to the database, and let me do select top 1000 again. Perfect. It added all of those columns, but one column is this discriminator column. What exactly is that? Well, now in our application, if you think of that, we have two types of user. We have identity user and we have application user. So discriminator column will basically have a value that will tell that the user on that record, is that an application user or is that an identity user? Simple as that. But with that, we have seen how to extend the default identity user in our project and add more columns. We have added application user in our models and we have pushed that to our database. But the default identity here is still using identity user. With that, let me run the application and try to see how the default registration and login functionalities work. So let me register for a user here, and I will call that test@gmail.com. Password, I will do admin123* with a capital A, because if I only use 123, you can see password is not strong enough, so we have to keep something strong. I will add admin123* and register. Perfect. Once I register here, it automatically signs me in. But if we log out here, and then if we go to log in, we can try that again, test@gmail.com and admin123. I did not add the asterisk at the end, so we should see invalid login attempt. That looks good. Now let me type the correct password. Perfect. With correct password, it logs me in and we have a profile. And on the top right here, we see hello test@gmail.com. Now if you click there, it displays the profile where it displays username, phone number. They can update their email, verify email, modify their password, add a two-factor authentication, and they can download or delete their personal data. All of this is provided by default with the identity that we scaffolded. So you can see when we scaffold, it provides many things, not just the basic identity setup, and it is more like a complete identity package. But of course, if you add more fields to register, you can always update profile and all the other pages. But before anything, let me switch back to SQL Server and examine the user that got created in the ASP.NET users table. Perfect. You can see we have the record here. If you scroll to the right, what should be the discriminator column? Will it be application user or will it be identity user? If you said identity user, you are correct. You can see that right here. Because right now in our application, the default identity is identity user. But on top of that, the important thing is when we are registering the user, we are creating an identity user and not an application user. So we need to modify that, because with identity user, we will not get city, name, postal code, state, and street address. If we want to capture those properties, we need to find out a way to register an application user. So let me work on that in the next video. Now we have the discriminator as identity user. Changing that to application user is super simple. But before I walk you through that, let me go back here in area, identity, pages, account. We have register, Let me open the register page model. Again, this is a razor page here, and you can see we are injecting many things in dependency injection. I want to spend some time to explain you few things right here. Now think about when you are implementing a login or registration functionality, you will have to write all the code of what should happen when a user enters username and password. You will have to encrypt that code. You might have to validate that with what it is there in database, and then you can be like, okay, authentication looks good, login is successful. On top of that, you will have to store that in session or some place that user is logged in, and you might have to store the details about user in session. Now these are only the basic things. If you think about the complete authentication, there are way more functionalities that are needed. Taking care of logging a user, all the way to logging out a user and managing their credentials between there. When we use the .NET identity, .NET team has taken care of all the heavy lifting for us. And they have given us these classes like sign-in manager, user manager, role manager to manage roles, and all of that is provided by default. All we have to do is directly inject them in dependency injection, and then using user manager or sign-in manager, we can manage the user. Now sign-in manager expects the type of user, and that is identity user. You can keep that is okay. We only want to change the discriminator when we are creating that user with the help of these helper classes. If we scroll down in razor pages, if you remember, we have handlers. So we scroll down, we have a get handler and we have a post handler. Inside the post handler, you can see there is a method which says create user. If you press F12 or if you scroll down, you will see that method right here. That create user is doing nothing, but it is creating an instance of identity user. Rather than that, we want to create an instance of application user, and we will have to update the return type here as well. That will make sure that create user right here, the user will now be of type application user. Then on line 120, you can see we have a helper method in user manager, which is create async. There it expects a user object and password, and it will automatically create that user. So when this method will be invoked, it will insert an entry in the ASP.NET users table, and on top of that it will encrypt the password as well. So helper method is taking care of all the heavy lifting. On top of that, if result is successful, we scroll down. It is also doing something to generate email token and sending email, but it is only the interface. Implementation of that has not been done. But if you examine on line 144, we are using sign-in manager and we are automatically signing in that user. And because of that, if you remember, when we register a user and hit the submit button, it automatically signs in the user. We do not have to write any code. We are only calling the helper method in sign-in manager and user manager. So that is great. Now that we have modified the user to be application user, let me run the application and see what happens. Let me try to register a new user. I know this will be an application user, so let me say application user at gmail.com. We will enter a password and hit register. It will automatically sign us in as well. If we go to database and execute that, we have the application user here, and if we examine the discriminator, you can see it is of type application user. So things are indeed getting different here, and we can now register an application user rather than default identity user. Now because we are adding application user here, on user we have more properties Like if we want name or if we want street address, we can populate all of them. But before I populate all of those properties, what is the role of current user? By default, when you add identity, it does add the table to manage roles, but if you examine the roles table, it is empty. So we do not have any roles in our website, like if we want admin role, employee role, company role, or any individual role, we do not have any roles. We have to write some code to seed this ASP.NET roles table, and then we have to use some helper methods that when a user is created, based on what we select in role, we want to assign that role. So let me first work on that in the next video. We want to work on roles and how we can configure the identity. If I go back to my code here, let me stop the application and open program.cs. In the add default identity, it only adds identity user. It does not add role to the identity in our project. If we have to add the role, then rather than default identity, we have to customize that and we will say, hey, I want to add identity. Now when you add identity, by default along with user, it expects a role as well. And just like identity user, we have a default implementation which is identity role. With that particular line, we have added roles to our identity and that is included in our project now. Once we add role here, let's say when we are registering a user in a dropdown, we want to display all the roles that are available. But right now, if we go to our database, we do not even have any role. We need to seed that role. So what I will do is right now I will have hacky way of adding those roles. In the onGet handler, basically when page will be loaded, I will check in the database, hey, is there a role of admin here? If there is, then I won't do anything. But if there is no role, then I will create that role right here. In order to do all of that, we will need helper class here. Just like sign in manager, we also have something called as role manager. Role manager works on identity role and we will have to inject that using dependency injection. So let me do that. Role manager is equal to role manager. Let me scroll down where we have the onGet handler. Now first I want to check, is there any role? Rather than having magic string of admin or customer, let me create a file that will contain those constant, and for that we have bulkybook.utility where we added a class static detail. Inside there I will create 4 constant. One will be customer role, then I will add a company role, an admin and an employee role. Based on the roles here, we might have some functionality that we want to turn on and turn off. Right now we will be working with admin and customer role. But before anything, we have to create these roles inside our database. We will do that in register here. We can check using our helper method underscore role manager. There is a helper method role exists async. We can check, hey, is there a role with the name of sd.roleUserCustomer? If there is, then we do not want to do anything. But if that role does not exist, then we want to create all the roles. Now because this is an async method, we will have to await that. So rather than writing await right here, what we can do is after the method here, we can say .getAwaiter, .getResult. That is same as writing an await statement, but when we are calling here, we cannot do that. So that is why we can use getAwaiter, .getResult. So that will check if the role exists. If it does not exist, then we want to create that role. So on role manager, we have another helper method, create async. Inside there, if you hover, it expects an identity role. We will have to create new identity role, and there we have to pass the role name. So I will say role customer. Once I do that, again it is an async, so we will await that. We can use getAwaiter.getResult. Now we can check if any of the role does not exist. We want to create all the roles that we have inside our static detail. So let me do that. And perfect, that looks good. Now let me use full name here. And rather than user, let me directly use customer, or if it is a company client maybe. So here I will rename them to be company, and I have customer. That makes more sense. Great. So we are creating 4 roles in our database. Now when we are using the create async or those helper method, we do not need save changes. The helper method is taking care of everything, and we do not have to worry about adding a unit of work or any DB changes. With that configured, let me save this and run the application. In order to create the role, all we have to do is click register, and that will invoke the get handler. But when we do that, we will see an exception. It says unable to resolve email sender while activating register model. What exactly is going on here? Why are we seeing this email sender error now? The reason is in register we modified the create user, but on top of that, if you scroll up, we have email sender that has been injected here. And we are using this email sender, if we scroll down, in order to send emails, but that is not important. When it is trying to inject the email sender, it gives the error message, and because we have not implemented this interface, it is saying that, hey, I am not able to resolve on what should be the implementation for this email sender logic. And that is exactly the same thing with unit of work as well. If you remember where we have the interface of unit of work, we added the implementation of that in program.cs, and after that it was able to give us that implementation when we asked in dependency injection. But email sender does not have a default implementation. In order to solve that error, all we have to do is have an implementation for email sender. Now of course we do not want to spend time right now to implement the email logic, but we can implement a fake email sender because the error is when it is trying to inject and not actually sending the email. Now where should we add the implementation for email sender? That is something common, and I believe it should fall inside the utility project. So let me stop the application, utility, add a class file, and I will call that email sender. We will make that a public class, and that should implement the email sender. We will press Ctrl dot, and we will have to install the package microsoft.aspnetcore.identityui. Once we install that, then we will have to implement the interface as well. So let me do that, and there is one method, send email async. Now right now, rather than throwing an exception here, it makes sense to only return task.completed. In future, if we have to send email here, we will actually have the logic here to send email. But right now we are keeping things super simple. Once we have the implementation, all we have to do is register that in our services. So builder.services.add-scoped email sender, and implementation is inside email sender. With that configured, the error should go away. And let me go to register here. And perfect, the page loaded. Now again, why this broke when we added a role is because in program we are no longer using the default identity. We are adding a custom implementation. Because of that, it does not have any fake implementation for email sender. But once the get handler is invoked, our rules must be created. If I refresh here, perfect. We have our roles table automatically populated based on the name that we gave for our role. So perfect. Our roles table is now populated and we have user. When we register a user, how can we assign user some role? Let me do that in the next video. Now that we have roles in our database, when we register a user, I can add a drop-down here where user can select any of the existing role. Now you might be saying that, hey, you are giving someone the right to register an admin user from the registration page. Is that a good approach? Of course it's not. But right now we are learning things and that is why we will keep it here. But later on in the advanced sections, I will obviously remove that before the code is being deployed. So right now we are learning things and it is completely okay when you are learning. But when you deploy, make sure that does not go into production. So we need to add a dropdown. When we add a dropdown on the UI, we need to pass some things from the page model. That way it will be accessible on the page and we can display that in a dropdown. So we have the page model here and we have input model where we have bind property in Razor page. Inside that input model, I will be adding more properties. So what we will do is after confirm password, let me create a property which will be string of role. And then we actually need a role drop-down list. For that we need an IEnumerable of select list item. So let me close this here and I will add an IEnumerable of select list item, call that role list, and for validation I will say validate never. Once we have that IEnumerable, we need to populate that inside the onGet right here. So we need to populate the input is equal to new input model. We can use the new syntax here. In there we want to populate role list, and in order to access all the roles, typically we use unit of work, but when we are working with identity, we have role manager. Inside there we have roles and that will have list of all the roles. Now we do not want all the roles, we will have to project that to be a select list item. So for projection we will use select and we can say x goes to x.name. We only care about the name. We select that name and once we select that name we will project that into the select list item. So I goes to new select list item and we want to populate text is equal to I and value is equal to I as well. What we are doing is from roles we are selecting only the name, and whatever we are selecting here we are adding that to a select list item and we are adding that field to both text and value. You can see how projections can get super fancy and how they simplify multiple line of code in just few lines of code. Now the final thing is to display this particular role list inside our register. So areas, we have the register here, and let me copy this div, paste it one more time. We do not want any validation here or label as well. All we need is a select field. So you can use input or you can use a select here where ASP4 that is input.role and ASP items is equal to model.input.role list. Give it a class name of form select. Perfect. Now again, when you are using ASP4, it automatically checks the model, but if you are using any other tag helper, you have to use the @model before that. With that configured, let me save and restart the application. I think I had to restart because hot reload might not kick that in, but let's see. Perfect. We have admin, customer, employee, and company. On top of that, I can also go back and within select, I can add an option which is disabled to select a role. If I go back, perfect, looks good. Now we have added role in the UI, but based on our selection, we have to assign that role to a user. Doing that is super simple, and we have to write one line of code in the register on post handler. We will do that if the create user is successful right here. Because we are checking if result is succeeded of creating user. If that is, then we want to assign role. We will first check if input.role, if that is not null, or rather than that, let me do string.is null or empty. If that is not null or empty, then we want to assign role, and we will say await on user manager. We have a helper method add to role async. Now you can see there are two methods here, so be careful when you type. If you type add to roles async, that means you are adding multiple roles to a user. You can see it expects an IEnumerable of roles. But we are only adding one role, so we will say add to role async, pass our user and the role that has been selected by the dropdown. In the else part here, I can copy and paste that, and basically if user does not select anything from the dropdown, then I want to assign them st.role of customer. So if input.role is not null or empty, we will assign that, else we will assign them the role of customer. It is super simple, thankful to all the helper methods that are provided by the .NET identity. With that configured, let me restart the application. Whenever I make change in the .ces file, I feel like restarting just to be confirmed. Now let me register here. I will set test admin at Gmail, and we will select a role of admin. And we see an exception here where it is generating email confirmation token. And that is because of the same thing. Previously we were using the default identity and that included the implementation, but when we have the add identity, it is not included by default. So we have to add the add default token providers. Because when we register in the page model here, you can see it is generating the email confirmation token, and that requires the default token providers. But if you examine, that code is after the user is created and role is assigned. So that means our user should be created in database. If I go to ASP.NET user, perfect. We have the test admin here. And how do we see if that user is assigned the correct role? Well, we have a mapping table which is ASP.NET user role that maps user to their corresponding roles. If I do select top 1000 and examine the user ID, it ends in 80. That is correct. The role ID here starts with 045, and if I go to the roles table, 045 is admin. So that means correct role have been assigned in our database. Let me try to register one more. Let's go back, and this time we should not see the error message of token. Let me see that. This time let me register an employee, and let's register. Perfect, we don't see that error here. Let me go to database. Employee ends in 19. Let me refresh here, and perfect. The new user has a role that ends in 19, that is employee. Now finally, if we do not select anything, by default it should be customer that ends in 12. Let me test that as well. We will not select any role and register that. Perfect. If I go here, once again customer is 12, new user should have 12, and that looks correct. So with that we can see users are being created in our database and correct roles are being assigned to those users. We did not have to write much code to implement that. All credit goes to the built-in helper method provided in User Manager and Role Manager. With that configuration, let me continue from the next video. Now that we have users who have actual roles in our website, we can make one modification. And that is the content management should only be visible if a user is admin. If it is not, then they should not see the content management right here. So how can we check role of a logged in user? For that, if we go back to the application, and we have to add that inside the underscore layout, which is the master page. There we have the drop down right here. To check role of a logged in user, we can add an if condition using the razor syntax, and we have the user object that is already available with the project. So we can check if user, there is a helper method, is in role, and we can check the name of the role. We need the static details here, but it is not accessible. We have to add the using statement. We will say bulky book.utility, and if we do not want to add it here, we can add that inside the view imports right here. And let me also add that in the other views that we have. So in areas actually, admin, views, view import, paste that, customer, views, view import, and let me see the identity. We have view imports, paste that. Now I will also paste the other two inside identity, and I think I cut that. So perfect, that looks good. Let me close all the tabs. I had too many tabs open. Let me collapse all, and we were working on views, shared underscore layout. So now SD is accessible, and we can say if user is in role admin, then we want to display this particular li. If I save that and run the application, you will notice that this drop-down will be hidden unless the user is an admin user. So right now we do not see that. If we log in as test customer, it will not be available. You can see that. And if we log out here, let me log in as test admin. Whoops. It should be admin. There we go. And perfect. Then we are able to view that. Now here we are only toggling when to display this content management. But if someone has the URL here, if they log out here, and even then if they type the URL, you can see they are able to access that and manage categories. That should not be possible. We need to make sure that only admin has access to this page. Adding that is super simple, and what we will do is where we have the controller, let me go to areas, admin, controller. We are in the category controller. Here we can add an authorize keyword, and we are telling that only the roles is equal to SD dot admin can access all the controller's action method. So if a user tries to access the index action or any other action method, if their role is not admin, they will not get that access. This authorized keyword, you can add that at the complete category controller that will apply to all the action methods. But if you want to apply them individually, you can also do that on top of the individual action methods. So whichever route you want, you can select that. I am going to apply that globally for category controller as well as product controller. Once we do that, let me save the application here. Let me log in as an admin first. We should be able to access that. Let me log out and let me log in here as test customer. And if I paste that URL here, you will see something odd. It is going to account and then access denied, but we do not have that page. If you go back and search in the Solution Explorer, we do actually have an access denied page. Let me show that, which got added in the identity, but that is inside identity area. Here it is trying to look directly into account access denied. If it was like this, then that page is actually loading. So the default route for access denied is not working, and we have to overwrite that. And it is not only that route. If I log out here, and if I try to access the admin product, you will notice it is redirecting me to log in. Because a user is not logged in, they cannot access that. First, they have to be logged in, and then they must have the role of admin. So here also it is missing that particular area, which is identity. If we have that, then it will work. Now these are the default application path that are set by default in the application. But because we added the identity here, we have to overwrite those default configuration, and we will do that inside program.cs. Let me minimize this and open program.cs. Inside the builder.services, we have something called as builder.services.configure application cookie, and there on the option we have login path, logout path, access denied, and other configuration. Right now I will only toggle these three configuration, and with that, let me restart the application. With that change, if we try to access admin product, things will still not work. It is still going to the old route. What exactly is going on here? Well, when you add configure application cookies, there is one thing that you should remember. You cannot add that before you add identity. So we have to add that after line 16, and only then it will work. With that saved, let me restart the application. This time, if I try admin category, it redirects to the correct path, and if I log in as customer, we will see access denied. Perfect. With that, we have implemented authorization successfully based on role of the user that has logged in. Now one thing that I want to do is on register and login UI. Let me change the default UI a little bit. You can see we have two partitions here. Rather than that, let me make register the full page. I will move the section below register. So let me switch back here. We have the register page here where we have column MD4. Let me make it column MD12. And the other one I will make it MD12 as well. That looks good. Then let me go back here and I will be adding a div with class of card, and I will give it shadow, border 0, margin top of 4. Within that div I will create 3 more div for card header. Inside there I have row and column 12. I will add the H1 there, so remove it from here and rather than h1, let me make it h2, give it a class of padding y2 and text white, and we will display register. We do not need this view data. Let me see how it is coming along. This looks good for our header. And then we have the card. We have card header. We will add another class card body and padding of 4. Within that we will be pasting the complete row that we have here. So let me cut and paste that. And where we have the row, let me add padding top of 4. Let me go back and see how things are coming along. Looking much better here. Now to create a new account, let me bring that to center of the screen. So where we have the h2 here, let me make that h3. I will make this padding 3 and I will add some bootstrap classes here. Border, border bottom, some padding and text secondary with text center. Perfect. Create a new account. It looks good. And I believe we have 2 HR. Let me remove one. And great. Now email, I wanted to take the full width, but all the other fields I will make them column MD6. That way they will take only 6 columns. And the text here, let me make that text muted. So all the labels here, let me add a class of margin S2 and text muted. I will add that for all the labels. That looks good. Let me save that. And perfect. I like that one. Now the email here, I wanted column 12, but everything else I will make it column 6. I will add that for medium screen. So let me fix that as well. Perfect. If I save that and go back, that looks good. I need to put that in a row. So where we have the form here, I will add a class of row and it should add that. Perfect. That looks much better. The button here, let me fix that. I will also add that in a div, give it a class of column 12. And let's see. Great. Where we have the use another service, I want to add a line here and type text of or, so they can use this register or they can sign in using some other service, which you can configure if you want, like Facebook authentication, Google authentication, Twitter, or any other third-party service. But right now I just want to add that line. So if we go back here, we will have to add some line in the CSS. We have site.css. Let me paste what exactly I am doing. I am adding a color here, flex 1, giving it a border bottom and a margin. Now this I am doing before and after using CSS. So we will have to give this class divider text. Let me go to register here. And where we have the use another service, I will add a paragraph, give that the class of divider text and deflex. Inside there, I will write or here and remove this HR. Save that and let's go back. Perfect. I like the or here, but let me add some padding, top 2. And I think 3 will be better. Perfect. That looks much better. With that we have the register UI that looks good. The selector role that we have here, let me make that column MD6 as well. And let me save that. Perfect. So our register UI is looking great. Let me add the same code inside the login as well. So we will go to the login UI this time. Areas, identity, login, where we have the column MD4. This will be 12. Scroll down. This will be 12 as well. And if I go to register, I can copy the paragraph tag here. paste it in the section here and remove HR. Let me see. Perfect, looks good. Let me add the card here. So we go to our register and I will copy everything till the card body. Paste that in the login here and let me add the closing div tags. Perfect. In the card body here, let me copy the row, rather cut that and paste it right there. We will display login here and we do not need this view data. Let me clean that. Great, our UI is looking much better. I will arrange these three links. We have that in the main div here. I can use the bootstrap deflex and justify content between. That should bring them all in one line. And perfect. This looks much better than what I had. And with that, our register and login UI are looking much better. I will align this to center, so let me fix that as well. In register, we have some classes. Copy and paste them where we have the h2 and make that h3. Perfect. We don't need the extra HR. Remove that. Great. With our login and register UI updated, let me continue in the next video. Final thing that I want to toggle is in the ASP.NET user, we created many more properties. I want to add all of those properties in the register page. So we can go back here. We will have to add them first to the register page model. We scroll down, we have the input model, and there we have view properties. We added the role dropdown. We want to add the other properties, so you can copy them from ASP.NET users if you want, but basically we want to add street address, city, state, postal code, and phone number. Now phone number, we did not add that in the application user, because if we switch to our database and examine the ASP.NET users table, phone number column is created by default that you can see right here. So I am adding a property in the register so we can capture and save that as well. Once we add that here in the register, we have to copy the email here, paste that one more time before the role here. Make sure to change that to column MD6. Next, what we have is street address. Copy and paste that. We do not want autocomplete. We can remove that one. And perfect, that looks good. Paste it 4 more times. Now rather than street address, I will update that to city. We have state, postal code, and phone number. Save that and let me see the UI. Perfect, that looks good. We need to update here as well, so let me do that. And perfect, that looks good. Let me take a look at that. We have a weird error here. Let me restart the application. Let me navigate to register and perfect. The register looks good. We have many more properties here and we have placeholder. Now you can obviously remove everything that is there in placeholder, but you can see because of placeholder, we are getting the fancy design that when we click, it slightly hovers on the top. And I personally like that. Because of that, I am going to leave the placeholder here. But of course, you can make the placeholder according to what the ASP4 is. I am not going to spend time editing that, but you can obviously fix all of that. With that, we have added all the properties on the register UI. Now when we post, we will receive all of them in the onPostAsync where we have our model. But when we are creating or passing the user here, we are only populating email for that user. We will also have to populate the other properties from the input model. So let me do that. Now let me go back to the database here. We also added name column there. So let me create that property as well. And name will be required. Save that here. That's okay, it should go away. Let me also modify here. We need to add the UI there. So let me copy the street address. I should add that right after email, but I want to keep password and confirm password together. So let me do name here. And I will cut name along with phone number. And I will cut these two, paste it right after email. So email, name and phone number goes together. We have an error there. Let me see what it is. Well, we have an issue with the required. Let me see why. It says required is ambiguous reference between data annotation and some other required attribute. We will modify that to be data annotation. It is conflicting with something else there. So let me add that. And let me examine the change commit here. I want to make sure I did not add something. Yes, I did. I added this line, this using statement. That was not needed. So remove that. And now required should work. Yep, sometimes when you add some other using statement, you can see how conflicts can happen. But thankfully, because of Git changes, I can easily make sure that I only have the changes that I intended to go in this commit. With that configured, let me run the application. We still have an error here. And what is int here? And let me open application user. I think accidentally something is integer, which should not be. Whoops, name cannot be integer. It has to be a string. If we modify something there, we have to add a migration. I will call that update name to be string application user. I like to name migration as meaningful as possible, and I forgot to change the default project. Perfect. Let me update the database. And great, that is all done. Let me run the application and make sure everything is working. I will create a new user, and this time all the details will be populated. And we have multiple street address that is not correct. Let me go to register. This will be name, so let me change that to be full name. And perfect. Let me type that once again. If I do not select a role, it will be customer role, and that works for this user. Let me create that. Perfect, that looks good. Let me switch back to the database here. And if I examine ASP.NET users, perfect. Now you can see all the columns are getting populated, and that is working as expected. Now I want to show you one small bug. If I log in with any user, and if we click on managing their profile here, previously there was a navigation here, and now it is gone. I want you guys to pause the video and try to find out on what exactly is wrong and why that is not working. To give you a hint, something is wrong in underscore layout in manage. I hope you were able to figure that out. Now if I open the underscore layout here, you can see the default layout is areas, identity, pages and underscore layout. If you examine the pages here, we do not have any underscore layout. That is inside views, shared underscore layout. So we have to correct that path here to views, shared underscore layout. And with that, if you refresh the application, things will still not work. Let me show that. We will go to login here and let me click on the profile. You can see it is still not working. The reason is simple again. We have added or modified the underscore layout that is inside manage. But how will all the pages inside manage know that it has to use this underscore layout? We do not have a view start file inside the manage folder. Because of that, the pages inside manage does not know that they have to use this underscore layout file. So what we can do is I can copy any of the view start file, copy that, paste it in the manage folder, and in there we just write underscore layout.cshtml. Then all the pages in manage now knows that they have to use this underscore layout, which has that manage nav bar. So we restart the application and everything should work now. Let me log in first. And perfect. You can see everything is working. Now, similar to adding fields in the register, you can add that in the profile, but I am not going to do that. You already know how to accomplish all of that. I hope you have enjoyed the free video. Make sure to like the video and leave a comment if you have not done that already. Subscribe to the channel, that way you do not miss any free content. I have an advanced course on .NET Mastery where we will enhance the application that we have built so far and implement shopping cart checkout functionality with payment integration and build order management. You can find a link to that complete course in the description. I hope to see you guys again in some other programming video. Till then, happy coding!